has been made?
Well, in fact, it took around 16 long hours to build a 190 feet long bridge that we're talking of, and that is the bridge that has been completed, which is capable of carrying a capacity of 24 tons. And this bridge will definitely facilitate the movement of different equipment to the far-flung areas, because we are talking of Mundakai being the epicenter of the landslide, and that is exactly where enough damage has been done, and the devastation is pretty immeasurable there. And considering the fact that several towns have been inundated and have vanished or buried deep underneath, it is possible to remove the debris, mainly because of the inclement weather conditions as well. So because of which this bridge will definitely facilitate the movement of earth-moving equipment that we are talking of. That is number one.
Right. Pratibha, do we know any change in the numbers of casualties that have been recorded so far?
Well, it now stands at over 290 according to the figures, and we are also looking at the different human body parts that have also been retrieved. So it is pretty much difficult to identify the bodies at this point in time. So there is quite a lot of chaos as far as the post-mortem of these bodies as well as DNA identification of these bodies are concerned. So there is a lot of things that need to be done as far as the recovering of bodies need to be concerned. But at this point in time, there is absolutely no hope for survivors. And we are also looking at thermal scanners as well as dog squads that can be used with respect to discovering more cadavers there, because we are talking of buried bodies under the depths of at least around 86,000 feet, and that is going to be very difficult to retrieve those bodies. So
but how many people are likely still trapped or stranded under the debris?
Well, as of now, there is absolutely no idea about that, because we are talking of several villages and towns that have been buried underneath, and that can definitely lead up to the figures of around 600 to 1,000 people who are stranded at this point in time. And whether or not they are surviving this is definitely out of the question, is what the rescue officials say. But then there is still some hope in terms of moving the debris and trying to see if they could retrieve some people or the other.
Right. And Pratibha, how much more time will it take to rescue and complete this relief and rescue operation?
Well, it is going to be a difficult task because it is still raining as we speak, and that is definitely not going to help in terms of the rescue efforts, and it is definitely going to take several days before which there can be some semblance of normalcy in that region.
Right, and Pratibha, there is politics also now playing out. BJP says that there is a gag order that has been issued by the Kerala government restraining scientists from visiting the site and also issuing any statement to the media.
In fact, the state versus center tussle has been continuing for quite a few days now. It all started with the alert that was issued, and now it has gone up to the entry of different people being restricted there. But then there is a clarification that has also been given by the state, talking about how we need to look at the information dissemination that needs to be done in the proper fashion, and that is precisely why the restriction has been imposed. But then in the meantime, when there is a political blame game that is on between the two, the rescue officials seem to be suggesting that right now the priority must be rescue and definitely not indulge in this kind of politics.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha Raman, for giving us the morning update on the Wayanad landslides. My colleague Pratibha Raman has been tracking this story from day one, and take a look at what happened in the relief and rescue operation so far.
Day 3 of the mammoth rescue operations in Kerala's Wayanad, hit by massive landslides that have devastated a number of villages. On Thursday, a makeshift bridge was assembled for easier access to the regions affected and isolated by the landslide. The defense teams pulled out 7 bodies at a stretch, taking the number of deaths to over 290. There are around 200 people missing and several thousands who are now lodged across 18 relief camps. Former Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi visited the site along with his sister Priyanka and met with the affected.
There is still a lot of work to be done here, but it's a huge tragedy. I'd like to thank all the people who are working here, the doctors, the nurses, the administration, volunteers. I'm very proud of everyone who's working here, but it's very, very sad to see.
Kerala Chief Minister Iruvaiphuzha was huddled in a high-level meeting. The state has denied the centre's claim of having issued the alert earlier, and the Kerala Assembly Speaker insisted on more discussions on this key issue.
It's quite unfortunate that when Kerala is facing this kind of a huge tragedy, a natural disaster, the union government, Shri Amit Shah, he is telling like this. So we have to, Honorable CM himself has responded to this comment.
But when it comes to this region, it is prone to landslides and there has been heavy rains. Could this have been avoided?
Yeah, this is to be discussed. The statement made by Amit Shah, that I don't know. I spoke to CM, he had made clearly the statement. In the evening itself, Honorable Chief Minister has given his reply to the Honorable Home Minister. So this issue has to be seriously discussed.
Meanwhile, those who have died are being laid to rest free of cost by volunteers in the region.
Now, rains continue to wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. At least 13 people have died in cloudburst-related incidents in Uttarakhand, while at least 5 have lost their lives in Himachal Pradesh. Cloudburst yesterday took place in Mandi and Shimla. Houses have been washed away. Rivers continue to remain in full spate. There is no relief that has been predicted by the IMD as both the states are bracing for more rain spells in today. Now, road connectivity in both the states have been suffered and snapped repeatedly, and people are forced to relocate to higher locations and regions for safety and security. Meanwhile, relief and rescue operations are underway in the state, and the centre has assured that the two states will be getting all the possible help from the centre that is required. Now, if we talk about the Kedarnath Yatra, over 450 pilgrims have also been rescued from the Kedarnath Yatra route last night. Till now, over 2,200 pilgrims have been rescued so far, while the rescue and relief operations will continue today as well. So far, the update that we have is that rains have wreaked havoc in both the states, and at least 13 people have died in Himachal Pradesh, while 13 people have died in Uttarakhand, while at least 5 people have died in Himachal Pradesh. Cloudburst incident happened yesterday in Mandi and Shimla. Several houses were washed away. Take a look at this report.
A building comes crashing down amid angry swirling waters. This after cloudbursts in Shimla, Mandi and Kullu districts of Himachal Pradesh. Houses and roads washed away and 2 hydropower projects damaged. At least 2 people have died and over 50 people are still missing. The wrath of nature turning the picturesque valley into an angry swirl of water. Authorities have ordered the closure of all schools and colleges in Kullu and Mandi.
प्रदेश की जो अभी स्थिति है वो नियंत्रण में है, लेकिन जान माल का भी नुकसान हुआ है और प्रदेश की सड़कों को भारी नुकसान हुआ है। मनाली जो है, मनाली पूरे देश से कट चुका है। कुल्लू तक आवाजाही में भी प्रभाव आवाजाही।
Now, my colleague Kishore Rawat is joining me for giving us an update on the relief and rescue operations that are underway in Dehradun. Kishore, if you can tell us about the
केदारनाथ की अगर बात करें तो केदारनाथ में
Yes, please go ahead.
बिल्कुल केदारनाथ में अभी तक 2500 से ज्यादा लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। रात भर ऑपरेशन चला है। अभी भी 1300 के करीब लोग वहां पर बताए जा रहे हैं। हालांकि ये जो फंसे हैं ये सिर्फ जो पैदल रास्ता जो लिंचौली से नीचे भीमबली तक का पड़ता है, वहां पर ये लगभग 17 किलोमीटर का रास्ता है। ये जो इस जगह काफी जगह रास्ते वॉश आउट हो चुके हैं, बड़े बड़े बोल्डर्स आ चुके हैं। यही वजह है कि लोगों को आने में दिक्कत हो रही है। इसलिए एसडीआरएफ, एनडीआरएफ और तमाम जो रिलीफ फोर्स है उनको लगाया गया है। एयरफोर्स के चिनूक और और MI-17 जो चॉपर्स है वो भी अब इस रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में काम करेंगे। हालांकि मेन केदारनाथ में अगर बात करें तो उससे नीचे काफी सारे लोग आ चुके हैं। गौरीकुंड से सोनप्रयाग गाड़ियों का रास्ता यानी बाय रोड है, वहां पर भी काफी सारे वॉश आउट हो चुका है, इसलिए जो लोग नीचे पहुंच रहे हैं उनको लाने में दिक्कत हो रही है, क्योंकि पहाड़ पूरी तरह से जो सड़क है वो नदी में समा चुकी है। यही वजह है कि वहां पर लोगों को अलग से करीबन 2 से 2.5-3 किलोमीटर का अलग एक रास्ता बनाया गया है, पहाड़ों पर कच्चा रास्ता है, वहां से निकाला जा रहा है। ओवरऑल अगर देखा जाए तो 2500 से ज्यादा लोगों को पहाड़ों के रास्ते निकाला गया है। इसके अलावा 737 ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको चॉपर के माध्यम से बाहर निकाला गया, यानी सुरक्षित स्थानों पर गुप्तकाशी, फाटा और सिरसी हेलीपैड तक लाया गया है। इसके अलावा वहां पर लगातार रात का ऑपरेशन चला था, लेकिन अभी भी 1300 के करीब लोग उनके फंसे बताए जा रहे हैं। इसके अलावा 13 लोगों की डेथ हुई है और अभी भी कुछ लोग लापता है जिनकी तलाश जारी है। लेकिन एक अच्छी बात यह है कि लिंचौली में एक व्यक्ति पत्थरों के नीचे फंसा था, चट्टानों के नीचे, जिसको SDRF ने रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है और लगातार रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन इस वक्त चल रहा है। अब हो सकता है कि दोपहर तक यह रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन पूरा हो जाए, क्योंकि हेलीकॉप्टर जब वहां पहुंचेंगे तो उनसे बड़े ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को बाहर रेस्क्यू किया जाएगा। लेकिन फिलहाल अगर मौसम की अगर बात करें तो उत्तरकाशी में फिलहाल जो रेड अलर्ट नहीं, ऑरेंज अलर्ट जारी किया गया है और बाकी में जो उत्तराखंड के जिले हैं उनमें अभी फिलहाल येलो अलर्ट है। लेकिन हिमाचल से सटा उत्तरकाशी का इलाका है, जो उत्तरकाशी उत्तराखंड का जिला है, वहां पे थोड़ा अलर्ट रहने के ज्यादा निर्देश दिए, क्योंकि हिमाचल में जिस तरीके से भारी बारिश हुई थी, बादल फट रहा, उससे नुकसान हुआ था, तो ये वही इलाके हैं जो उत्तराखंड से सटे हैं, इसलिए यहाँ पर ज्यादा अलर्ट रहने के निर्देश दिए। जी।
And Kishore, if you can tell us about the various strategies that are being deployed by the rescue and relief operation teams. The Chinook helicopter has also been deployed for rescue operations.
बिल्कुल, भारत सरकार ने उत्तराखंड सरकार से हर मदद देने का वादा किया है और कहा है कि जो जरूरत होगी वो केंद्र सरकार मदद करेगी। उत्तराखंड सरकार ने जो केदारनाथ में जो लोग ऊपर अभी फंसे हुए हैं, क्योंकि रास्ता वॉश आउट हो गया, नीचे नहीं आ सकते, इसलिए चिनूक और एक MI-17 हेलीकॉप्टर की डिमांड करी थी, वो भी अब वहां पहुंचने वाला है। गौचर के एयरबेस पे पहुंचेगा और वहां से वो केदारनाथ में जो फ्लाइट करके लोगों को निकाल सकेगा। इसके अलावा 40 ऐसी जगहें हैं जहां पर SDRF के जवान तैनात किए गए। ये वो जगहें हैं जहां से जल्दी से अगर कोई आपदा की स्थिति आती है तो तुरंत ये लोग वहां पर, जो जवान है वहां पर पहुंचे और इनको ये रेस्क्यू कर सके। फिलहाल अभी इंडियन एयरफोर्स के जो 2 हेलीकॉप्टर है, चिनूक और MI-17, वो भी पहुंच जाएंगे और उनसे जो ऊपर 1300 के करीब लोगों के फंसे होने की खबर जो आ रही है, जो अभी जानकारी मिल रही है, उनको निकाला जा सकेगा। जी।
Right. Thank you so much, Kishore, for sharing those details. Now shifting our focus to the big story that is developing today. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has claimed that the Enforcement Directorate was planning to raid him following his Chakravyuh speech during the discussion on the union budget. The Congress leader said he would be waiting for the central probe agencies with open arms as ED insiders told him that a raid was being planned. Mr. Gandhi claimed that there are 6 people, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah, at the centre of this Chakravyuh in a speech that he gave inside the parliament. Mr. Gandhi also alleged that political executive, central agencies and the idea of monopoly capital allowing 2 people to own the country's entire wealth are at the heart of this Chakravyuh. Now, remember, this is not the first time that opposition has alleged that ED and CBI are being misused. Remember, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal have also leveled similar allegations against the centre that central agencies are being misused by the centre, and opposition claims that this is an attempt by the centre to muzzle the voices of dissent and to topple the governments in opposition ruled states. Now, this controversy is raging after Rahul Gandhi made fresh allegations. We are also being told that we are being joined by Mr. Guru Prakash, BJP spokesperson, on this whole controversy. Mr. Guru Prakash, very good morning and thank you for speaking to NDTV. Fresh allegations have been made by Congress leader and leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi. He says that the ED is now planning to raid him.
No, we have to understand that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is already out on a bail. His mother Sonia Gandhi is already out on a bail. So this case hasn't come up today. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is trying to make an issue out of it when actually there is no issue at all. National Herald scheme is under an investigation. Thousands of crores are under question. So Mr. Rahul Gandhi is not above the law. Or I think Congress party should do one thing. It should come out with a press release or a notification and say that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is above the law and say that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is above the Constitution of India. But that is not the case. We are all living under the Constitution of India. The rule is applicable for everyone. Everyone is equal in the eyes of law, be it Mr. Rahul Gandhi or Madam Sonia Gandhi. So the law will take its own course. If investigation is required, it's required. Why are you making an issue out of a mountain, out of a molehill? This is clearly beyond my comprehension. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is just trying to sensationalize the entire thing because we are very well aware of the fact, the people of India are very well aware of the fact that there is an ongoing investigation. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is out on bail. If there is some investigation happening, it's just a part of process. It's just a part of judicial process. Why so much hangama and halla bolo over it? This we don't understand.
Well, there is a hullabaloo over it because as your reaction also hints on that there is a likely chance that a raid can take place against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. But Mr. Rahul Gandhi is saying that this is because some people did not like his Chakravyuh speech. Because he made a personal attack on the Prime Minister and now he is being targeted for it.
No, Aditi, that is not the point. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is already undergoing a process of ongoing investigation. It is not as if a new investigation will take place and law has its own course. If tomorrow there is a hearing, if day after tomorrow there is an investigation, if 3 days ago there is a cross-examination, you are already under a scanner. So this is just beyond our comprehension. And as far as the central agencies are concerned, let me make this very categorical. 2013, Supreme Court of India has said that CBI is a caged parrot, Justice R.M. Lodha. So this accusation or this allegation of misuse of agencies, it's a spent force and doesn't hold any water anymore. And as far as the speech of Mr. Rahul Gandhi is concerned, it was a very usual speech, nothing new in his speech, old wine in an old bottle. So Mr. Rahul Gandhi is just trying to make a big issue, a big controversy out of it, and we actually don't see any logic, any sense or any structure to his arguments or this fear mongering, honestly.
Right. Thank you so much, Guru Prakash, for speaking to us and clarifying. The BJP says that law will take its own course and Mr. Rahul Gandhi is facing charges in the National Herald case. So if likely ED raid takes place, then this is as per the law. Meanwhile, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is also joining me for more details. Sunil, the Congress leader says that ED is likely to raid him. The BJP has just now said that if that happens, then it will be the law that will take its own course as he is facing allegations and a case is opened against him.
That's right. As they rightly pointed out, the laws, taking its own course. The only difference is that the opposition has been saying that this is political vendetta. This needless targeting and the fact that Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who's preempted the enforcement directorate by saying that I have been told by insiders that there will be a raid, please come have tea and biscuits with me. It's in that backdrop that we'll have to wait and see because now a lot of water has flown under the bridge. Rahul Gandhi is holding a constitutional post. He's the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, which has a cabinet rank status. The fact that you are going to target an opposition leader is going to definitely, even though this is an old case, will definitely have huge repercussions nationally, internationally, of being targeted by law enforcement agencies, whatever the circumstances may be. So it's definitely not going to be easy. It's going to be extremely difficult in the days ahead when the enforcement directorate does plan that investigation that they are and that visit to Rahul Gandhi's residence whenever that happens.
Right, Sunil, thank you so much for these details, but stay with us. We also have more news coming in, and this is in regards to the NEET exam. Now, my colleagues Prabhakar Kumar and Sunil Prabhu will be giving us more details, but first let me go across to Sunil. Sunil, Supreme Court will today pronounce its detailed judgment giving reasons for not cancelling the NEET UG 2024.
That's right. Chief Justice Chandrachud and his bench will be explaining the reasons behind it. It was a difficult decision. If you saw the order the last time round, it made it clear that they have decided against cancelling the exam only because of the fact that it would have put the entire academic schedule, the medical exam academic schedule in disarray. And that's the reason why they didn't want future generations to suffer. And because of the fact that even though there was a paper leak, they have found a middle path to ensure that in future, anybody who has been found through illegal means will be penalized and allowed the counseling to take place. So it's in that context, we will now get the full reasoning behind how Chief Justice of India and his bench, which heard this matter for 4 days, it has preoccupied the lakhs of students from June to July when the Supreme Court was hearing this matter, and finally after it gave an interim order very categorically saying that they're not staying, but as I pointed out very categorically making that provision saying the reasons behind why we are not doing so is because we don't want the exam schedule, the academic schedule of future generations to suffer because this would mean redoing the entire exam, and that would have delayed the whole admission process for months, if not for nearly a year.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us and giving all these details. Now, my colleague Prabhakar Kumar is also on the broadcast. He will talk about the CBI that has filed its first charge sheet against 13 accused persons in connection with the NEET undergraduate 2024 paper leak case of Patna in Bihar. Prabhakar, the probe agency has so far arrested 40 persons and it has detailed all the names in the first charge sheet that has been filed in the case.
Exactly, 40 persons have been arrested so far by the CBI and 13 have been named accused in the first charge sheet which the CBI has filed, and CBI also detailed the role of each one of them. If I could just, it's a long list, so if I could just read out the list for you, the people who have been charge sheeted, they include Sikandar Yaduvendra, he happens to be a Bihar government employee. Then you have Amit Amundi, they are the members of Solvent gang, remember the Solver gang, the students who were the MBBS students, the part 1 and part 2 students who were hired as solvers for the people who were engaged, who were taking the examination. So they have also been named accused. Nitish Kumar has been named as one of the main conspirators of this entire episode. So, and the role of each of those arrested has been detailed by CBI. So important milestone as far as this NEET investigation is concerned. All 13 names have been released by CBI, including those who were responsible for ferrying students, who were managing the ground logistics. So those all those have been, especially the principal of the Oasis School of Hazaribagh, who was the guy who has been under scanner since beginning, and that was the place from where the question paper allegedly got leaked, and the half-burnt question papers of that particular center was recovered from Patna. That's how he came under scanner. So all 13 people have been accused, all the names have been released by CBI, and their specific roles as to what role they were doing in this entire scam which happened, the paper leak scam which happened, has been detailed by the CBI.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for joining us and giving those details. Now, in a landmark verdict, the Supreme Court has said that states are empowered to make sub-classification of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes for granting quotas within reserved categories with an aim of uplifting the downtrodden. It was a 6:1 majority verdict where the Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court emphasized that there is a need for a relook into the reservation system, adding that other methods are needed to uplift people in the SC and ST category. The top court also added that there is an urgent need to exclude the creamy layer and that the benefits of reservation cannot be passed on from generation to generation. While BJP and Congress are yet to comment on the Supreme Court's order, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has already said that his state will be the first to implement it.
ప్రభుత్వం తరఫున నేను స్పష్టమైన ప్రకటన చేస్తున్నా, దేశంలోనే అందరికంటే ముందు బాగానే నిలబడి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం ఏబిసిడి వర్గీకరణ అమలు చేసే బాధ్యత మా మిత్రులు, మా మంత్రివర్గ సహచరులు మేమందరం తీసుకుంటాం. అవసరమైతే ఇప్పుడు ఇచ్చిన ఉద్యోగ నోటిఫికేషన్లలో కూడా వర్గీకరణను అమలు చేయడానికి అవసరమైతే ఆర్డినెన్స్ తీసుకొచ్చి మాదిగ సోదరులకు న్యాయం చేసే బాధ్యత మేము తీసుకుంటాం.
although it comes from Honorable Supreme Court. But I personally believe, and my party is of the view, that unless you have substantial data on caste census, and which is the need of the hour, I think these kind of initiatives and talk about subcategorization, it falls flat. It's largely meaningless.
Now, significantly, BJP's ally at the centre, Lok Janshakti Party, has said it's not in favour of the Supreme Court order. Posting on X, LJP said there should not be any provision for reservation in subcategories and creamy layer for SC/ST categories. Lok Janshakti Party urges that Supreme Court to reconsider the decision so that discrimination does not arise in the SC/ST society and society cannot be weakened. Take a look at the reaction.
देखिए हम मानते हैं कि ये जजमेंट जो है वो बहुत फेयर नहीं है, क्योंकि जो रिजर्वेशन का आधार था वो आपका क्रीमी लेयर, नॉन क्रीमी लेयर, अफ्लुएंशियल ये था ही नहीं. जो रिजर्वेशन का आरक्षण का आधार था वो सिंपली अनटचेबिलिटी, छुआछूत थी. तो अब आप उसको जाकर के ये जो सब डिविजन्स क्रिएट करने का प्रयास है कि नहीं शेड्यूल कास्ट एंड शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स में हम लोग सब डिविजन्स क्रिएट करें, दैट इज़ नॉट पॉसिबल. तो हम लोग सब जो सरकार में हैं, हम लोग सब न्यायालय को अप्रोच करेंगे, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को हम लोग अप्रोच करेंगे और सरकार मजबूती से जितने भी दलित वर्ग के लोग हैं, पिछड़े वर्ग के लोग हैं, उनके साथ मजबूती से खड़ी है और ये सारा नहीं, हमारा प्रयास होगा कि ऐसा नहीं हो.
My colleague Prabhakar Kumar will be joining me for more details. Prabhakar, why is LJP singing a different tune?
See, LJP has always been of the view that there should not be any subcategory as far as SC/ST reservation is concerned. Remember, there is the subcategory in OBC, especially the creamy layer in OBC has always been there. Now the Supreme Court has come out with a verdict where the court wants a subcategory in the SC/ST category as well, and especially those on the basis of their financial status. Now the political parties believe that this would divide the SC/ST vote bank. They believe that the basis of this reservation was untouchability, which actually that discrimination by the society, which actually still exists, and so there should not be any subcategorization or creamy layer as far as the SC/ST reservation quota is concerned. And if that happens, so then the political parties in different states would use it to their benefits. Supreme Court has given a verdict on that as well. Supreme Court has maintained that if the subcategories created by the state government, respective state government, there should be enough ground for doing so, and it should be a very transparent process as to how they are creating that subcategory and the creamy layer, and who are the people, who are the caste or the subcaste who would be kept out of the reservation category or kept in the creamy layer category. So Supreme Court has not given a very detailed judgment on it, but it has maintained that there should be a transparency, there should be a committee which should look after it. But politically speaking, it does not suit actually the political parties who treat SC/ST as a chunk of as a vote bank, and they know very well that if this policy as suggested by Supreme Court is implemented, that would actually dent and divide and split their existing vote banks.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for joining us and sharing those views. Now shifting our focus to the coaching centre deaths. 6 days later, students continue protest at the Rao Coaching Centre. UPSC aspirants demand justice for lives lost and also accountability to be fixed in the case. Court had asked all relevant files to be produced before them. This as the MCD director will appear in the Delhi High Court. Delhi police being pleaded as responded. Now the Delhi High Court, remember, had pulled all the authorities, Delhi government and MCD, for not acting in time. The court had also questioned why the Delhi police has not yet made any arrest from the MCD, which is responsible for taking care of the drainage system, which because of faulty drainage system, 3 lives were lost in the national capital. My colleague Ishika Verma is also now joining me for more details. Ishika, at what time can we expect the MCD commissioner MCD director, I beg your pardon, to appear before the court?
Well, in fact, the Delhi High Court, while in fact, hearing this entire matter over the old Rajendra Nagar incident, had earlier summoned the MCD commissioner in this particular case and also, in fact, criticized the MCD for the inadequate infrastructure and also the financial mismanagement. So, on that regard, we are in fact expecting that today the MCD commissioner would be in fact appearing in the High Court today. But first, let me show you the visuals here. We are present at the protest site here in old Rajendra Nagar, and you continue to see the visuals here as to how the students here, the aspirants here, they continue to hold protest. I'll in fact try to go across to some of them as well. आज हियरिंग है कोर्ट में भी, दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में भी। पिछले बार जब किया था तो एमसीडी को भी के ऊपर भी सवाल किया गया था कि इनएडिक्वेट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, फाइनेंशियल मिसमैनेजमेंट है, और आज एमसीडी कमिश्नर को बुलाया भी गया है। इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, जो भी आना है सब लोग आते हैं, लेकिन कहते हैं ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा यहाँ पर। मतलब ये लोग आकर खाली इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसा पानी कल भी भर गया था, आपको पता है, ठीक है। तो ये लोग जो हैं सिर्फ आएंगे एमसीडी का, इसमें सारी सरकार की, मतलब सभी सरकारों की इसमें नाकामयाबी है। और इसमें जो भी चीज़ें हैं कि जो हो रही हैं, मतलब एक गलत हुआ ही है और इसका रिस्पॉन्सिबल।
तो कोर्ट जो इतना सख्त रूप अपना रहा है, लगातार सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं एमसीडी से, क्या उससे कुछ होप बनी है आप लोगों में?
अच्छा, एक मुझे आप लोग बात बताइए, लाशें सबके सामने निकल गई हैं, अगर इसके बाद भी अगर किसी प्रोसीडिंग की अगर जरूरत अगर सबको पड़ रही है, इसके बाद भी अगर सबको अगर देखने की अगर इच्छा है कि मतलब क्या करना है, इसके बाद भी बहुत सारे प्रोसीजर चाहिए, तो इसका मतलब कि हम यहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हैं? हम यहाँ से बैठे हैं, अगर यहीं अगर कोई दूसरा होता, कोई कैपिटलिस्ट का बेटा होता, कोई बड़ा आदमी को होता, तो उसके लिए छुट्टी के दिन भी कोर्ट मतलब खुल के काम करते हैं। हम लोग बैठे हैं, किसी को कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा, बस एक ही चीज़ चल रहा है, वो बस एक कहावत इन पे बहुत फिट बैठ रही है कि मलमल धोए शरीर को, धोए ना मल का मैल, नहाए गंगा गोमती, रहे बैल के बैल। सबको कुछ नहीं लग रहा है, सबको चल रहा है कि बस जैसे चल रहा है चलने दो, 2-4 दिन में टूट के हट जाएंगे। हटा दो यार, आज हमारे साथ है, कल सब लोग झेलोगे।
लेकिन यहाँ पे जो है तमाम आम आदमी पार्टी की जो गवर्नमेंट है उनके तरफ से भी यहाँ पे लोग आपसे मिलने आ रहे हैं, एलजी भी मिलने आ रहे हैं, उसके बाद भी कहीं आपको उनके आश्वासन जो वो दे रहे हैं उसमें आपको कमी लग रही है?
आश्वासन दे रहे और उम्मीद दे रहे हैं, और हम यहाँ उम्मीद के लिए बैठा है और हम पढ़ेंगे अपना मेहनत से, तब हम कामयाबी हो पाएंगे। तो मैं बात यही है,
आश्वासन इंस्टॉलमेंट में हमें नहीं चाहिए, आश्वासन आपको खत्म करना है। हमारी पढ़ाई एक हफ्ते से खराब हो रही है, इसके लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल आगे चल के कौन बनेगा? ये लोग आएंगे, कोई तो नहीं आ रहा है। हमें तो नहीं समझ में आता कि देश की मीडिया, NDTV, मतलब हर लोग मतलब आके हमें वो शो कर रहे हैं, और मतलब PM CM सबके पास हमारी मतलब बात गई होगी, लेकिन और कितनी फिक्र कर रहा है?
30 दिन लग जाएगा, तो हम लोग उम्मीद में हैं, और हम यह प्रोटेस्ट को क्यों मतलब इसको बंद नहीं कर सकते। इसका फ्रेंड है, दोस्त है, फैमिली है, सब आ रहे हैं, सब बैठ रहे हैं और सब प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं साइलेंटली, कोई वायलेंट नहीं हो रहा है मैम। और मैम सबको पढ़ने की मतलब प्री क्लियर हुआ है, उसको मतलब मेंस के लिए उसको तैयारी करनी है, और मतलब उसको लाइफ स्टाइल भी बहुत टफ होती है। और आप
So certainly, you heard the protesters here. They continue to say that, if we talk about the assurances that have been given by several leaders, in fact, who have visited this protest site, be it, Atashi, be it Mayor Shelly Oberoi or Sanjay Singh yesterday, they say that these assurances are not enough. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us and giving those details. Now, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is under fire, facing the prospect of a case being filed against him over an alleged scam in the allotment of 14 housing sites in Mysuru to his wife, referred to as the Muda scam by the opposition BJP. As he is being summoned by the governor, the Karnataka cabinet has resolved to advise the governor of Karnataka, Thawar Chand Gehlot, to withdraw the show cause notice issued to the Chief Minister of Karnataka and dismiss the complaint filed against him by an RTI activist. Take a look at the political reactions.
A special cabinet meeting you chaired, in what circumstances?
No, the Honorable Governor had issued a show cause notice to my Chief Minister. Since it was politically noticed, we wanted, so we discussed in detail. Since the matter was connected to the Chief Minister, we didn't want him to be a part. So he decided that I will not be a part of that. So I had to chair that. Yeah.
Sir, what was the decision in the cabinet?
The decision was to advised the governor to withdraw the letter and reject the petition of Mr. Whoever had filed the petition for prosecution.
So how do you see this show cause notice?
It is purely politics and it is against the law of this land and the constitution.
Thank you very much. So Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumarji, who is saying that the cabinet has decided to advise the governor to reject this petition and withdraw the show cause notice sent to the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah. With camera person Kumar, Nihal Kidwai for NDTV.
Now my colleague Pratibha Raman is joining me for more details. So Pratibha, the heat intensifies on the Muda scam against the Chief Minister. Now the Karnataka cabinet says that they will advise the governor, but will the governor rethink?
Well, we'll have to look at what will be the counter strategy and the reasons that have been listed as far as their letter goes to the governor. And in the meantime, they are also looking at the different strategies possible in terms of countering the allegations that have been leveled by the BJP. The BJP has definitely gone hammer and tongs with respect to the Muda scam. Of course, the justification has already been done by the Chief Minister, time and again talking about how this was already allotted during the BJP's regime. And that will definitely be one of the reasons that will be listed in terms of replying to the governor with respect to the show cause notice. All eyes are on what will be the next step that will be taken by the governor. But in the meantime, the BJP will definitely not keep quiet with this and has already planned a Padayatra of sorts with respect to carrying on with the protests as well as raising their voice against the Congress government. It is definitely going to be politically volatile as far as Karnataka's Muda scam is concerned.
Right, thank you so much Pratibha for joining us. The Karnataka cabinet wants the Karnataka governor to rethink and dismiss the complaint that is filed against him and also reverse the show cause notice. But what will happen in the Muda scam remains to be seen. The BJP is also planning a week-long Padyatra against the Karnataka Chief Minister, demanding his resignation in the case. Now shifting our focus to West Bengal, the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has supported the demand for withdrawing GST on life and medical insurance premiums, stating that it adversely affects the people's ability to take care of their vital needs. Remember, this comes a day after Union Minister Nitin Gadkari wrote to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and raised the demand for withdrawing 18% goods and services tax on life and medical insurance premiums. This has been backed by several opposition leaders. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is also joining me to put into perspective how many opposition leaders are backing this demand by the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari that there should be no GST on life insurance premiums. Now we are seeing that the fresh reaction coming in is of Mamata Banerjee.
Well, this is something that the opposition believes is an issue that it can corner the government on, because remember, life insurance premiums are premiums that the middle class and everyone else pays. And often healthcare costs in this country can be quite steep, and for something like that to tackle an emergency or to tackle something as basic as healthcare is what these life insurance premiums are acquired for, medical insurance, whatever insurance premiums that we are talking about. And in this context, the opposition does feel that that there is a case here, especially with Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, who is also a senior BJP leader, writing to the Finance Minister. Now, the Trinamool has already raised this in Parliament. Trinamool MP Saket Gokhale raised it in Parliament. Also, we know that during a press conference in Kolkata, West Bengal's Finance Minister Chandrima Bhattacharya also raised it. But Mamata Banerjee has clearly given a message to the Union government, and it says that if the government of India does not roll back this anti-people GST, we will be bound to hit the road. And everyone knows that as a politician, Mamata Banerjee is known for the agitations she runs and she's held. And, that's her style of politics. And she's, of course, saying that our demand from the government is to roll back the GST from life insurance and medical insurance premium on grounds of people's health imperatives. The GST is bad because it adversely affects people's ability to take care of their basic vital needs. Healthcare is basic. Healthcare is very expensive if one has to avail it from the private sector. to beat that, to take care of emergencies like healthcare emergencies. People buy insurance, and that insurance, if it's taxed so heavily, it's something that everyone believes is anti people, and that is something that of course Mamata Banerjee is also saying. And then of course several opposition parties joining the chorus as far as the rollback of GST on insurance premiums is concerned, and it remains to be seen what the union government does as far as this demand is concerned. The Trinamool is very clear: if you don't roll back, we will hit the streets.
Right. Thank you so much, Saurabh Gupta, for joining us with those details. Now shifting our focus to the northeast, journalists in Manipur are angry over the alleged brutal crackdown by the Manipur police when they were covering the protest in Akampet camp yesterday. They are demanding action against the Manipur police who were involved in the alleged brutal crackdown. Yesterday, as we remember, viewers, the victims of last year of ethnic violence were staging a protest demanding them to be relocated, but the police, the visuals that came from Manipur showed how the police used tear gas shells to disperse the people who were protesting. Now, journalists are also claiming that they were manhandled by the police. My colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary is also now joining me for more details. Ratnadeep, what are the demands of the journalists that are protesting?
Well, the journalists had taken to the streets. They had protested heavily against the Manipur police, and they had submitted a memorandum to Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh asking for an independent probe into the case of assault of a journalist while he was covering yesterday's confrontation between the police forces and the inmates of the relief camp. Remember, we had reported yesterday that people from the Akampat relief camp, where for more than 15 months these people who have lost their livelihood, their homes in different parts of Manipur, they have been housed there, and they had tried to take out a rally asking the state government and center for a quick solution to the crisis. Remember, the Manipur Assembly's budget session is on for the last 3 days, and therefore security was beefed up in the area, and police forces did not allow them to take out the rally. That's when the clashes broke out. Police had to resort to tear gas shelling. Those visuals have gone viral. In fact, we had also played out those visuals which have gone viral, that how the tear gas shell landed in one school, and the students there, small kids were terrified, and a journalist was filming all this. He was reporting all this. So there is a video which is doing around in social media where it's seen that the police force is trying to chase that journalist, and he was beaten up. In fact, he had to be admitted in the hospital. Apart from that, 8 other people who had taken part in the protest were also injured. So the journalist fraternity in Imphal have taken to the streets. They are demanding that immediate action should be taken against those policemen who are found in the video trying to chase and assault the journalist who was on official duty covering this incident which was unfolding on the streets of Imphal, this confrontation between the inmates of the relief camp and the police forces, and therefore they want the Chief Minister, who is also the Home Minister of the state, to immediately step in, institute an independent probe, as well as take action against the cops who was seen in the video chasing the journalist. The journalist was showing his identity card as a press correspondent, yet he was chased and he was also allegedly beaten up.
Right. Thank you so much, Ratnadeep, for joining and sharing those details. Now shifting our focus to the recession fears that are now mounting in Japan after stocks plunge 5%, with Asia markets broadly lower after Wall Street sell-off. US investors trigger major Wall Street sell-off over recession fears. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj is joining me for more details. Take a look.
Japan stocks plunging as much as 5%, all Asian markets plunging in trade after the major sell-off on Wall Street. Now, why did the sell-off on Wall Street occur? Well, investors, of course, have triggered this, and why have they felt these fears really resurfacing? Why have they felt this trickle really coming in back for global markets? Now, they feel the Fed indication of the rate cuts could have happened much sooner than what has been anticipated. Remember, the anticipation is for later in the year. They feel those rate cuts should have come in earlier in the year. That really is the key trigger point, and for viewers to understand really, they feel that the scenario is not as upbeat on economic cues, and so therefore in the US market, as far as the US market is concerned in particular, and therefore we saw this intense trigger and sell-off on Wall Street, which has now trickled into Asian markets. And the big question is, will it then have a global ramification, and or will Indian markets continue to remain resilient going forward?
And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now. Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
पहली बार है कि जब ओलंपिक्स में 3 मेडल आए हैं शूटिंग से और यानी क्योंकि ये कितनी बड़ी बात है। स्वप्निल तीसरा मेडल आना, क्योंकि इस देखिए 2 बार नहीं आया था तो लग रहा था, फिर आपको जैसे कई लोगों से बात की, दे डिड नॉट रेट यू दैट हाई, है ना, बड़े बड़े शूटर्स हैं और आप अनलकी भी हो। एशियन गेम्स में 41st शॉट गलत गया, आप बाहर हो गए। अभी अंजलि भागवत से आपके बारे में बात हो रही थी, ये थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन कीजिए अपना जो प्रोसेस है।
पहले तो मैं कांग्रेस करूँगा जो जर्नी है, काफ़ी हद से चेंजेस भी हुए हैं, अप डाउन भी हुए हैं, बट उससे ही मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा है और यहाँ पे उस सब चीज़ों का इस्तेमाल करके मैंने शूट किया। एंड जो एशियन गेम्स में हुआ या वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में हुआ, इट्स जस्ट अ पास्ट एंड उससे काफ़ी चीज़ सीखने को मिली एंड वही जो सीखने के बाद उसको करेक्शन करके यहाँ पे मैंने
अंजलि भागवत से भी मेरी बातचीत हुई कि विंडी कंडीशन था आज भी वहाँ पे, जो कि उनको दिन नजर आ रहा था। पीटी उषा नर्वस हो रही थी, तो ओवरऑल जो आपके लिए बहुत आसान नहीं था और वो कह रहे थे कि जब उसका 41st शॉट जो था वो 10.5 लगा तो लगा कि नहीं अब मेडल आ गया और आप बहुत नीचे से ऊपर आए इस फाइनल में भी।
मैं किसी का टारगेट नहीं देख रहा था, लाइक वहाँ पे स्कोर बोर्ड होता है। टू बी ऑनेस्ट मैंने किसी का आज स्कोर बोर्ड नहीं देखा, आई थिंक लास्ट के 2 शॉट्स में भी देखे होंगे, बट पहले मैं खुद के बॉडी के ऊपर एंड ब्रीथ के ऊपर ही बस मैं फोकस कर रहा था एंड वही मुझे मतलब वही मेरे को ऐसा था कि हाँ वही चाहिए था मुझे एंड उसी की चीज़ को पकड़ के मैंने अच्छे तरीके से शूट किया आज।
Now shifting our focus to the controversy that is doing rounds in the Paris Olympics, Italian boxer Angela Carini walked out of a wrestling match against Algeria's Imen Khalif, who failed a gender eligibility test back in 2023. Now Carini, who refused to continue the fight with Khalif, also said that Khalif's punches were the hardest she had faced in her entire career. She walked out in tears after the fight ended in 46 seconds after her walkout. This is extremely rare in Olympics history. Now, there is a lens on proxy tobacco and alcohol ads. DG Health Services has written to the BCCI chief demanding that there should be a curb on alcohol tobacco ads which are endorsed by the cricketers. He also said that such advertisements should not be played during the cricket matches, and DG Health Services letter to the BCCI demands curbing surrogate advertising by cricketers. And with that, it's a wrap on this news edition. Keep watching NDTV.
जीते तो अगली
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, वन वर्ल्ड हाइजीन.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India. Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
It's 9 a.m. You are watching NDTV's Breakfast Bulletin. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Wayanad death toll mounts. It's been updated to 295 dead. It's day 4 of the rescue and relief operations in Wayanad. The army is building a key 190-foot Bailey bridge. Rain havoc in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. 5 people are dead and 49 people are still missing in Himachal cloudbursts. Meanwhile, 11 people have died in heavy rain in Uttarakhand. The orange alert continues for the state. Over 455 Kedarnath pilgrims have been rescued last night. The Central Bureau of Investigation filed the charge sheet in the NEET paper leak case. 13 accused have been charge sheeted. Patna solvers have been named in the CBI charge sheet. Rahul Gandhi alleges Enforcement Directorate is planning a raid against him. Rahul's jibe against the PM, he says 2-in-1 did not like the Chakravyuh speech. And in Paris, badminton star PV Sindhu has been knocked out. She loses to world number 9 Bing Zhao. India's medal tally remains at 3 as far as the Paris Olympics is concerned. Well, our big focus remains Wayanad. Rescue operations continue as the death toll in the landslides that devastated Wayanad district of Kerala crosses 290. In fact, the latest toll is 295 dead. While search for missing people continues, relief camps in the landslide hit Wayanad has been set up. In fact, many villages and homes have been swept away in the landslides that occurred on the 30th of July. Rescue and relief operations, as you can see on your screens, are in full swing. The Indian Army has completed the construction of a Bailey bridge in record time, and this bridge is actually crucial in connecting Churalmala with Mundakai over the Iruvaiphuzha river. The bridge is now open to traffic and handed over to the civil administration. I must inform you that Congress leader and former Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi and his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, they visited the landslide affected area of Churalmala in Wayanad yesterday afternoon. Unfortunately, 295 people have died and over 200 people are still missing. The army has built a bridge in record time to aid movement in crucial areas as the death toll mounts and as the rescue operations continue and the search relief operations continue. The army and the NDRF have been involved round the clock. In fact, the restoration work is underway as we speak.
Day 3 of the mammoth rescue operations in Kerala's Wayanad, hit by massive landslides that have devastated a number of villages. On Thursday, a makeshift bridge was assembled for easier access to the regions affected and isolated by the landslide. The defense teams pulled out 7 bodies at a stretch, taking the number of deaths to over 290. There are around 200 people missing and several thousands who are now lodged across 18 relief camps. Former Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi visited the site along with his sister Priyanka and met with the affected.
There is still a lot of work to be done here, but it's a huge tragedy. I'd like to thank all the people who are working here, the doctors, the nurses, the administration, volunteers. I'm very proud of everyone who's working here, but it's very, very sad to see.
Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan was huddled in a high-level meeting. The state has denied the centre's claim of having issued the alert earlier, and the Kerala Assembly Speaker insisted on more discussions on this key issue.
It's quite unfortunate that when Kerala is facing this kind of a huge tragedy, a natural disaster, the union government, Shri Amit Shah, he's telling like this. So we have to, Honorable CM himself has responded to this comment.
But when it comes to this region, it is prone to landslides and there has been heavy rains. Could this have been avoided?
Yeah, this is to be discussed. The statement made by Amit Shah, that I don't know. I spoke to CM, he had made clearly the statement. In the evening itself, Honorable Chief Minister has given his reply to the Honorable Home Minister. So this issue has to be seriously discussed.
Meanwhile, those who have died are being laid to rest free of cost by volunteers in the region.
Meanwhile, politics continues to peak with the BJP accusing the Kerala government of censorship. BJP MP Tejasvi Surya has alleged that the Kerala government has passed an order restraining science and tech institutions from field visits as well as sharing details and reports of disaster-affected areas. The Kerala government has now withdrawn the order, with the Chief Secretary's office issuing a clarification. A note was issued regarding exercising restraint in expressing opinions related to the landslide in Wayanad, but it was not issued with the intent to restrain the scientific community, but to discourage statements and opinions that may be misinterpreted or misquoted. Pratibha Raman is with us live. She's been tracking the latest details for us on Ground Zero. She joins us from Wayanad at the moment. Pratibha, you mentioned the official death toll in the twin landslides is now currently at 295 and 200 people are still missing.
That's right. In fact, that is the official number right now, 295 dead. And we are also looking at a lot of body parts that have also been recovered. And it is quite disturbing in the fact that you need to identify those bodies with just the body parts. That is going to be quite a Herculean task in terms of DNA testing and other such scientific methods that need to be used. And in the meantime, yes, there is a rescue operation that is on in full swing. Before that, let me give you a sense of the climate here at Wayanad. let my camera person pan and show you. It is still raining out here, and once you get into the interiors where the landslide has occurred, the incessant rains has definitely caused a lot of has given rise to a lot of challenges with respect to the rescue operation here. The inclement weather conditions not helping, but one of the biggest advantages is the fact that there has been a bridge that has been constructed. It took 16 hours to construct and arrange that makeshift bridge, which is proved to be a boon in this particular operation, mainly because it can carry a lot of weight, and a lot of those earth moving equipment are also getting transported to the far-flung areas to rescue several of those who are trapped. Some are believed to be trapped and some are believed to be buried in the depths, and the depths could be as deep as around 12 feet that we are talking of. While the dog squads are being used on one end, you're also looking at ISRO's thermal scanners that are being used right as we speak to ensure that they could recover more bodies from there on. And this is definitely going to take quite a while before normalcy returns in that area. But right now the priority is rescue and relief operation there. In fact, despite the weather conditions, the helicopters are also being used to try and see if they could distribute the relief materials to those who are trapped in those regions. Right now, we also have 18 relief camps that have been set up in and around in the safer locations there. Thousands and thousands of them who have been dislodged from their homes have been brought to these relief camps, provided medical aid and other such facilities. Yes, political blame game on one hand, but on the other hand, priority right now remains relief and rescue operation. Back to you.
Pratibha, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest from Wayanad. As my colleague Pratibha Raman is reporting live from Wayanad, the official death toll is now 295. Around 200 people are still missing. The extent of the devastation caused by the landslides in Kerala's Wayanad is not fully known yet, as rescue teams have not even reached remote settlements. They're still carrying on, pulling out body parts, as Pratibha has just mentioned. The aftermath is intense. It's going to take a while till normalcy returns to Wayanad. But NDTV's initiative, Care for Kerala, here are the details in case you want to donate to the rescue and relief operations for Wayanad. Let's turn our attention now to Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Heavy rain has disrupted normal life in both these states. At least 13 people have died in a cloudburst-related incident in Uttarakhand, while at least 5 people have died in Himachal Pradesh. There was a cloudburst in Mandi, in Shimla and Kullu. Houses were washed away. We showed you those dramatic visuals all day yesterday as well. Rivers are in full spate. The IMD predicts more rain spells for the states. Road connectivity has been snapped and people have actually been forced to relocate to higher regions or safer locations. Relief and rescue operations are underway in both these states, and the centre has assured that the two states will be given all the help possible. But over 450 pilgrims have been rescued from the Kedarnath Yatra route last night. Over 2,200 pilgrims have been rescued so far, and the rescue operations will continue today as well. Kishore Rawat is tracking all the latest developments for us as far as Uttarakhand is concerned. He joins us over the phone line at the moment. Kishore, unfortunately, 11 people have died across the state. Take us through the latest forecast and how things are this morning.
अभी जो मौसम की का जो सबसे पहले अपडेट है उसमें उत्तरकाशी जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट है उसमें ऑरेंज अलर्ट जारी किया भारी से बहुत भारी बारिश का। इसके अलावा अन्य जो जिले हैं उत्तराखंड में 13 जिले हैं, यानी बाकी जो 12 जिले हैं उसमें येलो अलर्ट है बारिश का। उत्तरकाशी के लिए ये सेंसिटिव इसलिए हो जाता है कि उत्तरकाशी का जो पूरा ज्यादातर हिस्सा है वो हिमाचल से सटा हुआ है, और हिमाचल में जिस तरीके से कुल्लू और तमाम जो ऊपरी इलाकों में बादल फटने या भारी बारिश की वजह से नुकसान हुआ है, तो ये इस इलाके में जब भी हिमाचल में या उस तरफ से बारिश होती है तो इस इलाके में भी काफी असर होता है, इसलिए काफी सेंसिटिव है और वहां पर तमाम अधिकारियों को अलर्ट रहने के निर्देश दिए गए। इसके अलावा लोगों को भी सलाह दी गई है कि वो फिलहाल पहाड़ों पर सफर ना करें और साथ ही नदियों के किनारे ना जाएं। दूसरी बात, केदारनाथ रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगभग अब दिन तक पूरा हो जाएगा। लगभग 1300 लोग वहां पर अभी फंसे होने की सूचना है। फंसे होने का मतलब कि वो रास्ते में वॉश आउट हो गया था तो इसलिए वो रास्ते में रुके हुए हैं और रास्ता उनके पार होने का नहीं है, तो एसडीआरएफ और एनडीआरएफ वहां पे वैकल्पिक रास्ता बनाकर या फिर रोप के रास्ते रोप से उनको निकाला जा रहा है। सोनप्रयाग में अभी जिस तरीके से सोनप्रयाग और गौरीकुंड का रास्ता भी ब्लॉक है, वहाँ पे काफी बड़ा लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था। अभी एक खबर ये आ रही है कि वहाँ पर जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है, वहाँ पर जहाँ पर ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा था सोनप्रयाग में, वहाँ पर ऊपर से थोड़ा लैंडस्लाइड हुआ है, जिससे अभी थोड़ा रोका गया है और दूसरी तरफ से रास्ता बनाया जा रहा है ताकि रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी रहे। 2500 से ज्यादा लोग निकाल दिए गए, 737 हेलीकॉप्टर से निकाले गए। चिनूक और MI-17 जो इंडियन एयरफोर्स के चॉपर्स है, उनसे भी लोगों को निकालने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है और प्राइवेट एविएशन के हेलीकॉप्टर भी लगातार सुबह 6 बजे से ही जैसे मौसम साफ हुआ तुरंत उड़ान भर के लोगों को निकालने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। पूरे उत्तराखंड में पिछले 24 घंटे में अब तक अगर इस समय की बात करें तो लगभग 13 लोगों की मौत हुई है और 16 से ज्यादा लोग लापता है, अभी उनकी तलाश चल रही है। फिलहाल एक अच्छी खबर ये थी कि लिंचौली में एक व्यक्ति फंस गया था और उसको जिंदा बाहर SDRF के जवानों ने निकाला। तो लगातार रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है और दिन तक ही पूरा हो जाएगा। जी।
Thanks so much, Kishore, as always, for joining us with the latest information from Uttarakhand. Let's also get you a quick update from Himachal Pradesh. My colleague VD Sharma joins us live from Shimla at the moment. Sir, homes have been washed away, as we've seen through dramatic visuals. We're also being told that villages have been cut off in many parts of Himachal. What is the status at the moment? Are things slightly better this morning? And what is the forecast over the next 48 hours?
देखिए प्रमेश, अगर मैं आपको फॉरकास्ट की बात करूं तो फॉरकास्ट ये है कि अगले 24 घंटों के लिए भी हिमाचल के मौसम विभाग ने रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है 10 जिलों में, खास तौर पे अगर लाहौल स्पीति और किन्नौर को छोड़कर। और अगर मैं लेटेस्ट अपडेट की बात करूं तो लेटेस्ट अपडेट ये है कि 5 डेड बॉडीज रिकवर हुई है, 49 के करीब अभी भी मिसिंग है और सर्च ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। आज सुबह से सर्च ऑपरेशन खासतौर पर शिमला के रामपुर में सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। मलाना में हालांकि अभी भी जो है रेस्क्यू चल रहा है क्योंकि वहां पे टनल में कुछ लोग फंसे हुए हैं और मंडी में भी ये स्थिति है कमोवेश। वहां पर भी अब क्योंकि कुछ लोगों को वहां बचाया भी गया था, 15 से 20 लोगों को, लेकिन अभी जो है 3 डेड बॉडीज वहां से रिकवर हुए हैं। और उसके साथ साथ जो मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ वो ये है कि वहां से जो है अभी भी सर्च ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। NDRF, SDRF, ITBP, CISF और सेना के लोग जो है सर्च ऑपरेशन अभी भी लगातार जारी है। और ये 6 घटनाएं कुल मिलाकर बुधवार देर रात को हुई थी हिमाचल प्रदेश में। और अगर मैं टोटल आपको बात करूं नुकसान की तो 3 नेशनल हाईवे अभी भी बंद है और 450 के 450 450 के करीब अभी भी जो है रोड्स अभी बंद है, क्लोज है। तो लगातार अभी भी संभावना ये जताई जा रही है कि क्लाउड बर्स्ट या फ्लश फ्लड अभी भी जो है हिमाचल प्रदेश में, जिस तरह का सरकार की तरफ से भी डायरेक्शन दिए गए हैं डिप्टी कमिश्नर को के अलर्ट पे रहे। साथ ही जो है मुख्यमंत्री लगातार हाई लेवल मीटिंग्स ले रहे हैं और खुद आज वो शिमला के रामपुर में अभी 11 बजे वो वहां के लिए निकल रहे हैं। तो लगातार जो है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की संपर्क में भी है। परमेश,
as always, VD Sharma, thank you so much for joining us with the latest information live from Shimla. With that, let's turn our attention now to the other big story we're tracking. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi has now claimed that the Enforcement Directorate was planning to raid him following his Chakravyuh speech during the discussion on the union budget. The Congress leader has said he would be waiting for the Central Probe Agency with open arms as ED insiders told him that a raid was being planned. Mr. Gandhi claimed that there are 6 people, including Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, at the center of this Chakravyuh. He went on and alleged that political executives, central agencies and the idea of monopoly capital, allowing 2 people to own the country's entire wealth, are at the heart of this Chakravyuh. This comes after Mr. Gandhi attacked Prime Minister Modi while speaking on the union budget in the Lok Sabha on the 29th of July. He had said farmers, workers and youngsters of the nation are actually terrified. He criticized Prime Minister Modi for prominently displaying the lotus symbol and claimed that a new Chakravyuh had been created in the 21st century. Sunil Prabhu joins us with a roundup of all the action.
Rahul Gandhi is already undergoing a process of ongoing investigation. It is not as if a new investigation will take place and law has its own course. If tomorrow there is a hearing, if day after tomorrow there is an investigation, if 3 days ago there is a cross-examination, you are already under a scanner. So this is just beyond our comprehension. And as far as the central agencies are concerned, let me make this very categorical. 2013, Supreme Court of India has said that CBI is a caged parrot, Justice R.M. Lodha. So this accusation or this allegation of misuse of agencies, it's a spent force and doesn't hold any water anymore. And as far as the speech of Mr. Rahul Gandhi is concerned, it was a very usual speech, nothing new in his speech, old wine in an old bottle. So Mr. Rahul Gandhi is just trying to make a big issue, a big controversy out of it, and we actually don't see any logic, any sense or any structure to his arguments or this fear mongering, honestly. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is already undergoing a process of ongoing investigation. It is not as if a new investigation will take place and law has its own course. If tomorrow there is a hearing, if day after tomorrow there is an investigation, if 3 days ago there is a cross-examination, you are already under a scanner. So this is just beyond our comprehension. And as far as the central agencies are concerned, let me make this very categorical. 2013, Supreme Court of India has said that CBI is a caged parrot, Justice R.M. Lodha. So this accusation or this allegation of misuse of agencies, it's a spent force and doesn't hold any water anymore. And as far as the speech of Mr. Rahul Gandhi is concerned, it was a very usual speech, nothing new in his speech, old wine in an old bottle. So Mr. Rahul Gandhi is just trying to make a big issue, a big controversy out of it, and we actually don't see any logic, any sense or any structure to his arguments or this fear mongering, honestly.
Well, you just heard from the BJP spokesperson Guru Prakash Paswan regarding Rahul Gandhi's comments. We will, of course, get you an update from my colleague Sunil Prabhu. We are also waiting for my colleague Aishwarya Jain to join us with a quick update from Ground Zero. But Rahul Gandhi has claimed that the ED was planning to raid him following his Chakravyuh speech during the discussion on the union budget. The Congress leader said he would be waiting for the Central Probe Agency with open arms, as ED insiders actually told him that a raid was being planned. Mr. Gandhi claimed that there are 6 people, including Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah, at the center of this Chakravyuh. I'm told Aishwarya is with us for a quick update. Aishwarya, Rahul Gandhi has said that the Chakravyuh that the central government has built is harming crores of people. That's his claim. But BJP's Anurag Thakur has taken a jibe at the statement now.
Well, certainly it is. The Congress party, and also the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, who had made big charges as far as the enforcement directorate raids are concerned. It is Rahul Gandhi who tweeted midnight that the enforcement directorate insiders had stated him that there would be raids which are going to be very soon at Rahul Gandhi's residence or his office, but it was also he stated that the 2 of them, in fact, didn't like the Chakravyuh, speech of him that he gave in the response to the budget discussions, and therefore the reason perhaps ED is now coming to him. He also had, in a sarcastic way, stated that yes, he welcomes the enforcement directorate, and chai and biscuits are on him. But remember, it is the opposition parties who had been stating that the enforcement directorate, income tax, and the Central Bureau of Investigation has been used by the government in several times. And in fact, the speech that he made during the budget session as well, he mentioned that these 3 agencies, which they call as their right hand, and they work under the government's instruction. Rahul Gandhi mentioned that this is a Chakravyuh that the government had been using for the opposition parties to defame them, and therefore the reason perhaps they use it whenever they are required. Remember, during the special session as well, the opposition parties united together and had protested outside the parliament, stating that this is political witch hunt and vendetta when Arvind Kejriwal was arrested, and that's the misuse of agencies that the government is doing. Now, once again, it is Rahul Gandhi who tweeted at midnight and had sparked the entire controversy over the enforcement directorate's raids on him. But certainly it is the Bharatiya Janata Party and several leaders in their first reactions to Rahul Gandhi's tweet and what he claimed clearly had been stating that these are false claims that are being made by Rahul Gandhi. These these agencies are autonomous and independent, and therefore the reason perhaps they work very independently. If there is something that is wrong, then certainly these agencies will act on them. And if Rahul Gandhi has something to hide, or he is fearing of the raids, then he should be welcoming these agencies open-handedly. Now, what pertains and what goes today, whether these claims made by Rahul Gandhi proves true or not, is something that remains to be seen. But certainly, Rahul Gandhi's tweet and his claims will be the major focus agenda today as far as the opposition parties are concerned. And inside and outside the parliament, we are hearing that there would be the protest by the opposition parties against the misuse of the government, of the central investigative agencies inside and outside the parliament as well today.
Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court will pronounce its detailed judgment giving reasons for not cancelling the NEET undergraduate 2024 examination. Now, if you remember, on the 23rd of July, the Apex Court had rejected the plea for a retest and stated that the detailed reasons would be given later. Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud had observed that conducting a fresh exam would have serious consequences as it would affect.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. In 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India. A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India. A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV.
Rain havoc in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. 5 people are dead and 49 people are still missing in Himachal cloudbursts. Meanwhile, 11 people have died in heavy rain in Uttarakhand. The orange alert continues for the state. Over 455 Kedarnath pilgrims have been rescued last night. The Central Bureau of Investigation filed the charge sheet in the NEET paper leak case. 13 accused have been charge sheeted. Patna solvers have been named in the CBI charge sheet. Rahul Gandhi alleges Enforcement Directorate is planning a raid against him. Rahul's jibe against the PM. He says 2-in-1 did not like the Chakravyuh speech. And in Paris, badminton star PV Sindhu has been knocked out. She loses to world number 9 Bing Zhao. India's medal tally remains at 3 as far as the Paris Olympics is concerned. Well, our big focus remains Wayanad. Rescue operations continue as the death toll in the landslides that devastated Wayanad district of Kerala crosses 290. In fact, the latest toll is 295 dead. While search for missing people continues, relief camps in the landslide hit Wayanad has been set up. In fact, many villages and homes have been swept away in the landslides that occurred on the 30th of July. Rescue and relief operations, as you can see on your screens, are in full swing. The Indian Army has completed the construction of a Bailey bridge in record time, and this bridge is actually crucial in connecting Churalmala with Mundakai over the Iruvaiphuzha river. The bridge is now open to traffic and handed over to the civil administration. I must inform you that Congress leader and former Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi and his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, they visited the landslide affected area of Churalmala in Wayanad yesterday afternoon. Unfortunately, 295 people have died and over 200 people are still missing. The army has built a bridge in record time to aid movement in crucial areas as the death toll mounts and as the rescue operations continue and the search relief operations continue. The Army and the NDRF have been involved round the clock. In fact, the restoration work is underway as we speak.
Day 3 of the mammoth rescue operations in Kerala's Wayanad, hit by massive landslides that have devastated a number of villages. On Thursday, a makeshift bridge was assembled for easier access to the regions affected and isolated by the landslide. The defense teams pulled out 7 bodies at a stretch, taking the number of deaths to over 290. There are around 200 people missing and several thousand who are now lodged across 18 relief camps. Former Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi visited the site along with his sister Priyanka and met with the affected.
There is still a lot of work to be done here, but it's a huge tragedy. I'd like to thank all the people who are working here, the doctors, the nurses, the administration, volunteers. I'm very proud of everyone who's working here, but it's very, very sad to see.
Kerala Chief Minister Iruvaiphuzha was huddled in a high-level meeting. The state has denied the centre's claim of having issued the alert earlier, and the Kerala Assembly Speaker insisted on more discussions on this key issue.
It's quite unfortunate that when Kerala is facing this kind of a huge tragedy, a natural disaster, a union government, Shri Amit Shah, he's telling like this. So we have to, Honorable CM himself has responded to this comment.
But when it comes to this region, it is prone to landslides and there has been heavy rains. Could this have been avoided?
Yeah, this is to be discussed. The statement made by Amit Shah, that I don't know. I spoke to CM, he had made clearly the statement. In the evening itself, Honorable Chief Minister has given his reply to the Honorable Home Minister. So this issue has to be seriously discussed.
Meanwhile, those who have died are being laid to rest free of cost by volunteers in the region.
Meanwhile, politics continues to peak, with the BJP accusing the Kerala government of censorship. BJP MP Tejasvi Surya has alleged that the Kerala government has passed an order restraining science and tech institutions from field visits, as well as sharing details and reports of disaster-affected areas. The Kerala government has now withdrawn the order, with the Chief Secretary's office issuing a clarification. A note was issued regarding exercising restraint in expressing opinions related to the landslide in Wayanad, but it was not issued with the intent to restrain the scientific community, but to discourage statements and opinions that may be misinterpreted or misquoted. Pratibha Raman is with us live. She's been tracking the latest details for us on Ground Zero. She joins us from Wayanad at the moment. Pratibha, you mentioned the official death toll in the twin landslides is now currently at 295 and 200 people are still missing.
That's right. In fact, that is the official number right now, 295 dead. And we are also looking at a lot of body parts that have also been recovered. And it is quite disturbing in the fact that you need to identify those bodies with just the body parts. That is going to be quite a Herculean task in terms of DNA testing and other such scientific methods that need to be used. And in the meantime, yes, there is a rescue operation that is on in full swing. Before that, let me give you a sense of the climate here at Wayanad. Let my camera person pan and show you. It is still raining out here, and once you get into the interiors where the
Welcome back. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has supported the demand for withdrawing GST on life and medical insurance premiums, stating that it adversely affects the people's ability to take care of their vital needs. This actually comes the day after Union Minister Nitin Gadkari wrote to Nirmala Sitharaman and raised the demand for withdrawing the 18% goods and services tax on life and medical insurance premiums, which was backed by several opposition leaders. Saurabh Gupta has the finer details for you.
Well, you know, this is something that the opposition believes is an issue that it can corner the government on, because remember, life insurance premiums are premiums that the middle class and everyone else pays, and often healthcare costs in this country can be quite steep, and for something like that to tackle an emergency or to tackle, you know, something as basic as healthcare is what these life insurance premiums are acquired for, medical insurance, you know, whatever insurance premiums that we are talking about. And in this context, the opposition does feel that, you know, that there is a case here, especially with Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, who is also a senior BJP leader, writing to the Finance Minister. Now, the Trinamool has already raised this in Parliament. Trinamool MP Saket Gokhale raised it in Parliament. Also, we know that during a press conference in Kolkata, West Bengal's Finance Minister Chandrima Bhattacharya also raised it, that Mamata Banerjee has clearly given a message to the union government, and it says that if the government of India does not roll back this anti-people GST, we will be bound to hit the road. And everyone knows that as a politician, Mamata Banerjee is known for the agitations she runs and she's held, and that's her style of politics. And she's of course saying that our demand from the government is to roll back the GST from life insurance and medical insurance premium on grounds of people's health imperatives. The GST is bad because it adversely affects people's ability to take care of their basic vital needs. Healthcare is basic. Healthcare is very expensive if one has to avail it from the private sector. To beat that, to take care of emergencies like healthcare emergencies, people buy insurance, and that insurance, if it's taxed so heavily, it's something that everyone believes is anti people, and that is something that of course Mamata Banerjee is also saying. And then of course several opposition parties joining the chorus as far as the rollback of GST on insurance premiums is concerned, and it remains to be seen what the union government does as far as this demand is concerned. The Trinamool is very clear: if you don't roll back, we will hit the streets.
Let's turn our attention now to the national capital, where 6 days later, students continue to protest at the coaching centre. In fact, UPSC aspirants demand justice for lives that were lost and also accountability to be fixed in the case. The court had asked all relevant files to be produced before them. This, as the MCD director is expected to appear in the Delhi High Court. The Delhi Police has been impleaded as a respondent. The Delhi High Court had actually pulled the authorities, Delhi government and the municipal cooperation officials for not acting in time. The court also questioned why the Delhi Police has not made any arrests from the MCD in this case. Protests continue at coaching centres, though the MCD Commissioner is expected to appear before the High Court in Delhi in a short while from now. The big question remains, will things change for students? Will the students finally get justice? As we had mentioned day before yesterday, this area, Old Rajendra Nagar, also witnessed flooding. Inclement weather had affected this area yet again, but the water was promptly cleared out by Delhi MCDU officials with the help of submersible pumps within a few hours. Students, as you can see, are still protesting and demanding justice, waiting for written assurances from authorities. With that, let's turn our attention now to Manipur, where journalists are angry over the alleged brutal crackdown by the police when they were covering the protest in Akhempet camp yesterday. They demand action against the Manipur police because yesterday victims of last year's violence, the ethnic violence that was staged, they were protesting to be relocated, but the police used tear gas shells to disperse them. Ratandeep Chaudhary is tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Ratandeep, what is the latest update? We are told journalists are demonstrating currently over the brutal crackdown by the Manipur police.
Well, journalists had actually hit the streets of Imphal with a protest rally last evening after what happened last afternoon when there were confrontation between the inmates of the Akhempet relief camp, where for the last 15 months hundreds of people who have lost their livelihoods, their homes in different parts of Manipur due to last year's ethnic violence have been kept there. They were trying to come out with a rally since the budget session of the Manipur Assembly is on. Therefore, the security apparatus around the state capital Imphal has been beefed up, and police did not allow them to take out this rally. That led to a confrontation. Police had to use tear gas shells. Those visuals we have been playing out right from the last afternoon when we broke the story. And remember, police had used force on people who have been the victim of last year's violence, and in fact visuals went viral about the kind of police action which was taken. In fact, there were visuals which were very concerning, given the fact that tear gas shell landed in a school and the school students were completely traumatized. Now, media went there to report all this, and then a video went viral where it is seen that a group of policemen and one police sub-inspector particularly chased a journalist. He showed his identity card, yet he was allegedly beaten up. Now this journalist has been admitted in hospital. Few other people who were part of the agitation are injured in the police action. Then the journalist hit the street. All Manipur Working Journalists Association and the Editors Guild of Manipur have jointly sent a memorandum to the Chief Minister asking for an immediate probe, independent probe into this incident of assault on journalists who was on duty, and action against Manipur police, which has been also called out in social media for its high-handedness.
As always, Ratnadeep, thank you so much for joining us with the latest details. Well, it was a hard day for Indian badminton in the Paris Olympics. After the exit of Satvik Sairaj Rankireddy, Chirag Shetty and Yashasvi Pranoy, India's most successful shuttler in the Olympic Games, PV Sindhu, bowed out as well. Playing against China's 6th seed Hebing Jiao, Sindhu faltered, losing in straight games at the La Chapelle Arena's Court 3. This was actually the first time in her career that PV Sindhu was not able to bring home a medal from the Summer Games. Well, the latest Olympics controversy. Italian boxer Angela Carini walked out of a wrestling match against Algeria's Imane Khalif, who failed a gender eligibility test back in 2023. Carini, who refused to continue with the fight with Khalif, also said that Khalif's punches were the hardest she had faced in her entire career. She walked out in tears after the fight ended in 46 seconds after a walkout, extremely rare in Olympics history.
Solid straight right hand from Khalif there.
Meanwhile, India shooter Swapnil Kusale clinched yet another shooting medal for India at the Paris Olympics as he won the bronze in the men's 50-meter rifle 3 positions event. Now, spending much of the early parts of the final in the 5th or 6th position, Swapnil made a dash for the top to clinch a historic bronze. This becomes India's 3rd shooting medal.
तो शूटिंग रेंज में एक बार फिर भारतीय शूटर्स ने धमाका किया है। महाराष्ट्र के स्वप्निल कुसले ने ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीता है। स्वप्निल एक बार इस मेडल को दिखाइए, क्योंकि बहुत रेयर मोमेंट है, इतिहास रचा है। पहली बार है कि जब ओलंपिक्स में 3 मेडल आए हैं शूटिंग से और भी आने को उम्मीद है। ये कितनी बड़ी बात है। स्वप्निल तीसरा मेडल आना, क्योंकि इस देखिए 2 बार नहीं आया था तो लग रहा था, फिर आपको जैसे कई लोगों से बात दे डिड नॉट रेट यू दैट हाई, है ना, बड़े बड़े शूटर्स हैं और आप अनलकी भी रहे। एशियन गेम्स में 41st शॉट गलत गया, आप बाहर हो गए। अभी अंजलि भागवत से आपके बारे में बात हो रही थी, ये थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन कीजिए अपना जो प्रोसेस है।
पहले तो मैं कांग्रेस करूँगा जो जर्नी है, काफ़ी हद से चेंजेस भी हुए हैं, अप डाउन भी हुए हैं, बट उससे ही मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा है और यहाँ पे उस सब चीज़ों का इस्तेमाल करके मैंने शूट किया। एंड जो एशियन गेम्स में हुआ या वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में हुआ, इट्स जस्ट अ पास्ट एंड उससे काफ़ी चीज़ सीखने को मिली एंड वही जो सीखने के बाद उसको करेक्शन करके यहाँ पे मैंने उसको इस्तेमाल किया।
अंजलि भागवत से भी मेरी बातचीत हुई, बोले कि विंडी कंडीशन था आज भी वहाँ पे, जो कि उनको दिन नजर आ रहा था। पीटी उषा नर्वस हो रही थी, तो ओवरऑल जो आपके लिए बहुत आसान नहीं था और वो कह रहे थे कि जब उसका 41st शॉट जो था वो 10.5 लगा तो लगा कि नहीं अब मेडल आ गया, और आप बहुत नीचे से ऊपर आए इस फाइनल में भी।
मैं किसी का टारगेट नहीं देख रहा था, लाइक वहाँ पे स्कोर बोर्ड होता है। टू बी ऑनेस्ट मैंने किसी का आज स्कोर बोर्ड नहीं देखा, आई थिंक लास्ट के 2 शॉट्स में भी देखे होंगे, बट पहले मैं खुद के बॉडी के ऊपर एंड ब्रीथ के ऊपर ही बस मैं फोकस कर रहा था एंड वही मुझे चाहना, मतलब वही मेरे को ऐसा था कि हाँ वही चाहिए था मुझे एंड उसी की चीज़ को पकड़ के मैंने अच्छे तरीके से शूट किया आज।
तो शूटिंग रेंज में एक बार फिर भारतीय शूटर्स ने धमाका किया है। महाराष्ट्र के स्वप्निल कुसले ने
ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीता है। स्वप्निल एक बार इस मेडल को दिखाइए, क्योंकि बहुत रेयर मोमेंट है, इतिहास रचा है। पहली बार है कि जब ओलंपिक्स में 3 मेडल आए हैं शूटिंग से, और भी आने की उम्मीद है। ये कितनी बड़ी बात है स्वप्निल, तीसरा मेडल आना, क्योंकि इस देखिए 2 बार नहीं आया था तो लग रहा था, फिर आपको जैसे कई लोगों से बात की, दे डिड नॉट रेट यू दैट हाई, है ना, बड़े बड़े शूटर्स हैं।
Let's revert to the top story we're tracking. The Central Bureau of Investigation has filed its first charge sheet in the alleged NEET undergraduate examination paper leak case, naming 13 people as accused. The charge sheet says that the accused were allegedly involved in the paper leak as well as other irregularities, further adding that the accused were involved in continuing. The accused and suspects are being probed at the moment. Several of them are already in police and judicial custody. Prabhakar joins us with the roundup of all the latest action. Right, we will of course get you a ground update from Prabhakar in a short while from now. But let's turn our attention for the time being to Antarctica. Antarctica is experiencing its second extreme heat wave, believe it or not, in the last 3 years. Take a look at the finer details. A vast swath of Antarctica is experiencing a near-record winter heat wave in a disturbing sign of the polar temperature spikes brought by a warming world. Ground temperatures in Antarctica have soared more than 28 degrees Celsius above normal in the second major heat wave to afflict the region in the past 2 years. This historic warm spell could persist for another 10 days and is an ominous example of the major temperature spikes this polar climate could experience more frequently in a warming world. Because the heat wave comes in the middle of the Antarctic winter, temperatures are still hovering around -20 degrees Celsius. Still, the Antarctic temperature normally is the largest on the globe according to weather models. While the South Pole station will clinch its warmest July since 2002, about 6.3 degrees Celsius above average, the largest heat wave in Antarctica and anywhere in the world occurred in March 2022, when the eastern coast of Antarctica spiked at least 39 degrees Celsius above normal. Believe it or not, scientists on site wore shorts and removed their shirts while the area experienced intense melting. But what is causing the heat wave? Winter temperatures in Antarctica substantially fluctuate because of the lack of sunlight, but this heat wave is a much larger deviation from the norm than usual. It's too early to determine all of its causes, but scientists say it may be at least partially linked to processes occurring about 30 kilometers above the surface in the stratosphere. Atmospheric pressures over East Antarctica are also surging to absolute bonkers levels, tweeted Ben Knoll, a meteorologist and IMD scientist based in New Zealand. The weather in the southern hemisphere is a little wild at the moment, he wrote. Several other factors may be helping to intensify the heat wave. Antarctic sea ice cover is the second lowest on record for this time of the year, just barely above the record-breaking levels in 2023. As the globe warms, however, the poles are warming at an even faster rate. Recent ice core data and modeling show Antarctica is warming up twice as fast as the global average. This is the second extraordinary heat wave to hit the continent in the past 2 years, with the last causing the collapse of an ice shelf the size of Rome. Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India. A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Wayanad death toll mounts. 295 people have died. It's day 4 of the rescue operations, but over 200 people are still missing. The army has built a key 190-foot Bailey Bridge. Rain havoc across Himachal Pradesh and the state of Uttarakhand. 5 people have died and 49 people are missing in Himachal Pradesh. 13 people are dead in heavy rain in Uttarakhand as an orange alert continues. Meanwhile, over 450 Kedarnath pilgrims have been rescued last night. Rahul Gandhi alleges the Enforcement Directorate is planning a raid against him. Rahul's jibe against Prime Minister Modi. He says the 2-in-1 did not like the Chakravyuh speech. The Central Bureau of Investigation filed the charge sheet in the NEET paper leak case. 13 accused have been charge sheeted. Patna solvers have been named in this charge sheet. Badminton star PV Sindhu has been knocked out in Paris. She loses to world number 9 Bing Zhao. India's medal tally at the Paris Olympic remains 3. Our big focus. Rescue efforts in the landslide affected Churalmala and Wayanad have entered their 4th day. The death toll has reached over 300. This is what the Health Minister from Kerala, Veena George, has informed ANI. Many villages and homes have been swept away in the landslides that occurred on the 30th of July. Despite heavy rain and a challenging terrain, 40 rescue teams are continuing their search operations. These 40 teams, we are told, will also be conducting search operations in 6 zones of the landslide hit areas. Rescue and relief ops are in full swing. The Indian Army has completed the construction of the Bailey Bridge in record time. It's a 190-foot bridge. This bridge is crucial in connecting Churalmala with Mundakai over a river. The bridge is now open to traffic and it's been handed over to the civil administration. Congress leader and former Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi and his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra visited the landslide affected area in Wayanad last afternoon. Now, to help the displaced people and assist in rehabilitation efforts, NDTV has started a Care for Kerala campaign. Here are the details. Meanwhile, politics continues to peak with the BJP accusing the Kerala government of censorship. BJP MP Tejasvi Surya has alleged that the Kerala government has passed an order restraining science and tech institutions from field visits as well as sharing details and reports of disaster affected areas. The Kerala government has now withdrawn the order, with the Chief Secretary's office issuing a clarification instead. A note was issued regarding exercising restraint in expressing opinions related to the landslide in Wayanad, but it was not issued with the intent to restrain the scientific community, but to discourage statements and opinions that may be misinterpreted or misquoted. Very unfortunate and tragic news coming in from Kerala, because 295 people have been confirmed dead in Wayanad. Several villages, homes have been washed away. Unfortunately, the politics continues to peak over this absolutely colossal tragedy. In fact, let's just take a look at Tejasvi Surya's post on X as well. He has said, emergency and censorship come naturally to communists. An atrocious order has been passed by Kerala government restraining science and tech institutions from field visits as well as sharing details and reports of disaster affected areas. Tejasvi Surya further adds, the state government is frightened that such activities will expose the Wayanad landslides. That is what his latest post on X says. The death toll, I must inform you, has now crossed 300 as per the latest details that the Kerala Health Minister Veena George has disclosed. The BJP saying that the state government is holding back reports on disaster relief data. The government in Kerala has rebutted and withdrawn an advisory, instead issuing a clarification. But very unfortunate that 295 people have lost their lives in this natural tragedy. Rescue efforts in the landslide affected Churalmala in Wayanad have entered their 4th day. We are told around 200 people are still missing and many villages and homes have been swept away in the landslides that occurred on the 30th of July. My colleague Pratibha Raman has been on the ground tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live from Wayanad at the moment. Pratibha, the Kerala's Health Minister Veena George is saying that the death toll has now reached over 300. Do we have a confirmation?
Well, as of now, what we hear from on ground is that it is definitely around 295 where the death toll stands at right now. And we are also told that they are trying to see how many more bodies that they can recover. Now, I have already mentioned that it took around 16 hours to build a bridge that had to be accessed with respect to the far-flung areas. And this has now proved to be pretty advantageous to move the earth-moving equipment as well as other JCBs that could be pretty helpful in nature in terms of removing the mud as well as the slush there to help in retrieving many of those bodies that are buried underneath. In fact, let me show you this entire region. hilly regions here and different places that have hotels as well as resorts. Now, it was a similar landscape like this at Mundakai, which has been washed out completely, and it was pretty remote in nature in terms of not being able to access that. And right now, it is a bridge like that, which will help in reaching out to those areas and trying to see if they can recover more bodies. Around 200 odd people are missing, and there is still hope that there would be people who would survive this tragedy. But then it is pretty unfortunate to know that there needs to be thermal scanners that need to be used in terms of identifying those bodies that are lying underneath there. And talking about this landscape, this place is home to a lot of tea plantations, and many of the plantation workers were also stranded in different parts of those sites where the landslides occurred. Hilly regions here, and the soil is pretty loose. Also, the trees that have been uprooted also not helping in terms of the rescue operation there. So you need to have a lot of JCBs moving in to remove all of those rubble as well as debris there to try and see if they could get those bodies there that are still lying buried underneath. So thermal scanners, dog squads, JCB equipment, defense teams, NDRF teams, all of them working round the clock despite the inclement weather conditions there. In the meantime, yes, there is a political blame game that is on, but then right now the priority must definitely be the rescue operation, is what we hear from people on ground. Back to you.
Right. Also, Pratibha, the State Revenue Minister K. Rajan mentioned that a drone-based radar from Delhi would arrive on Saturday to actually help locate bodies that are buried under the mud.
We are talking of bodies that are buried as deep as around 12 feet. So it is pretty manually impossible to reach out to those. Yes, equipments like the thermal scanners as well as the other equipment there that would be arriving from Delhi would definitely be extremely useful in nature. Also, another thing that one needs to mention is that many of them are volunteers who have come in from different pockets of Kerala to try and see. One trying to say that I have a JCB equipment, please use that. Another saying that we would fund the ropeways that are being used for rescuing many of the people. In fact, another person who has also said that he would be giving away at least around 100 houses to those people who are rendered homeless. So a lot of people who are gathered here to try and see how they could help the rescue teams. So that also deserves a lot of applause, as well as mentioning here in terms of people from Kerala who are trying to show that they are resilient in nature. They will come out of this tragedy. When is still a question. Yes, it is definitely going to take quite a lot of days in terms of normalcy to return at a place like Wayanad, which has always been known for its beautiful landscape here. Unfortunate that it is known for all the wrong reasons at this point in time. Back to you.
Just for this point of time, though, as we wrap, Pratibha, you have been reporting that 40 teams are conducting search operations. These 40 teams will be conducting search operations in 6 zones. Could you tell our viewers what these 6 zones are?
Well, in fact, yes, that is the exact place where the landslides occurred. We are talking of 3 landslides that occurred in a span of 4 hours, and it is definitely going to be difficult. So let me ask my camera person to pan and show you. When there is a hilly region like this, the landslide happens from the top and it falls down to the base level where there was a bridge that proved to be the axis, and that is the bridge that collapsed, and I was talking to you about the makeshift bridge there. So those hilly regions have different villages and towns that are there, which are all under the rubble, and that is precisely why it becomes difficult in terms of search operations, and you need to have different teams exploring at least the different zones that I'm talking about. The 6 zones are Punchiri Mattum region, Mundakai that we have already visited, the school area there, Churalmala town area, village area, and the downstream area. Now the downstream area is where the flash floods occurred. As I speak to you, you can see the rescue teams there making their way up and down from the safer locations where they could be shifted and coming back to the Churalmala town there. In fact, we are also heading to the Churalmala town, and you can see many of the animals here as well that have survived the tragedy. We have been talking only about human lives, but several of those animals are also being rescued from this tragedy there. A very, very difficult and a distressing situation here on ground in terms of the rescue operation there. We are talking about several lives that have been lost. None of them that have really accounted for the animals too that have braved this disaster there. In fact, when we did visit Mundakai, there were a lot of cattle as well that were trying to survive this tragedy there. All of them huddled in more of the safer locations there. In fact, there was a mosque lying on right at the top, and most of the animals as well as several of those people were also lodged there trying to see if they could find some shelter there. And this is exactly how most of them were trying to see if they could find safer locations there. Plantation who had survived this tragedy, and these are the kind of buildings that were there lodged at the site, all of them under the rubble. So it was pretty difficult to see that lives that were once there. In fact, you can see the ambulances that are heading from this place. Several of these ambulances making their way to the Churalmala town area to try and see how they could save lives there and also bring in the bodies that have been recovered there. So that's the picture that we bring you from Wayanad here. Most of them trying to make their way up and down to see if they could find more survivors, all of them in the hope of finding more survivors than dead persons. Back to you.
As always, Pratibha, thank you so much for joining us with that detailed update from Ground Zero in Wayanad. My colleague Pratibha Raman reporting all the live updates for you, getting you the latest developments from Wayanad. We will, of course, get you regular updates from Kerala. For now, let's turn our attention to Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. Heavy rain has disrupted normal life in HP and Uttarakhand. At least 13 people have died in cloudburst-related incidents in Uttarakhand, while at least 5 people have died in Himachal Pradesh. There was a cloudburst in Mandi, Shimla and Kullu. Houses were washed away. Rivers are in full spate, as my colleague VD Sharma has been reporting. The IMD predicts more rain spells for the states. Road connectivity, I must inform you, has been snapped, and people are forced to relocate to higher regions or safer locations. Now, relief and rescue operations are underway in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, and the centre has assured that these two states will be given all the help possible. Over 450 pilgrims have been rescued from the Kedarnath Yatra route last night. As my colleague Kishore Rawat has been reporting, over 2,400 pilgrims have been rescued so far, and rescue operations are continuing today as well. Kishore is with us over the phone line at the moment. Kishore, what is the death toll at the moment as far as Uttarakhand is concerned, and take us through the latest forecast as well.
फिलहाल अभी तक जो वेडनेसडे को जो बारिश हुई थी उसके वजह से अभी तक जो नंबर ऑफ डेथ्स है वो लगभग 13 बताया जा रहा है. इसके अलावा 16 पीपल्स मिसिंग है. दूसरी तरफ रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो केदारनाथ, खासकर क्योंकि केदारनाथ में यात्रा चल रही थी और उस दौरान काफी सारे जो यात्री है वो वापस लौट रहे थे, तो जगह जगह पर रोड वॉश आउट हो गया था और लोग फंस गए थे. तो ऐसे में उनको निकाला जा रहा है. लगभग 2400 से ज्यादा यात्रियों को सुरक्षित निकाल दिया गया है. 737 से ज्यादा यात्रियों को चॉपर्स के माध्यम से निकाला गया है. दूसरी तरफ जो अभी 1300 से ज्यादा यात्रियों की फंसे होने की, यानी वो जगह जगह रोका गया है. फंसे उनको कहना ठीक नहीं होगा, वो जगह जगह रोका गया है उनको, क्योंकि वो पैदल नीचे जो रास्ता था वो काफी जगह टूट गया है. तो ऐसे में अब उनको चॉपर से MI-17 और चिनूक और उसके अलावा जो सिविल एविएशन के चॉपर्स हैं उनको भी लगाया गया है और उनके माध्यम से उनको निकाला जाएगा. उम्मीद की जा रही है कि दोपहर तक ये यात्रियों को निकाल दिया जाएगा. लेकिन फिलहाल अगर अब अगले 24 घंटों की बारिश की बात करें तो ज्यादातर जिलों में येलो अलर्ट है भारी बारिश का. और दूसरी तरफ उत्तरकाशी जो कि हिमाचल से सटा हुआ जिला है और काफी वहां पर बारिश पिछले दिनों रिकॉर्ड की गई थी और वहां पर ऑरेंज अलर्ट है. तो इस नाते क्योंकि हिमाचल से सटा हुआ इलाका है तो वहां पर अभी फिलहाल अलर्ट पर लोगों को रखा गया है और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन ओवरऑल देखा जाए केदारनाथ का तो वो अभी चल रहा है जी।
Kishore, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update. Let's turn our attention now to the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, who has now claimed that the Enforcement Directorate was planning to raid him following his Chakravyuh speech during the discussion on the union budget. The Congress leader said he would be waiting for the Central Probe Agency with open arms as ED insiders told him that a raid was being planned. Mr. Gandhi claimed that there are 6 people, including Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah, at the centre of this Chakravyuh. Rahul Gandhi went on to claim that political executives, central agencies, and the idea of monopoly capital allowing 2 people to own the country's entire wealth are at the heart of this Chakravyuh. This comes after Mr. Gandhi attacked Prime Minister Modi while speaking on the union budget in the Lok Sabha on the 29th of July. He had said farmers, workers and youngsters of the nation are terrified. He criticized the Prime Minister for prominently displaying the lotus symbol and claimed that a new Chakravyuh had been created in the 21st century. This is not the first time that the opposition has alleged that the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation are being misused. Remember, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal have also levelled similar allegations against the centre that central agencies are being misused by the centre. Vasudha Venugopal is tracking the latest developments for us, that and also the action in Parliament. Vasudha, now Rahul Gandhi's comments have blown up. BJP Lok Sabha MP Anurag Thakur has also apparently taken a jibe on Gandhi's statements on the Mahabharat and Chakravyuh.
Absolutely, Parmeshwar, and I'm coming to you live from the Parliament, and in about a few minutes from now the session will begin, and I promise you that this is going to be yet another day of a lot of disagreements, a lot of chaos, a lot of clutter, and that is also because of this late night tweet by Rahul Gandhi, who is not just a Congress MP now, he's also the leader of opposition, and he has claimed that the ED is going to raid him soon, and in fact he has said that he's going to be waiting for them with open arms with chai and biscuit. Now the point is, soon after that, Congress MP Manikam Thakur, who is from Tamil Nadu, from Virudhunagar, he has already moved an adjournment motion seeking a discussion on the alleged misuse of central agencies by the centre. Like you rightly pointed out, this is something that the opposition has been talking about, from Abhishek Banerjee to Tejaswi Yadav to the Gandhis to Arvind Kejriwal to Hemant Soren. Several leaders have come under scrutiny of investigating agencies for a while now. The government, to its defence, has always said that these agencies are free to work according to their mandate and autonomy, and that the centre has no role to play in that whatsoever. But clearly there is a lot of politics that the opposition will want to also highlight in this. So today is going to be a lot about that. Other than that, what we can expect in the Parliament is, of course, the TMC, very interestingly, backing Nitin Gadkari, Senior Minister Nitin Gadkari's plea to Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, to basically reduce or at least remove the 18% tax on medical insurance premium, saying that this is basically taxing the uncertainties of life. Mamata Banerjee, the Supremo of TMC, has already tweeted. She's the West Bengal Chief Minister, and she said that TMC will continue fighting for the removal of GST. Dola Sen yesterday, while speaking in the debate that was to do with agriculture, also pointed this out. Today, our colleague Ghosh Dastidar has said that TMC will be raising this. That will be an interesting point. There will also be discussions, Parmeshwar, on NEET, unemployment and regulation of airfares. I understand that MP from Kerala, Shafi Parambal, the Congress MP, would also be moving a private member's bill with regard to the need for regulating airfare, which is something that has been concerning every citizen, considering that airfares have been going up. Other than that, we can also expect a lot of clutter, like I said, on this misuse, the alleged misuse of agencies, because Rahul Gandhi, as the leader of opposition, has of course raised it. Anurag Thakur, the MP of BJP from Hamirpur, has of course given the government's defence to it, saying that Rahul Gandhi's ancestors, talking about the Gandhis, he said that these are the people who have always deprived the SC/ST sections of their rights. So clearly a lot of fault lines have been drawn, and the centre of it all is cast. And with the judgment yesterday, with the verdict of the Supreme Court yesterday, with the ruling yesterday on the subcategorization decision. All of this is only going to get more interesting. But today, what will be more exciting is to see how the BJP reacts to Congress MP and Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi's claim that the ED is all set to raid him. Rahul Gandhi has also been under the scrutiny of investigating agencies with regard to the with regard to the National Herald case. We saw both the Gandhis, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi appearing in front of the court. They are out on bail. So clearly that is something that the BJP has always used in its political narrative. But today, how does it play out in the Parliament is something that we'll have to wait and watch.
Well, an action-packed day expected in Parliament and an action-packed day for you as well, Vasudha. We'll keep reverting to you for regular updates. Thanks so much. With that, let's turn our attention now to the Supreme Court, because the top court will pronounce its detailed judgment giving reasons for not cancelling the NEET undergraduate 2024 exam. On the 23rd of July, if you remember, the Apex Court had rejected the plea for a retest and stated that the detailed reasons would be given later. CJI D.Y. Chandrachud had observed that conducting a fresh exam would have serious consequences as it would affect more than 24 lakh students who appeared in this exam. My colleague Sunil Prabhu has been tracking the latest developments for us. He contextualized the case for us and gave us the lowdown. Listen in.
It was a difficult decision. If you saw the order the last time round, it made it clear that they have decided against cancelling the exam only because of the fact that it would have put the entire academic schedule, the medical exam academic schedule in disarray. And that's the reason why they didn't want future generations to suffer. And because of the fact that even though there was a paper leak, they have found a middle path to ensure that in future, anybody who has been found through illegal means will be penalized and allowed the counselling to take place. So it's in that context, we will now get the full reasoning behind how Chief Justice of India and his bench, which heard this matter for 4 days, it has preoccupied the lakhs of students from June to July when the Supreme Court was hearing this matter, and finally after it gave an interim order very categorically saying that they're not staying, but as I pointed out very categorically making that provision saying the reasons behind why we are not doing so is because we don't want the exam schedule, the academic schedule of future generations to suffer because this would mean redoing the entire exam, and that would have delayed the whole admission process for months, if not for nearly a year.
Meanwhile, the Central Bureau of Investigation has filed its first charge sheet in the alleged NEET undergraduate exam paper leak case, naming 13 people as accused. The charge sheet says that the accused were allegedly involved in the paper leak and other irregularities. In fact, it goes on to say that the CBI is continuing further investigation against other accused suspects and on other aspects of the case as well. Several of the accused are already in police or judicial custody. As and when further investigation against these suspects or accused is complete, supplementary charge sheets will be filed. As always, news and updates continue on the other side of this very short break.
जीते तो अगली बार इज्जत दांव पे होगी और ना जीते तब तो इज्जत ही दांव पे होगी। इसलिए हारे तब भी रुकना नहीं है, जीते तब भी रुकना नहीं है। हर ओलंपिक्स में इनके साथ जुड़े हैं JSW।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. the NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India. A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Welcome back. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi has now claimed that the Enforcement Directorate was planning to raid him following his Chakravyuh speech during the discussion on the union budget. The Congress leader has said he would be waiting for the Central Probe Agency with open arms as ED insiders told him that a raid was being planned. Rahul Gandhi has claimed that there are 6 people, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah, at the center of this Chakravyuh. He's gone on to claim that political executives, central agencies, and the idea of monopoly capital allowing 2 people to own the country's entire wealth are at the heart of this Chakravyuh. I must inform you that he also criticized the Prime Minister for prominently displaying the lotus symbol and claimed that a new Chakravyuh had been created in the 21st century. But this is not the first time that the opposition has alleged that the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation are being misused. If you trace your memory, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal have also leveled similar allegations against the centre that central agencies are actually being misused by the centre. Now for a quick comment, we have with us BJP spokesperson Nalin Kohli. I'm told we're going to be joined by Congress MP Manikam Tagore in a few moments from now. But I'd like to take this question to you, Mr. Kohli. The Congress has once again raised questions on the working of the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation. Is there a political witch hunt against the opposition?
No, there are 2 separate questions here. I don't agree of them being together. In the case of Arvind Kejriwal, he is the only chief.
Right, Mr. Kohli.
When the allegations of helping. Hello?
Please go ahead.
Yes, I was saying there are 2 separate questions here, and let me try to answer them separately. First, on the general allegation of the misuse of the Enforcement Directorate or other agencies. If the Trinamool Congress says so, then they have to explain why tons of crores of rupees in cash have been found at their supporters or their ministers or their leaders' houses. If it is the Congress party, they have to explain how a member of parliament had 350 crores in cash at his house, their member of parliament. If it's Arvind Kejriwal, he has to explain why in the world are the courts not granting his colleagues bail for so long? Why is he still in jail? And why he has no answers with respect to why did he remove the old excise policy, claiming the new one to be better, and then threw the new one into the dustbin when it came out that he had helped or seemed to have benefited, it seemed to have been targeted to benefit some individual or private players. So let's keep that one part aside. The witch hunt argument doesn't work because there is also enough to show that opposition leaders have been amassing wealth and that has been caught, which is ill-gotten wealth. Now let's come to Mr. Rahul Gandhi. As always, Mr. Rahul Gandhi succeeds in creating a controversy in which he needs to give more answers than the questions that he asks. On what basis has he arrived at this conclusion? ED will raid me. So the first question that needs to be asked is, does he fear that he has something to hide and therefore is preparing for it and wants to threaten the ED not to come? Because after all, he and his family members are facing serious investigation in the mega fraud or scam of National Herald as one example. Number two, if this is a false and completely manufactured, concocted story, then tomorrow he'll say, look, they got scared of me. Daro mat is my new slogan. Main dara nahi to wo dar gaye. So you create a false narrative. The third is he and a set of people planning to now disrupt parliament on creating a false narrative? So you create a manufacture of false narrative, and Mr. Gandhi seems to be doing that. He has gone ahead and done that with the EVM machines. He has gone ahead and called the election commission names. Ultimately, his party's seats went up. Does he not owe an apology to the nation, to the election commission, to answer why did he say that the EVM machines are bad when opposition has won, when elections are free in this country? Why does he go abroad and then say Indian democracy is in danger when he's an elected member from the same process? So I think Mr. Gandhi seems to have a set of advisors that perhaps make him come up with these statements, and it may be part of what is sort of campaign to establish him as some sort of leader.
But Mr. Kohli?
Besides that, the serious thing, and my last comment is this, the serious thing that he and his well-wishers in his party need to reflect, he is the leader of the opposition of the world's largest democracy.
Right,
He has
Mr.
to decide
Kohli,
his brand of politics.
what would you say to the opposition leaders who've also backed Mr. Rahul Gandhi's claims that the ED and CBI are being weaponized against members of the opposition parties? What's your view?
Well, it depends which ones. Well, it depends who are speaking. Because after all, if it's the Trinamool Congress, their own leaders have been found with cash. Now, none of us, any working professional who earns, their money goes into the bank account, they pay their taxes. They may draw 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakhs, maybe 5 lakhs from a bank account. But 20 crores? 25 crores? 350 crores cash? Well, where do you draw that from? It doesn't come from a bank account. It doesn't come from tax-paid money that has to be kept in flats, in suitcases, under beds, in cupboards. So those who are asking these questions first have to answer. Are there any such examples at their end before they make a general comment that the investigative agencies are being misused?
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Kohli, as always, for joining us with a quick comment. The BJP is saying that there is no political vendetta, but Mr. Rahul Gandhi is facing legal heat. So are some of his party members, like Mr. Kohli pointed out, Dheeraj Sahu and the 350 crore cash haul that was recovered from his premises. We also have a reaction from Union Minister Giriraj Singh on the matter. Listen in.
देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि ऐसा लुच्चा झुट्ठा एलओपी हुआ है, सदन में आके बोलना चाहिए, वो बताएं कि कौन व्यक्ति उनको फोन किया है। ये झूठ की खेती करते हैं, इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य भारत का कुछ नहीं।
Well, it was a hard day for Indian badminton in the Paris Olympics. After the exits of Satvik Sairaj, Rankireddy, Chirag Shetty and HS Pranoy, India's most successful shuttler in the Olympic Games, PV Sindhu, bowed out as well. PV Sindhu faltered against Chinese world number 9, losing in straight games. This was the first time in her career that PV Sindhu was not able to bring home a medal from the Summer Games. Meanwhile, Indian shooter Swapnil Kusale clinched yet another shooting medal for India at the Paris Olympics as he won the bronze in the men's 50-meter rifle 3 positions event. Spending much of the early parts of the final in the 5th or 6th position, Swapnil made a dash for the top to clinch a historic bronze. This becomes India's 3rd shooting medal. My colleague Vimal Mohan had the good fortune to chat with Swapnil. Here's what he told my colleague.
तो शूटिंग रेंज में एक बार फिर भारतीय शूटर्स ने धमाका किया है। महाराष्ट्र के स्वप्निल कुसले ने ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीता है। स्वप्निल, एक बार इस मेडल को दिखाइए, क्योंकि बहुत रेयर मोमेंट है, इतिहास रचा है। पहली बार है कि जब ओलंपिक्स में 3 मेडल आए हैं शूटिंग से और भी आने की उम्मीद है। ये कितनी बड़ी बात है। स्वप्निल तीसरा मेडल आया, क्योंकि इस देखिए 2 बार नहीं आया था तो लग रहा था, फिर आपको जैसे कई लोगों से बात की, they did not rate you that high, है ना, बड़े बड़े शूटर्स हैं और आप अनलकी भी हैं। एशियन गेम्स में 41st शॉट गलत गया, आप बाहर हो गए। अभी अंजलि भागवत से आपके बारे में बात हो रही थी, ये थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन कीजिए अपना जो प्रोसेस है।
पहले तो मैं कांग्रेस करूँगा जो जर्नी है, काफ़ी अच्छे चेंजेस भी हुए हैं, अपडाउन भी हुए हैं, बट उससे ही मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा है और यहाँ पे उस सब चीज़ों का इस्तेमाल करके मैंने शूट किया। एंड जो एशियन गेम्स में हुआ या वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में हुआ, इट्स जस्ट अ पास्ट एंड उससे काफ़ी चीज़ सीखने को मिली। एंड जो सीखने के बाद उसको करेक्शन करके यहाँ पे मैंने
अंजलि भागवत से मेरे पास कि विंडी कंडीशन था आज भी वहाँ पे, जो कि उनको दिन नजर आ रहा था। पीटी उषा नर्वस हो रही थी, तो ओवरऑल जो आपके लिए बहुत आसान नहीं था। और वो कह रहे थे कि जब उसका 41st शॉट जो था वो 10.5 लगा तो लगा कि नहीं अब मेडल आ गया, और आप बहुत नीचे से ऊपर आए इस फाइनल में भी।
मैं किसी का टारगेट नहीं देख रहा था, लाइक वहाँ पे स्कोर बोर्ड होता है। टू बी ऑनेस्ट, मैंने किसी का आज स्कोर बोर्ड नहीं देखा। आई थिंक लास्ट के 2 शॉट्स में भी देखे होंगे, बट पहले मैं खुद के बॉडी के ऊपर एंड ब्रीथ के ऊपर ही बस मैं फोकस कर रहा था। एंड मुझे वही मेरे को ऐसा था कि हाँ वही चाहिए था मुझे, एंड उसी की चीज़ को पकड़ के मैंने अच्छी तरीके से शूट किया आज।
You are watching the world 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bafa. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Bank of England cuts interest rates from a 16-year high after a tight vote by its policymakers, who were split over whether inflation pressures had eased sufficiently. Meanwhile, Japan's stocks nosedived almost 5% on opening, with most Asia-Pacific markets lower after a sell-off on Wall Street overnight. Mohammed Daif, the commander of Hamas's military wing, was killed in an Israeli airstrike in the southern Gaza Strip last month. This is what the Israel Defense Forces have now confirmed. The United States and Russia have completed their biggest prisoner swap in post-Soviet history, with Moscow releasing journalist Evan Gershkovich and fellow American, Paul Whelan, along with dissidents including Vladimir Kara-Murza, in a multinational deal that set 24 people free. CrowdStrike is being sued by its shareholders after a faulty software update by the cybersecurity firm crashed more than 8 million computers and caused chaos around the world. Ground temperatures in Antarctica have soared more than 28 degrees Celsius above normal in the second major heat wave to afflict the region in the past 2 years. Now, this historic warm spell could persist for another 10 days. Intel's on a long road to recovery, and over 15,000 workers will no longer be coming along for the ride. The chipmaker has just announced it's downsizing its workforce by over 15% as part of a new $10 billion cost-saving plan for 2025. Well, our big focus, Japan's stocks nosedived almost 5% on opening, with most Asia-Pacific markets lower after a sell-off on Wall Street overnight. In fact, the Nikkei extended its 2.62% slide on Thursday to lead losses in the region and reach its lowest level since February. Meanwhile, the Bank of England cut interest rates for the first time since 2020 as inflation cooled. The decision came a day after the US Federal Reserve held rates steady but left the door open for a future cut if data continue to show inflation slowing. The Bank of England's governor said it would be careful not to cut rates too much or too quickly for fear of fueling inflationary pressures. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, US investors triggered a major sell-off on Wall Street on Thursday, set off by fears that the job market is cooling, manufacturing is slowing, and the Federal Reserve has left cutting interest rates too late to head off a recession. The Dow Jones fell nearly 500 points, while the S&P 500 was also down 1.3%. A series of disappointing results from tech companies have led to sell-offs in big tech in the US. The Bank of Japan additionally raised rates in a surprising and aggressive move that caught the market off guard, delivering a 1-2 punch of a rate change and a reduction in bond purchases that a week ago was considered highly unlikely. With that, let's turn our attention to the other crucial story we're tracking. The Israeli military has said that it has confirmed that the head of Hamas's military wing, Mohammed Daif, was killed in an airstrike in Gaza in July. This announcement came a day after an apparent Israeli strike in the Iranian capital killed Hamas's top political leader. But why exactly does this matter? Israeli officials say Daif was one of the primary masterminds of the October 7 attacks that killed some 1,200 people. Now, if confirmed, his death would actually mean Israel killed Hamas's top military commander and top political leader in just over 2 weeks. He quickly rose through Hamas ranks. He's known as a master bomb maker. He's orchestrated the attacks on Israel. Daif is the leader of the Al-Qassam Brigade's Hamas's military wing. And Mohammed Daif has transformed Hamas's military wing. And by the way, he has survived over 8 assassination attempts. What we can disclose is that he has spent decades underground in the tunnel network. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant called Daif the Osama bin Laden of Gaza and claimed his death showed Hamas is disintegrating. But you know, the rapid events this week have left the United States, Egyptian and Qatari mediators scrambling to salvage talks for a ceasefire deal in Gaza. At the same time, international diplomats want to avert an escalation into an all-out regional war after the killing in Tehran of Hamas's Ismail Haniyeh, Israel's killing of a top Hezbollah commander in Beirut in a strike, and now Israel's announcement of Daif's death in July. Hamas's political bureau said in a statement that it was up to the group's military wing to confirm or deny Daif's death, and that no such confirmation had been made just yet.
We've been here speaking to the Foreign Minister, the Speaker, the Prime Minister. There are ways in which those individuals are able to get direct messages to Hezbollah. We know that, and that is why we're here, to communicate the need for de-escalation and to be absolutely clear that it is in no one's interests to see regional war. Now, the message that we're hearing is no one wants to see war here in Lebanon. That's why we're here, to apply all diplomatic effort to dial this situation down.
Meanwhile, the United States and Russia have completed a major prisoner swap, the largest in post-Soviet history, with Moscow releasing Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and fellow American Paul Whelan in a multinational deal. In fact, Thursday's swap set some 24 people free, according to officials in Turkey, where the exchange took place. The West obtained the release of 16 people from Russia, including 5 Germans and 7 Russian political prisoners, according to a statement by the US president. Russia, meanwhile, secured the freedom of several of its own nationals convicted of serious crimes in the West.
The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined the difficult, complex negotiations at my request, and I personally thank them all again. And I've thanked them personally, and I'll thank them again. All told, Russia has released 16 prisoners. 8 Russians who are being held in the West will be sent home as well. These 16 prisoners from Russia that Russia has released include 4 Americans, 5 Germans, 7 Russian citizens who are political prisoners in their own country.
For further clarity, we have with us Executive Director of RSF USA, Clayton Weemers. Thanks so much, Clayton, for joining us on the NDTV network. The trade unfolded despite relations between Washington and Moscow being at their lowest points since the Cold War after Putin's invasion of Ukraine. What was your first reaction to the news of the prisoner swap, Clayton?
My first reaction when I heard the news was pure relief. We have been fighting to get Evan released for 16 long months. It's been an arduous process, but this makes it all worth it. And I have to give a lot of credit to our partners who have been working on this, especially the Wall Street Journal, his employer, who has done an amazing job of keeping Evan's story in the news and in the public consciousness. And I have to tip my hat to everyone working in the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs Office at the State Department, who have done incredibly professional work in securing this historic deal. I also want to mention Alsu Kurmasheva, the American journalist for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, who is also part of this deal. And we have confirmed that she's been freed and will be rejoining her family very soon. She's been detained for the past 9 months, also for the crime of journalism. It has been clear for some time now that journalism is effectively illegal in Russia. The Kremlin has completely cracked down on the free press, and it is taking state hostages who are journalists in order to hold them for a later trade to secure Russian prisoners from abroad.
Right. In fact, I came across a report that mentioned negotiators in back-channel talks at one point also explored an exchange involving Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Could you share some details on how such deals are reached, Clayton?
Sure. Well, it all takes place very secretly at the highest levels. We are very aware of the important work that officials at the State Department have been doing all along to secure Evan and Alsu's release from prison, and apparently have been doing a great deal of work to secure even more prisoners, because this prisoner swap it includes a huge number of detainees. It really is a historic day and such a happy day for all of these wrongfully detained prisoners who are going to get to rejoin their families and walk free again when, frankly, they didn't know if they ever would be able to. So it's a hugely hopeful day, but we should also remember, these journalists should not have been in jail in the first place. They were arrested for being journalists. They were convicted of crimes associated with their journalism. And it's clear that this is the tactic that the Kremlin is going to use going forward, and it's paying dividends for them in that they are able to secure the release of very high-value Russian prisoners in foreign prisons. These people include assassins, convicted spies, arms traffickers. It's really astonishing, the level of criminal that's been exchanged for wrongly detained journalists. It's clear that democracies of the world need to find a way to increase the cost of bad actors like the Russian regime from taking hostages of journalists and other citizens who don't belong in prison.
But Clayton, there are strong arguments that this deal, like others before it, reflect about an innate imbalance, because the US and allies gave up Russians charged or convicted of serious crimes in exchange for Russia releasing journalists, dissidents, and others imprisoned by the country's highly politicized legal system on charges seen by the West as trumped up. Then what is the significance of the timing of this deal, given these are Joe Biden's last few months in office?
Well, it certainly is a feather in his cap. This will be definitely a part of his legacy as president going forward. It is always extremely complicated to negotiate the release of American prisoners who are held abroad, particularly in a country where the relations are particularly hostile with Washington. And to be able to secure 4 American prisoners in one deal, 3 American prisoners in a single deal, 2 journalists plus Paul Whelan, another American citizen, it's really a coup.
Well, you touched upon this briefly, but let's just dive into it deeper. How difficult has it become for journalists globally to report freely and be critical of those in power as more autocratic leaders rise to the fore?
Yeah, well, RSF puts out an annual ranking of every country's press freedom in the world in our World Press Freedom Index. And in 2024, we found the greatest decline in press freedom across the board that we've ever recorded, which speaks to the deteriorating conditions for journalism in many parts of the world. That's reflected in authoritarian backsliding in once strong democratic countries, and an increase in hostility towards the press, especially from far right and far left movements around the world. But we talk often about this problem of impunity for crimes against journalists.
Right.
And I think that's really important because too seldom are we able to impose any kind of a cost or a penalty to the autocrats and the other bad actors who are arresting, harassing, even killing journalists. We all need to do a better job of holding these people accountable so that journalists can be safe to do their essential jobs. There is no democracy without journalism, and so every time a journalist is prevented from doing their jobs, the rest of us citizens understand the world a little bit worse.
Indeed. Clayton, also the Russian side got Vadim Krasikov, who was actually convicted in Germany in 2021 and sentenced to life in prison for killing a former Chechen rebel. Russia also received 2 alleged sleeper agents jailed in Slovenia, as well as 3 men who were charged by federal authorities in the US. Don't you think Russia has a bit of an advantage in such prisoner swap deals?
Well, yeah, that's a really important point. There's this huge discrepancy because the United States and other strong democracies are not going around arbitrarily arresting Russian journalists to hold them for future exchanges like this. And look at the type of prisoner that is going back to Russia in exchange for not just journalists but human rights activists. They're assassins, they're warlords, they're arms dealers, they're hackers. They're spies. These are very high value prisoners who have been convicted of very serious crimes. It's clear that that's the Kremlin's playbook, is to arbitrarily arrest Americans and other Western citizens in order to hold them as bargaining chips, and we have to find a response to that.
Clayton, thanks so much for joining us with the latest updates. Really appreciate you making time for us on the World 24/7. With that, let's turn our attention now to CrowdStrike, which is being sued by its shareholders after a faulty software update by the cybersecurity firm crashed more than 8 million computers and caused chaos around the world. The lawsuit accuses the company of making false and misleading statements about its software testing. It actually also says the company's share price dropped 32% in the 12 days after the incident, causing a loss in market value of $25 billion. Now, what is CrowdStrike saying? Well, it has denied the allegations and says it will defend itself against the proposed class action lawsuit. Meanwhile, Intel is on a long road to recovery, and over 15,000 workers will no longer be coming along for this ride with them. The chip maker just announced it's downsizing its workforce by over 15% as part of a new $10 billion cost savings plan for 2025, which will mean a headcount reduction of greater than 15,000 roles. The company currently employs over 125,000 workers, so layoffs could be as many as 19,000 people actually. Intel will reduce its R&D and marketing spend by billions each year. This is through 2026. It will reduce capital expenditures by more than 20% this year. It will restructure to stop non-essential work, and it will also review all active projects and equipment to make sure it's not spending too much. Well, news and updates continue in a moment right after this very short break.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India. Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
इसके माध्यम से जो बहुत ही आवश्यक और जानलेवा बीमारियों के लिए इलाज के लिए जो दवाई होती है उसको उसमें एसेंशियल मेडिसिन में डालते हैं और लगभग 388 मेडिसिन 388 मेडिसिन इसमें जोड़ी गई है और इसके बाद हमारे जो टोटल ड्रग्स हैं उनको हमने दो कैटेगरी में बांटा है, शेड्यूल्ड ड्रग्स और नॉन शेड्यूल्ड ड्रग्स। जो शेड्यूल्ड ड्रग्स हैं, जो टोटल ड्रग्स हैं दोनों मिला करके शेड्यूल्ड ड्रग्स और नॉन शेड्यूल्ड ड्रग्स वो लगभग 4,348 प्लस है, यानी 4,348 और लगभग उससे कुछ ज्यादा है और जिसमें से 388 शेड्यूल्ड ड्रग्स में आती है और उसमें मेडिकल डिवाइसेस भी आते हैं। ये जो एमएलए में जो ड्रग्स आते हैं उनके प्राइस को कंट्रोल करने के लिए एनपीपीए नेशनल फार्मास्यूटिकल्स प्राइसिंग अथॉरिटी उसके शेड्यूल 1 के उसको फिक्स करती है और जो 388 ड्रग्स जो एसेंशियल ड्रग्स में आते हैं उनको छोड़ करके भी जो फॉर्मुलेशंस के ड्रग्स भी होते हैं उनके भी प्राइसेस को सील किया जाता है।
While the parliament resumes, leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has also claimed that Enforcement Directorate is now planning to raid him following his Chakravyuh speech during the discussion on the union budget. The Congress leader said he would be waiting for the Central Probe Agency with open arms as ED insiders told him that a raid was being planned. Now, on the basis of the Chakravyuh speech, Mr. Gandhi had said inside the parliament, he claimed that there are 6 people, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah, at the center of this Chakravyuh, and the people of the country are being exploited by these. Now, after this is what Mr. Rahul Gandhi has said, that some people didn't like his comment, and now ED raid is being planned against him. Congress has also moved an adjournment motion on misuse of agencies inside the parliament. Congress will raise the issue inside the parliament as stating that ED and CBI are being misused. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal is also joining me for more details. But before that, BJP has dared Mr. Rahul Gandhi to name the ED officers who gave him a tip-off. Listen in to the reaction coming in.
देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि ऐसा लुच्चा झूठा एलओपी हुआ है, सदन में आके बोलना चाहिए, वो बताएं कि कौन व्यक्ति उनको फोन किया है। ये झूठ की खेती करते हैं, इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य भारत का कुछ नहीं।
Now, my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is reporting live from outside the parliament, is joining me. Vasudha, a big showdown happening. Mr. Rahul Gandhi has made a big charge that the ED is likely to raid him.
Absolutely, Aditi. You know, Fridays are considered one of those light days when it comes to the parliament, because, you know, the private member bills are presented, and many MPs seem to, you know, are always, you know, they seem to be apparently missing because, you know, they go back to their constituencies. But this tweet by Rahul Gandhi, of course, has made things very exciting on this Friday. Today, early morning, in the early hours of the morning, he has tweeted that, you know, he has claimed that the ED is all set to raid him, and he has said that he will be welcoming them with open arms, with chai and biscuit. So that is also, you know, aligned with his Daro Mat narrative. And in his speech, if you see the second speech that he delivered as the LOP, and this was in response to the budget that was presented on July 23rd, he drew parallels between him being, you know, part of the Shivji Ki Bharat, which he said was a very democratic ritual, very democratic exercise in the country, something that's very steeped in Indian traditions, vis-a-vis something that he claimed was an exclusive club, and in that he talked about the Chakravyuh in the Mahabharata, in which Abhimanyu gets killed, and he said that the Prime Minister is responsible for that exclusive thing, and he said that Desh ka Garib Abhimanyu nahi Arjun hai. So that was what he said, and that speech actually had a lot of symbolisms from Hindu scriptures, especially the Mahabharata. And after that, of course, he went to Wayanad, and he was in Wayanad yesterday, and then of course night he tweeted this. Now that this statement of his, this tweet of his, this post of his is going to be supremely controversial, because the BJP has already hit back, saying that, you know, these are very irresponsible statements to be made on social media, and if he really feels that, he should be naming the ED officers. And it will be interesting to see how the BJP MPs, the other BJP MPs react to this. Manikam Thakur, who is a Congress MP, has already moved an adjournment motion seeking a discussion on this alleged misuse of central agencies, something that we have seen opposition parties talking about, you know, from Abhishek Banerjee of the TMC to Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren, to Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, to even the Gandhis, you know, who are out on bail because they were also under scrutiny for the National Herald case. And the BJP and the Prime Minister himself has always said that the agencies are working in full autonomy. They have their own mandate, and the central government is not really putting any pressure on them. But this is a clash of narratives which we, you know, which we expect that will play out in the Parliament today. Other than that, it's going to be an interesting day, because there is, of course, going to be a discussion on unemployment, need, and regulation of airfare. Three very important things for the middle class, for the people of the country, for the poor people of the country. So that will be interesting to see how the ministers actually lay the papers and sort of answer questions. Other than that, one thing that's interesting that's cropped up is the TMC putting its weight behind Nitin Gadkari's comment and Nitin Gadkari's letter to Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, seeking for the removal of this 18% GST on insurance, life insurance and medical premiums. An opposition party doing this and raising this issue will also be seen interesting. And of course, we have seen some leakages happening in the new parliament. So the opposition has, of course, demanded a review of the design. But of course, the Lok Sabha Secretariat has clearly said that this was a minor problem and that was sorted within hours.
Certainly, Vasudha, and we will talk about it in detail. My next story in shifting our focus to another story, viewers, showdown has erupted over the new parliament building after videos of its roof leaking emerged following rains in Delhi. The opposition questioned the durability of the new parliament building. Congress MP Manikam Tagore has even posted a video on social media platform X that showed that water is leaking from the roof of the lobby of the new parliament building. These are the visuals that the Congress MP posted on his social media handle. You can see how water is dripping from the roof of the building of the new parliament. Now, however, there is a clarification that has come out, as my colleague Vasudha was talking about, that the Lok Sabha Secretariat has clarified that it was just a minor leakage and that it was timely detected and resolved. The Lok Sabha Secretariat in a statement said that keeping in view the concept of green parliament, glass domes have been provided in several parts of the building, including in the lobby, so that abundant natural light could be utilized in day-to-day work of the parliament. And hence, during this heavy rain, the adhesive material used to fix the glass domes over the lobby of the building was slightly displaced, causing minor leakage of water in the lobby, which was timely detected and fixed. However, Vasudha, if you're still with us, the opposition continues to raise concerns. They are saying that the Aam Aadmi party's, the Aam Aadmi's pocket money and the taxes that are generated from the pockets of the Aam Aadmi are being misused. I mean, how can a new parliament building that was created using the money of the Janta can have such leakage?
Absolutely, Aditi, and let's also remember that the new parliament building has been a point of contention. It's been a flashpoint between the opposition and the ruling party since it was built. Remember when the special session of the parliament took place last year on September 5th, and in that session the women's reservation bill was passed. It was, we need to also remember that the opposition had boycotted the inauguration that happened in May, claiming that the president had been insulted and she had not been called because she comes from the ST community. So the opposition has always been vociferous in its attack on the government when it comes to the new parliament. There was also a controversy over the 4 lions, the national emblem, the way it was represented. There was a lot of controversy about how these lions look ferocious. So I think this is a play out of that whole controversy. This is just for the follow up of that. And of course, there is a serious problem. The leakage happened. There was waterlogging as parliament reporters. We all saw that. But the Lok Sabha Secretariat has also stepped in, and they have sort of, this was right in front of Makar Dwar, which is the VIP, which is where all the MPs enter from. So the waterlogging was fixed, and as per the Lok Sabha Secretariat, this was because the adhesive material got slightly displaced in the glass domes, which are part of the green structure that this building claims to be, and that was a minor leakage which has been sorted, is what Lok Sabha Secretariat says. But of course, Gaurav Gogoi, the MP from the Congress party, Manikam Tagore have, another MP from the Congress party have raised this point, and they've clearly said that the new building, the design of it needs a thorough review and a comprehensive relook, and they have been saying that that needs to be done, and these opposition demands needs to be taken. But of course, we'll have to wait and see till the next bout of rain as to how vulnerable the building is.
Right, thank you so much, Vasudha, for joining us. It will be a big day in Parliament where the opposition is demanding discussions on NEET. While shifting our focus on NEET, the Supreme Court has given its ruling and has detailed why the paper was not cancelled. Now, the Supreme Court has said no systemic breach in NEET UG has been found. Leak was only in Hazaribagh and Patna. The dignity of the entire exam is not affected, and hence the cancellation, the part of cancellation is not there. Now, testing agency, the top court also said that testing agency must avoid flip-flops, and it extended scope of center's NEET exam committee as well. The committee needs to examine testing agency's processes. This is a big verdict, and the detailed statement coming out from the top court, where it said that there is no need to cancel the NEET UG examination that was conducted. It's stating that as there was no systematic breach in NEET UG, hence it cannot be cancelled. Paper leak was only found in Hazaribagh and Patna. The crackdown is underway. Hence, the dignity of the entire exam was not affected, and so the Supreme Court did not cancel the National Eligibility cum Entrance Examination test that was conducted by the National Testing Agency, which found itself in multiple controversies. My colleague Sunil Prabhu is now also joining me. Sunil, finally the Supreme Court has stated why the why the NEET examination is not cancelled. It said that the sanctity remains the same and the systemic breach has not been found.
That's right. They have said that there has been no systemic breach. but they have actually widened the scope and really looked at the entirety. This was, of course, this is just the basic reasoning behind the Supreme Court's decision. The fact is that one way or the other, this has, of course, allowed the Supreme Court for any student who is aggrieved to move the respective High Court if they feel that there has been some discrepancy. Of course, they have also extended the scope of the examination. They've asked the NTA to ensure that those flip-flops don't happen, and certain changes are made, the CCTVs, certain guidelines are followed. All in all, the reasoning behind what was already decided by the Supreme Court was delivered today.
And Sunil, there is also a report that has to be submitted to the centre by September 30th. What steps can we see being taken inside that report?
Well, that is something that the Supreme Court is trying to ensure in terms of monitoring how, these systemic faults that have been there in terms of, as I was pointing out, the NTA flip-flops, how they can, streamline, how they can use new technology and ensure that, cyber security, to ensure that these kind of, leakages do not take place. So that report will come, and they've, as I said, extended the scope and ensured that they will be able to give a report which the Supreme Court also will have a look and then take a final view on this important issue.
The top court has really pulled up the NTA, saying that flip-flops cannot be entertained. Will the National Testing Agency be reviewing its process of how they conduct examinations?
Well, that's the challenge, because after all, the NTA is just not doing the NEET exam. There are many other exams that they have to do.
Right.
It's been handled by a lot of private agencies, and it's come under great amount of scrutiny amongst the student community, among the parent community, among the coaching community, and various other stakeholders. That is why the government had to remove the earlier NTA chairperson, try to do some cosmetic changes, but as the Supreme Court has pointed out, you will have to get to the bottom of it and have a detailed report and look at all these entire issues before they give a submission. And hopefully, in the years to come, students won't have to be protesting, as we've seen, and alleging that there has been a paper leak and a cartel running it.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil Prabhu, for joining and giving out all the details. Now shifting our focus to the unfortunate tragedy that occurred in Kerala's Wayanad. Rescue and relief operations continue as death toll in Wayanad landslides continue to mount. At least 295 people have lost their lives in the tragedy, while search and rescue operations continue in the state. Many villages and homes have been swept away in the landslide that occurred on July 30th. Despite heavy rains and challenging terrains, 40 rescue teams are continuing their search operations. These 40 teams will be conducting search operations in now 6 zones of the landslide hit areas. Meanwhile, rescue and relief operations are in full swing. Indian Army has also completed the construction of C124 Bailey Bridge in short time. This bridge will be used to transport heavy machinery and connecting other areas of the landslide hit Wayanad. The bridge is crucial in connecting Chudalmala with Mundakai area over the river, and the bridge is now open to traffic and handed over to the civil administration. Meanwhile, Congress leader and former Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi is also there. He also visited the landslide affected area of Chudalmala in Wayanad, and his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra accompanied him. Meanwhile, to help the displaced people and assist in rehabilitation efforts, NDTV is also carrying out a Care for Kerala campaign. Anyone can make a donation and help the people who are stranded and staying in the relief camps in Wayanad's relief camps. The numbers are on your screens, viewers. You can also join the NDTV initiative and help and donate. Now, rains and difficult terrains are posing a big challenge to the rescue teams who are carrying out the rescue operations in Kerala's Wayanad. However, the death toll is now 295 in the landslides, and the relief and rescue operations are continuing in the state. Meanwhile, the centre and the state government are also indulging in blame game. Now that the Kerala government issued a directive to the scientists and prohibited them from visiting the relief camps, stating that no statement should be issued by them. The BJP is claiming that this is a gag order that has been issued by the Kerala government in order to hide their lapses that were there in the relief and rescue operations that are being carried out and why this landslide took place. Meanwhile, you must remember that the centre has said that the Kerala government was given warnings about the landslides, but no action was taken. Now, the Kerala government has responded to all the allegations. They are saying that the red alert was not given to Kerala government on time and hence the tragedy took place. They have also reviewed the order that was passed restraining science and tech institutions from field visits as well as sharing details and reports of disaster affected areas. The Kerala government has withdrawn this order saying and issued a clarification saying that this was done only to restrain the scientific community and to discourage any statements or opinions that may be misinterpreted or misquoted. Remember, this is a time of tragedy and hence the Kerala government thought that there should not be any false news around the tragedy. And shifting our focus to the Kaveri and Kaveri water link row, which has been the flashpoint between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. It is a problem of plenty now in Tamil Nadu. After months of battle for Kaveri waters, the reservoirs on river Kaveri are filled to capacity as Karnataka is releasing all its surplus waters following heavy rains in its catchment areas. At least 1.7 lakh cusecs is being discharged from the Mettur reservoir in Tamil Nadu Salem district. Further down, the reservoir in Trichy too is overflowing and a bulk of the discharge flows into the sea through other areas. Now recharging groundwater table, this will result in floods. However, farmers in Tamil Nadu's Delta region have already lost their short-term Iruvaiphuzha crop and are now working on the next Samba crop. So now another flashpoint is being seen between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, with the surplus water being the issue between both the states. Karnataka is releasing water, plenty of water that the reservoirs cannot handle right now in Tamil Nadu. Now Tamil Nadu government fears this might lead to waterlogging and destruction of crops near the reservoirs. Shifting our focus to Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, where rains have wreaked havoc and several lives have been affected. At least 13 people have died in cloudburst related incidents in Uttarakhand, while at least 5 people have died in Himachal Pradesh. There was a cloudburst in Mandi, Shimla and Kullu, after which several houses were washed away. Rivers are in full spate. The IMD has predicted more rain spells for the states. Road connectivity has been snapped and people are forced to relocate to higher regions and safer locations. Relief and rescue operations are underway in the states and centre has also assured the 2 states that all possible help will be given. Over 450 pilgrims have also been rescued from the Kedarnath Yatra route last night and over 2200 pilgrims have been rescued so far and rescue operations will continue today as well. So far, we also have the reaction of Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister on the current scenario in the Himachal Pradesh state. Take a look.
पिछली रात भी हमारे प्रशासनिक अधिकारी और जो हमारे रेवेन्यू मिनिस्टर जगत नेगी जी है वो पूरी रात बचाव कार्य में लगे रहे और अभी मैं जहां सबसे ज़्यादा मिसिंग्स हुई है मैं उसमें अभी मैं जा रहा हूं और अगर धूप निकलेगी तो और प्रशासनिक जो बचाव कार्य है उसमें वो हम और अधिक तेज़ी से करेंगे। निश्चित तौर पर नुकसान हुआ है, सड़कें, पुल और पानी की योजनाएं, सिंचाई की योजनाएं सब बह चुकी है, लेकिन इन सब से भी बढ़कर जो जीवन लीला जिन साथियों की जो समाप्त हुई है और हमें छोड़कर चले गए हैं उनकी डेड बॉडीज को निकालने का कार्य तभी किया जा सकता है जब धूप निकलती है और एनडीआरएफ की टीमें भी है, सेना की टीम भी लगी हुई है, पुलिस की टीम भी लगी हुई है।
My colleague VD Sharma also gave us an overview of what's happening in Shimla where the cloudburst took place. Take a look.
हिमाचल प्रदेश में बुधवार देर रात जो बादल फटने की 6 घटनाएं हुई है उसमें अब तक 5 शव निकाले जा चुके हैं और 49 लोग अभी भी लापता है। अगर नुकसान की बात करें तो अभी तक जो है 3 नेशनल हाईवे बंद है, 450 के आसपास जो है सड़कें बंद है, 18 वाहन बह गए हैं, 7 पुल बह गए हैं, एक बांध बह गया है। और इसके अलावा अगर मैं बात करूं तो हिमाचल प्रदेश में अभी भी जो है सर्च ऑपरेशन जारी है, अभी भी जो है कई जगह रेस्क्यू भी चल रहा है, लेकिन जो बारिश हुई है वो सामान्य से 305 मिलीमीटर ज़्यादा हिमाचल प्रदेश में बुधवार देर रात बारिश हुई है। अभी भी जो है लगातार संभावनाएं बनी हुई है, क्योंकि हिमाचल में अभी भी जो है रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है हिमाचल सरकार की तरफ से, हिमाचल पुलिस की तरफ से भी निर्देश दिए गए हैं कि नदी नालों के आसपास ना जाए, जिसके चलते कोई बड़ा नुकसान ना हो जाए। शिमला से वीडी शर्मा, NDTV इंडिया।
My colleague Kishore Rawat is also now joining me from Dehradun. Kishore, what are the authorities doing about the relief and rescue operations? Kishore, if you can hear me, what are the authorities doing about the relief and rescue operations in Dehradun?
अभी फिलहाल जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो लगातार चल रहा है। उसमें सेना के चिनूक और MI-17 जो चॉपर्स है वो लगातार रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू किए हुए हैं। गौचर हेलीपैड में वो फिलहाल टेक ऑफ और वहां से हो रहे हैं और लोगों को लेके आ रहे हैं। दूसरे जो पैदल रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो भी कंटिन्यू चल रहा है, लेकिन बीच में अभी सोनप्रयाग में जिस तरीके से लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था तो उससे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन को रोका गया। फिलहाल अभी दूसरा वैकल्पिक मार्ग बनाकर रास्ता कर उनको रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। संभवतः जिस तरीके से सेना के हेलीकॉप्टर लगे हैं इंडियन एयरफोर्स के चिनूक और MI-17, इसके अलावा सिविल एविएशन के जो हेलीकॉप्टर लगे हैं, संभवतः दिन के बाद तक ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन पूरा होने की संभावना है। जी
Right. Thank you so much, Kishore, for joining us and giving those details. And the rain situation in Uttarakhand also remains grim. The relief and rescue operations are also underway in Uttarakhand, where at least several people have lost their lives while others are stranded. Remember, Uttarakhand is a place where Kedarnath Yatra also takes place, and over 450 people have been rescued. Uttarakhand also is a state where a heavy number of tourists go and visit the state at this time, and hence this authorities have also another challenge to carry out the relief and rescue operation and expedite the process of helping those who are stranded in far off areas. Heavy rain has disrupted normal life in both the states, and in Uttarakhand at least 13 people have so far lost their lives in the rain related incidents that took place. In Uttarakhand, the cloudburst incident also were reported, and after which several roads have been destroyed, and other areas which are near in the low-lying area have been cut off completely. The teams are there, NDRF, SDRF teams are at the spot, while the centre has also spoken to the Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, and Pushkar Singh Dhami has assured that the centre is giving all the help that is required for carrying out relief and rescue operation in the state. Meanwhile, in Himachal Pradesh as well, the situation remains grim. This comes after the IMD has predicted that more rainfall can be witnessed in both the states. Himachal administration is now up to the task of taking people out again in very shortly, and hence Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister says the situation is under control and the relief and rescue operations are being carried out on time. Now shifting our focus to the key hearing that took place in the top court regarding the NEET examination that was conducted. The Supreme Court has said that there was no systemic breach in the national eligibility cum entrance test that was conducted for the undergraduates this year, and hence there is no point of cancelling the examination. The Supreme Court also said that the leak was only reported, the paper leak was only reported in Hazaribagh and Patna, and the crackdown is underway. The Supreme Court said that the dignity of entire exam was not affected and hence their decision of not cancelling the exam stands true. Now the top court gave a detailed reply on why they did not cancel the NEET examination, and the focus of the argument was that there was no systemic breach. The National Testing Agency also faced heat with the Supreme Court saying that the testing agency must avoid flip-flops and should be held accountable over why the sanctity was compromised to this level. Now the Supreme Court has also extended the scope of Centre's NEET exam committee and the committee to examine testing agencies' process. Now this committee will submit a report which will be looked into, and if there is a need to review the process of the conduction of the way the exams are conducted by the National Testing Agency, then it will be reviewed. Remember how several people and several students, over 24 lakh students, appeared in the NEET examination that was conducted by the National Testing Agency and claimed that the exam was compromised. The question paper was leaked. The answer key to those question papers was given already on social media platforms like Telegram and others, and hence they demanded that the examination should be cancelled as some people got the benefit. They also said that the grace marks issue also hampered the results and hence several toppers were witnessed. My colleague Sunil Prabhu is now also joining me for giving us more details. Sunil, the Supreme Court in a word-by-word detailed order has said clearly why they do not think it is fit to cancel the NEET examination.
That's right. They have already made that very clear. But the issue is not about why they have cancelled it in terms of that has already been explained. For our viewers and for people who have been waiting with bated breath for this judgment, there are three important points. One is that the remit of the expert committee has now become bigger. They will look at the administrative, the NTA's issues. As we've been pointed out, they will look at the flip-flops and how they measures not only the exam security, but the entire administrative process by the 30th of September. So that will give an overarching. Two, there is no systemic breach. But hopefully with this judgment, they will be able to ensure that future stakeholders, be it students, parents, coaching centers, anybody, name that, they have been affected. There have been protests across the country. There has been allegations of leakage. The whole sanctity of the exam process has been questioned, irrespective of the Supreme Court order. And it's in that backdrop that they will be looking at that entire. And third most important is that in case any student who is, feels aggrieved or feels that some injustice has been done in terms of and find some discrepancy that has taken place, they can move the High Court and get relief in the years at a future stage. So there's no bar on that, even though the Supreme Court has passed an order. And it's in that context that the Supreme Court wrapping the National Testing Agency, saying that there cannot be any more flip-flops and they must look at the entire issue in its entirety. And hopefully many lessons will be learned for future generations to ensure that one way or the other, when you are doing your competitive exam, because the National Testing Agency is just not confined to NEET, it has got it does a number of tests, and it has been using private agencies, and hopefully a lot of lessons have been learned because once you question the very sanctity of the exam process, it is not only a national shame but also an international shame when people will question our entire education system.
But Sunil, there was a paper leak that happened. Even Supreme Court is saying that in Hazaribagh, Patna, it happened. What about that lobby of people who were demanding a re-NEET because the sanctity has been compromised?
So that they have addressed already in the earlier order. If you recall, there was a few students, around 155, they've listed, if I remember correctly. And those people have been debarred from the exam. There has been, an entire process that has been taking place in terms of how the checks and balances that they have ensured. They have seen that those people do not benefit from that entire exam process. And as the Supreme Court today pointed out, there has been no systemic. It's not that, just Hazaribagh and Patna. It's not gone down to, say, Tamil Nadu or Kerala or Maharashtra, or for that matter, Bengal, it hasn't spread like wildfire. And that's the reason for why the Supreme Court, explaining the reasons behind the decision, has said very categorically that there is no need one way or the other for re-examination, because then it would have affected the exam schedule for millions of students across this country.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us and giving us all those details. This is a top court's verdict. Now, shifting our focus to some breaking news that we are tracking at this hour. A hoarding collapsed in Thane in Maharashtra. A hoarding collapsed in which at least 2 people have been injured after the hoarding fell on vehicles. These are the visuals on your screen after a hoarding fell in Maharashtra's Thane. 2 people there have been injured in this incident, and you can see how several vehicles also came in contact when the incident took place, and how brutally this hoarding collapsed. The reason behind the hoarding collapse is being given that there were strong winds accompanied by heavy rainfall in the region that this incident happened. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy is now also joining me. Radhika, this incident has again thrown into light the authorities that are responsible for taking care of such hoardings and conducting inspections. If there is safety measures that are taken place again lapses are exposed.
In fact, this happened at around 10:30 a.m. in a busy junction there, and as you can see in those CCTV visuals, the hoarding comes crashing down on multiple vehicles. In fact, there are 3 crushed vehicles that you can see, including rickshaws as well as car and a 2-wheeler. 2 people have been injured, but they've suffered only minor injuries, fortunately. But this happening at a busy junction in early hours, that is 10:30 a.m. In fact, during busy office hours is when this incident took place. Fortunately, no casualty as of now. Many vehicles that were parked below it have been crushed as a result of it. Once again, bringing into spotlight the issue as far as illegal hoardings are concerned. Of course, investigations will be conducted to understand what kind of permissions were given in order to erect this hoarding, and was it legal or illegal, and were there regular inspections conducted, because it was due to heavy winds that this hoarding also came crashing down in Kalyan. Of course, a rescue team is dispatched at the scene at this point, and nobody is trapped under the debris is what the authorities are telling us. So now the exact size of the hoarding is something that is a matter of investigation, and if there were any rules flouted is something that is yet to be known. But fortunately, no casualties, a few who have suffered minor injuries, and of course damage to the vehicles that were parked underneath.
Radhika, this also raises questions on how this, there were safety measures that should have been in place. Were the authorities aware that an oversized hoarding is there? Was it safely secured? Who is responsible for checking all?
Well, it is the municipal corporation along with several other departments that are affiliated with the municipal corporation that is supposed to check. We'll have to understand, which is the land that it belonged to, because when the Ghatkopar hoarding collapse happened, we know that it belonged to the GRP, which is the Government Railway Police, and it was the BMC that was supposed to give permission for the erection of the hoarding. However, there were many rules bypassed and flouted in order to erect that particular hoarding. This is in Thane district, so therefore this comes under Kalyan Municipal Corporation, Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation. Whether permission was given on a regular basis, what about the size of the hoarding? Was it beyond the permissible limit? All that is a matter of investigation at this point. But certainly this raises questions on the number of hoardings that have been erected in the city and around the city over the last few years. Of course, there had been, multiple drives that were conducted post the Ghatkopar hoarding collapse, where number of hoardings were in fact sort of brought down by the municipal corporation as well as railways. But certainly this is another unfortunate incident that has happened close to Mumbai. This is in Kalyan, where once again a hoarding has come crashing down, leading to injuries. As of now, no deaths have been reported, and nobody seems to be, trapped under the debris. That's the information we are getting. However, many vehicles have been crushed as a result.
But Radhika, this has not happened for the first time. If I'm not wrong, in May, a hoarding collapsed in Ghatkopar, and then there was huge anger. People said that inspections need to be conducted. The BMC also promised that there will be surprise checks. The teams will be roped in to carry out surveys of these hoardings. What is happening on the ground now?
As far as the entire Ghatkopar hoarding collapse incident is concerned, which led to the death of almost 16 to 17 people, there have been multiple probe and investigations being conducted. The commissioner of GRP, who had in fact authorized the construction of that particular hoarding, has been suspended. Multiple other people, including the owner of that particular advertising firm, which erected that hoarding, has also been arrested, and several other contractors and middlemen arrested. However, the fact remains that nobody from municipality or the government railway police have been arrested so far. Of course, there are departmental inquiries happening against some of the officials from the GRP, but no arrests as far as these authorities are concerned. It is the owner of the advertising agency as well as a few middlemen who have unfortunately been arrested, and sadly nobody from the BMC or the GRP or government have so far been arrested as far as the Ghatkopar hoarding collapse is concerned. Of course, the charge sheet has been filed, which also speaks about multiple shocking revelations as to how the permission was granted for the erection of hoarding, how all the rules were bypassed in the construction of that particular hoarding, how soil testing was completely ignored and not done, and how the bribes were exchanged and there were financial transactions between the advertising agency as well as some officials from GRP and municipality. So all that has come to fore in that particular charge sheet. So certainly, while investigations are underway, all the big fish who perhaps were responsible for the erection of that particular hoarding are still roaming scot-free.
Right, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you so much for joining us. And in Maharashtra, a hoarding has collapsed in Thane district where 2 people have been injured. This certainly raises questions on the authorities. While a similar incident had happened in the past, why no action was taken and no surprise inspections were being carried out in the state. With that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Raw agent, this word sounds very fancy, but of course there's a lot of technicality linked to it, and of course we have a real life RNAW officer. Sir, I have 3 terms, if you can break it down for us and what they mean. One is handler.
Handler, okay, who motivates the source, guides him at every stage and debriefs him, because without him, the sources in the hands of a bad handler has turned out to be useless. In the hand of a good handler has produced miracle.
It's kind of a director directing the actor.
Absolutely.
That's kind of a relationship.
I'll tell you an example.
Sure.
There was a person whom nobody could speak to. No question, nobody could speak to. He was a dreaded criminal. Nobody would dare go there. And if you knew that you were an intelligence officer, then you had it. 15 gunmen used to be at his house. Nobody was there. I took a chance. I went and met him. I just took a chance. I didn't tell anybody, not the local police, not my family, not my officers there. I didn't tell anybody. I just went and met. The guard told me that, who are you? I said, please tell him that I am so and so, you should meet me. He came out, bodyguards, 6-7 bodyguards with all kinds of gadgets, to shoot you down, one hapless person. So I told him, I said, I'm not carrying anything. So please tell them not to wield it. I get scared of you. So if I get scared of you, I'll not be able to talk to you. And he turned out to be a remarkable source. And the kind of thing which he did for us, that means the government of India, should go down into the history. But unfortunately what happens is that we are not written in the pages of books. We don't figure anywhere. Have you ever seen any RNAW operations figuring in any books? No? No. You will not find anything.
And that's how it's supposed to be.
That's the value of a handler.
Right. Second term for you to decode is espionage.
Espionage is taking information from your country which could benefit my own country.
And the last term for you to decode for us is bug. We say we've bugged their room. What does it mean?
Bugging means that whatever we are talking here is listened to in another room or another place. That room could be 5 meters away from you. That could be even 2 miles away from you, depending on what gadgets you are using and who the person you are bugging. There was a very interesting episode that an officer came to me and told me. I was telling him that, look, I'm not able to know how to get hold of this fellow because he's 24 hours under surveillance and security is so tight. How do I know? He said, sir, I have something, I can show it to you. I said, no, showing will not impress me. Prove it. Prove it. He said, sir, okay. And then he brought out something from his pocket and he said, sir, can I play it now? I said, you play it. And whatever we conversed, he was relaying it to me. Because where it is hidden, because those days are gone when bugs used to be very cheap, crude, visible. It's not there anymore longer.
So whatever we are talking, sir has a copy of that already on him. Now we'll wrap this conversation with a fun segment that we have with Gurmeet. Of course, you're from Bihar, so we want to go back learning something new. I'm a Punjabi. I want you to teach me, let's say, 3 Bihari slangs. And of course, all the non-Biharis there, they also want to learn something new. If you can teach us something. And I'll try to decode it first. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, खुद पटना से हैं.
हाँ.
Oh, lovely.
तो भोजपुरी बोलते हो?
मैं मैथिली बोलता हूँ सर.
अच्छा, तब तो कोई बात ही नहीं.
I loved how his accent changed.
Actually, भाषा का यही है. हिंदी जब बिहारी बोलते हैं, तो उसका मजा ही अलग है.
True. एक उसमें कलर है. So क्या आप बताइए what all can we
मैं
learn?
2 अक्सर मैं यूज़ करता हूँ क्योंकि बिहार में पैदा हुआ हूँ. जैसे कि एक वर्ड मैं बोलता हूँ आपको और आप रिपीट करते हैं तो मज़ा आएगा तब कि आप कैसे बोलते हैं.
ठीक है.
थाओ महाराज.
थाओ महाराज. Is it correct?
हाँ, बहुत करीब हो आप. थोड़ा
बताइए.
हाँ.
Viewers, Wayanad landslides remain our top focus here at NDTV, and to help the displaced people and assist in rehabilitation efforts, NDTV has also started the Care for Kerala campaign, in which you can make donations and help the people who are stranded in Kerala after multiple landslides hit the area. Over 290 people are dead, while 200 remain missing. Rescue and relief operations are underway. This is the NDTV campaign. We are reaching out to the people who are displaced in Kerala's Wayanad, and to help these people and assist in rehabilitation efforts, NDTV is doing a Care for Kerala campaign. Meanwhile, shifting our focus to the politics over Wayanad landslides, well, the BJP has now accused the Kerala government of censorship. BJP MP Tejasvi Surya has alleged that the Kerala government has passed an order restraining science and tech institutions from field visits as well as sharing details and reports of disaster-affected areas. The Kerala government has now withdrawn the order, with the Chief Secretary's office issuing a clarification stating that a note was issued regarding exercising restraint in expressing opinions related to the Wayanad landslide, but it was not issued with the intent to restrain the scientific community, but to discourage statements and opinions that may be misinterpreted or misquoted. And at the time of misery, the Kerala government did not want any false news to circulate around the relief and rescue operations that are underway. However, the BJP claims that this is a gag order that was issued by the Kerala government, stating that this only showcases that they want to hide their own failures, as the more people will probe the incident, the more glaring lapses will expose and unearth after the people will look into what happened and exactly why the landslides took place. Remember, this political blame game has been continuing for days, with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah also stating in the parliament that a red alert was sent to the Kerala government 7 days in advance when the landslides occurred on July 30th. The Union Home Minister said that on July 23, 9 teams were dispatched by the center of NDRF teams that were dispatched to Kerala's Wayanad, and still the Kerala government did not act. However, the Kerala government has rejected all the allegations made by the centre, saying that no alert was issued in regards to the landslides and the impact of the landslides that can happen in Wayanad. Shifting our focus to the international news, 3 newly freed Americans are back on US soil after a landmark prisoner exchange with Russia. Journalist, corporate security executive, and a journalist with dual US-Russia citizenship arrived at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland shortly before midnight Thursday for a joyful reunion with their families. Now, US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris were also there to greet them. The 3 Americans were part of the biggest US-Russian prisoner swap in post-Soviet history. Officials say the multinational deal officials has set 24 people free. The trade follows years of back-channel negotiations, despite relations between Washington and Moscow being at their lowest point since the Cold War after Russia invaded Ukraine. Now shifting our focus to the Paris Olympics, it was a hard day for Indian badminton in the Paris Olympics on Thursday after the exits of Sairaj Rankireddy, Chirag Shetty and HS Pranoy, India's most successful shuttler in the Olympics games. PV Sindhu bowed out as well. Sindhu faltered against Chinese world number 9, losing in straight games. This was the first time in her career that PV Sindhu was not being able to bring a medal from the Summer Games. And with that, it's a wrap, and we're shifting to a very quick break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained
with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Raw agent, this word sounds very fancy, but of course there's a lot of technicality linked to it. And of course we have a real life RNAW officer. Sir, I have three terms. If you can break it down for us and what they mean. One is handler.
Handler, okay, who motivates the source, guides him at every stage and debriefs him. Because without him, you know, the sources in the hands of a bad handler has turned out to be useless. In the hand of a good handler has produced miracle.
It's kind of a director directing the actor.
Absolutely.
That's kind of a relationship.
I'll tell you an example.
Sure.
You know, there was a person whom nobody could speak to. No question, nobody could speak to. He was a dreaded criminal. Nobody would dare go there. And if you knew that you were an intelligence officer, then you had it. 15 gunmen used to be at his house. Nobody would. I took a chance. I went and met him. I just took a chance. I didn't tell anybody, not the local police, not my family, not my officers there. I didn't tell anybody. I just went and met. The guard told me that, who are you? I said, please tell him that I am so and so, you should meet me. He came out, bodyguards, 6-7 bodyguards with all kinds of gadgets, you know, to shoot you down, one hapless person. So I told him, I said, I'm not carrying anything. So please tell them not to wield it. I get scared of you. So if I get scared of you, I'll not be able to talk to you. And he turned out to be a remarkable source. And the kind of thing which he did for us, that means the government of India, you know, should go down into the history. But unfortunately what happens is that we are not written in the pages of books. We don't figure anywhere. Have you ever seen any RNAW operations figuring in any books? No. You will not find anything.
And that's how it's supposed to be.
That's the value of a handler.
Right. Second term for you to decode is espionage.
Espionage is taking information from your country which could benefit my own country.
And the last term for you to decode for us is bug. We say we've bugged their room. What does it mean?
Bugging means that whatever we are talking here is listened to in another room or another place. That room could be 5 meters away from you. That could be even 2 miles away from you, depending on what gadgets you are using and who the person you are bugging. There was a very interesting episode that an officer came to me and told me. I was telling him that, look, you know, I'm not able to know how to get hold of this fellow because he's 24 hours under surveillance and security is so tight. How do I know? He said, sir, I have something, I can show it to you. I said, no, showing will not impress me. Prove it. Prove it. He said, sir, okay. And then he brought out something from his pocket and he said, sir, can I play it now? I said, you play it. And whatever we conversed, he was relaying it to me. Because where it is hidden, because those days are gone when bugs used to be very cheap, crude, visible. It's not there anymore longer.
So whatever we are talking, sir, has a copy of that already on him. Now we'll wrap this conversation with a fun segment that we have with Gurmeet. Of course, you're from Bihar, so we want to go back learning something new. I'm a Punjabi. I want you to teach me, let's say, 3 Bihari slangs. And of course, all the non-Biharis there, they also want to learn something new. If you can teach us something. And I'll try to decode it first. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, खुद पटना से हैं.
हाँ.
Oh, lovely.
तो भोजपुरी बोलते हो?
मैं मैथिली बोलता हूँ सर.
अच्छा, तब तो कोई बात ही नहीं.
I loved how his accent changed.
Actually, भाषा का यही है. हिंदी जब बिहारी बोलते हैं, तो उसका मजा ही अलग है.
True, true, true. एक उसमें कलर है.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barwa. Let's get you the top headlines we're tracking this afternoon. The Wayanad death toll has gone up. 295 people have now died in the tragedy. It is day 4 of the rescue operation. Over 200 people are still believed to be trapped in the debris. The army has been pressed into service. They've built a key 190-foot bridge, which has been crucial in ensuring earth movers and aid reaches far-flung areas. Rain havoc in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand as well. 5 people have died. 49 people still missing in the Himachal cloudburst. 13 people have died in heavy rains in Uttarakhand. An orange alert in the state continues. Yesterday, over 450 pilgrims from Kedarnath were rescued. No systemic breach in the NEET undergraduate exam 2024, says the Supreme Court, as the court has observed that the paper leak was restricted only to Hazaribagh and Patna. The top court has said the entire NEET exam was not affected. The Supreme Court, meanwhile, has also pulled up the NTA for flip-flops and demanded a review of the NTA administration processes. Another hoarding collapse, this time in Thane. The hoarding reportedly collapsed due to strong winds. 2 people have been injured after hoarding fell on vehicles. Opposition versus government showdown in Parliament over the new Parliament roof water leak. Opposition questions billions spent on the construction of the new building. Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi says the construction design needs a review. The Lok Sabha Secretariat clarifies, saying it was a minor leakage, so it was immediately fixed. Another showdown expected in Parliament over the misuse of central agencies. The Congress has moved for an adjournment motion over Rahul Gandhi's allegations that an enforcement directorate raid has been planned on him. The BJP has dared Rahul Gandhi to give the name of the ED officer who said so. Well, the big story that we're tracking is from the Supreme Court, where the court has now given details of why it decided that no retest as far as the NEET undergraduate 2024 exam is concerned. The Supreme Court believes that there was no systematic breach in the NEET undergraduate exam, and the leak was restricted only to Hazaribagh and to Patna. The Supreme Court has further observed that the dignity of the entire exam was not affected, and therefore has drawn the conclusion that a retest was not needed. This is what the Supreme Court, of course, had said in the last hearing. In this hearing, the Supreme Court has given a justification, but interestingly, also pulled up the National Testing Agency, the NTA, for flip-flops and asked for an examination of the NTA's administration processes. Let's go right across to Sunil Prabhu joining us with the very latest. Sunil, a detailed judgment there in the Supreme Court on why it decided that a retest as far as NEET 2024 is concerned was not needed. They believe that this wasn't a systemic breach and the dignity of the exam was not compromised.
That's right. That's the reasoning, something which they explained last time around. But what we need to tell our viewers and all stakeholders who are keen and really dependent on the National Testing Agency, which really now examines and prepares question papers, not only for NEET, but for various other competitive exams. 2-3 important points. One, that the Supreme Court has constituted a committee, increased the remit, asked them not to confine themselves only to these issues, but also to the administrative process. They've also said, the flip-flops that have taken place, for example, e-rickshaws were used, whether you can use closed doors, digital locking system, how you can improve the facilities to enhance the security of the examination process as well as the administrative process. So that's something that the committee will do. They will submit a report by the 30th. The HRD ministry will look at it and then submit to the Supreme Court within 2 weeks what its findings and its decisions are, so that then the Supreme Court can decide one way or the other whether they're satisfied with the steps that they're taken, so that to ensure in future students do not protest on the streets, that they are able to get exam conducted in a professional way. There is no leakage, etc. Having said that, there is also provision for students who have been aggrieved this time, who have alleged that there has been, paper leak, that if they do find some discrepancies at a later stage, they can approach either the High Court and get a relief in this matter. And then, of course, the most important aspect, which the Chief Justice of India and others have pointed out, is that while the administrative facilities are being done, you need to ensure that the students get the benefit in future in terms of conducting the exam in a professional manner. So that's something that the Supreme Court has ensured and made it clear, as you rightly pointed out, there has been no systemic leak in the entire process. So that's something that is of a cause of concern for them. They said even though there has been a leak in, say, Hazaribagh and Patna, as was pointed out, and those students have been affected, have been told and debarred from the examination, but they cannot say that it has been a systemic leak that has happened all across India, across all the other centers that have been conducted. And it's in that context now that the Supreme Court has given its reasoned judgment. Ultimately, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. We'll have to wait till the 30th of September when the expert committee gives its report, what the HRD ministry decides, and hopefully future generations, be it students, be it parents, be it coaching centers and others, will learn and ensure that the best and the merit really works in this examination process, not unfair means, as has been alleged by the students during these exams that have been conducted.
Thanks very much, Sunil, for joining us with that update. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you. We're also trying to get in reactions from the student community. In fact, one of the counsel for the petitioners in the NEET case, Shwetank Sailakwal, joins us on the phone line for more your first reaction to what's happened in court.
Note of all our contentions which has been raised during the arguments. And on the basis of those contentions, various recommendations has been given to the committee which was appointed by the government. The Honorable Supreme Court, they have taken note of various irregularities which has been conducted during this examination. Even they have pointed out that there is a flip-flop on part of the NTA. So they have given various recommendations. Some of them are like the way paper was traveling in e-rickshaw. They have taken note of that. Other than that, on various centers, there are various irregularities like CCTV cameras and everything was not there. So they have pointed out that aspect as well. Apart from that, they have directed the committee to form a SOP, a standard operating procedure, for the so that this failure may not occur once again.
All right, while we understand the fact that the Supreme Court has given a detailed justification, our students who you've been in touch with, are they satisfied with the court's explanation of not needing a retest?
The students are not yet satisfied because they wanted a re-NEET. However, now the judgment has come where the Honorable Supreme Court has said that there was no systemic failure because the paper leak was only at 2 places. So now the judgment has already come and we have to accept it, whether right or wrong, but the judgment is there. So we have to accept this fact. However, we are satisfied with the recommendations made by Honorable Supreme Court, that various guidelines which has been laid down in today's judgment, and even the scope is not limited. It has been kept open by the Honorable Supreme Court. After receiving the committee's report, there can be further hearing or further guidelines which can be laid down by the Supreme Court.
Right, but it's important to note here, because what the Supreme Court has said essentially is the fact that the dignity of the exam was not compromised. So Supreme Court has gone on to clarify that they don't believe this was a mass scale or a countrywide paper leak, that the paper leak was in fact restricted only to Patna and Hazaribagh. That's of course basis whatever the investigation or whatever the CBI investigation into this case has so far revealed. Are students satisfied with those being the reasons that the court did not order a re-NEET?
See, even as a lawyer, I can say that there is a judgment which says that even if one student enters into a system by way of a paper leak, then the whole system is flawed and that whole examination has to be cancelled. So we were relying upon that judgment. But however, the Supreme Court has considered that it's a future of 24 lakh students, and we cannot conduct this examination once again when there is no mass paper leak. So this is the only reason which has been given. We were not privy to that CBI investigation. They have given the report in a sealed cover. So we have not seen the report as well. However, the Honorable Supreme Court relied upon the report and they came to conclusion that there is no mass paper leak. So whatever evidence has been collected by the CBI was produced before the Honorable Supreme Court. We can say in today's date that Honorable Supreme Court has considered all those aspects and they came to conclusion that there is no mass paper leak.
All right. Well, thank you very much. The petitioner, the lawyer for one of the petitioners there speaking with NDTV saying that the students who, of course, demanded a re-examination are not happy with this. But at the same time, they sincerely hope that the Supreme Court taking note of this entire process, highlighting the inadequacies of the National Testing Agency, questioning its administrative processes, also questioning flip-flops will perhaps go a long way in ensuring that, no examination is met with this kind of a fate and that the students' trust, most importantly, in the system is something that is restored. We will continue to get you the very latest as far as this story is concerned, also more reactions from the ground. But let's now shift our focus to the other big development that we're tracking, this time from Thane near Mumbai, where another hoarding collapse has taken place. This is a hoarding that collapsed on vehicles passing by as a result of strong winds. 2 people have been injured as the hoarding fell on these vehicles. Let's go right across to NDTV's Radhika joining us with the very latest. Radhika, these visuals that we are seeing on our screens once again remind us of the Ghatkopar horror in which 17 people had died. We're given to understand that another hoarding collapse, the visuals of which we can see on our screens in Thane, and only 2 people thankfully have been injured so far. What more can you tell us?
That's right, unfortunate incident once again, this time in Thane. A hoarding collapsed on a few vehicles, injuring 2 people. Thankfully, no casualties yet. Nobody is stuck under the debris is what the police officials are saying. This is not an oversized hoarding like the one we saw in Ghatkopar. However, many vehicles have been crushed underneath it. There are multiple rickshaws as well as 2-wheelers and a couple of cars as well that came under it.
Radhika, go ahead. We can hear you. Radhika?
A few 2-wheelers as well as cars as well as rickshaw have come under it. Thankfully, nobody has died as a result of this. Of course, this is a stark reminder of Ghatkopar hoarding collapse. In fact, in Ghatkopar hoarding collapse, 17 people unfortunately died. We know what exactly took place and the number of arrests that also happened. But unfortunately, the fact remains that as far as the Ghatkopar incident is concerned, just about 4 people have been arrested, including the owner and director of that particular advertising agency, as well as contractor and structural engineer. That individual, the former commissioner who gave permission for that hoarding to be erected of the GRP, not been arrested yet in the Ghatkopar hoarding collapse. Investigations underway, charge sheet filed. So this incident of today's, which happened in Thane, is a reminder of the incident that happened in Ghatkopar today. Of course, this is not an oversized hoarding, is something that the district authorities in Thane have been telling us. Of course, this collapse happened as a result of strong winds and rain. People were, just like in Ghatkopar, trying to take shelter near the hoarding, which is when this unfortunate incident happened. Thankfully, no deaths. A couple of people have been injured, but minor injuries is what we are being told. But many cars damaged. Of course, investigations will be conducted to understand whether there were proper permissions given and whether there were any rules flouted, as far as the erection of this hoarding is concerned.
Radhika, that brings me to my next question. You had also reported on how the authorities had reportedly swung into action after the Ghatkopar incident, there were several hoardings that were audited, surveyed in order to be able to understand whether they were erected properly, whether safety norms were adhered to, etc. But this case again just goes to show that lessons haven't been learned. I mean, the fact that this is a hoarding that came crashing down because of strong winds. Thankfully, from what one can understand from that visual is that, it wasn't, it appears to be a lightweight hoarding. It doesn't appear to be the kind of size and scale of the hoarding that collapsed in Ghatkopar. But this again just goes to show that no lessons have been learned, no remedial measures have been taken.
Absolutely, this goes on to show that no lessons have been learnt, because post-Ghatkopar collapse, there were multiple drives and campaigns by municipalities across Mumbai, as well as in the nearby regions of Mumbai, including Thane, whereby multiple hoardings were brought down by the authorities. As far as this hoarding is concerned, we'll have to wait and understand from the authorities as to whether it was within permissible limit, and were there all the monitoring and structural audits conducted as far as this hoarding is concerned. So that is a matter of investigation. But yes, there were extensive drives that were conducted to bring down all the illegal hoardings from the city and the neighboring areas, including Thane. But looks like no lessons have been learned. We know that Ghatkopar hoarding was 120 by 120. Here, of course, the permissible limit is 40 by 40. We'll have to wait and see how big the size of this hoarding is. Doesn't look like it was an oversized hoarding. But as you said, post the Ghatkopar collapse, multiple probes are being conducted, departmental inquiries being conducted on the government railway police, in whose land that Ghatkopar hoarding was erected. The former commissioner of GRP was also suspended. He was suspended as a result of alleged administrative lapse and irregularities while sanctioning the hoarding. The hoarding was sanctioned without without following any of the norms. Multiple rules were violated in order to sanction that particular hoarding, which is why the former GRP commissioner has been suspended, but he has not been arrested for negligence. People who were arrested were the owner and director of that advertising agency, a contractor, a private contractor, and a structural engineer. The structural engineer was arrested because he gave the structural stability certificate without carrying out proper inspection and investigation. And multiple details in that particular charge sheet, which also speaks about how financial transaction, there was bribe exchange given, taken from several of these departments, including a civic authority also being involved in terms of bribe exchange as well. No proper permission taken from the BMC at the time. GRP flouting all the rules and bypassing certain rules in order to sanction that particular hoarding. No proper soil testing was done. A structural stability certificate was issued without conducting inspection. So all these irregularities and illegalities have been mentioned in that particular charge sheet. But the fact remains that nobody from within BMC or within the railway police have been arrested so far in that case.
Thanks very much, Radhika, for joining us. With all that, we'll keep coming back to you for more updates. Rescue and relief operations continue as the death toll in Wayanad Landslides continues to mount. At least 295 people have now lost their lives in this tragedy. Search and rescue operations have entered a fourth day as over 220 people are still believed to be missing. Many villages and homes have been swept away in the landslides that took place on the 30th of July. Despite heavy rains and the challenging terrain, 40 rescue teams are continuing their search operations. These 40 teams are conducting search and rescue operations across 6 zones in the landslide-hit area. Meanwhile, the Indian Army has completed the construction of a 24-bailey bridge in record time. This is a crucial bridge that is connecting key cut-off areas in order to make sure that aid and earth movers are reaching there. The Congress MP Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi also visited the landslide-affected areas yesterday. And to help the displaced people and assist in rehabilitation efforts, NDTV too has started a Care for Kerala campaign. You can donate to the initiative, join in to help the people of Wayanad. We have the details of that flashing on our screens as well. Let's go right across to NDTV's Pratibha Raman joining us live from Ground Zero. Pratibha, you've been reporting relentlessly on the rescue and relief efforts, reaching out to families as well. We're given to understand that still, as per what you're picking up from official sources, there are 200 or more people believed to be trapped. Is hope fading, given the fact that this is the 4th day of rescue operations now?
Well, in fact, no. The answer to that is no, because the defense teams as well as the NDRF teams still believe that there would be some amount of survivors there in that region, mainly because of the connectivity that has been established in the form of that bridge that you were talking about, 190 feet long bridge that has a capacity of
All right, I'm afraid we've lost that line with you, Pratibha. We're going to try and reconnect with Pratibha in just a moment. But what Pratibha is in fact showing us is how earth movers are being used to lift the debris. As you can see, there are 40 rescue teams, hundreds of people on the ground, thermal mapping systems being used, so sophisticated technology and infrastructure being deployed there on the ground in order to ensure that maximum number of lives can be saved, that people can be rescued from under the debris, and of course the death toll there mounting to 295. We'll try and reconnect with Pratibha in just a moment, but let's just take a look at one of the reports that Pratibha sent us earlier.
We are here on the 190 feet lottery, and this is being constructed mainly to reach out to the far-flung areas where the epicenter of the landslides that we are talking of. I have with me General V.T. Matthews, so thank you so much for joining us. So with respect to this bridge, how far do you think it's going to help us reach out to those people who are trapped?
This bridge is going to be tremendous help in reaching across. You can see the number of vehicles that have crossed this morning. It has made transportation of released material, movement of rescue equipment much easier. Since yesterday evening, we have thrown it open to the government to use, and it has been a major help in giving an impetus to the rescue operations.
Yeah. Also, with respect to this bridge, what are the other kind of arrangements that are being done? Because is there still hope that people would have survived this tragedy?
Yes, there is hope. There is hope till the last day, because some people are scared of coming out of their houses. They would be there if at all somebody are there. We have gone to every place, but still there could be one odd house that is where people are staying inside, not able to contact outer areas. So we would be rescuing them.
All right, I believe we've managed to restore that line with Pratibha. Pratibha, if you can hear me, we lost that line with you. You were telling us about the rescue and relief operations that are still on in full swing.
That's right. In fact, right as we speak, you can see the ambulance that is trying to make its way to the other area, which is a far-flung area, Mundakai, that we are talking of, and several other regions in and around there. In fact, the rescue teams have divided themselves into 6 different teams who will be exploring 6 different zones there, which is the epicenter of the landslides, trying to see how they can recover human life as well as dead bodies. All of them are in the hope still that there would be a number of survivors. In fact, right this morning they did try to locate a family there that was trapped. Most of them believe that there could be some number of houses there that can be accessed where people would still be trapped and could still be surviving. While that is on, we also have the JCBs that are operational, trying to remove all the silt as well as thermal scanners that are being used. Unfortunate that with respect to thermal scanners, it wouldn't really work in terms of detecting dead bodies, because you need to be alive to detect the emission of heat there from the body. And on the other hand, there are also dog squads that are being used to sniff out the cadavers there. In fact, my camera person is trying to pan and show you the number of vehicles and the number of equipments that are trying to make its way through this bridge, and that is definitely going to make a whole lot of difference in terms of reaching out to those areas and trying to see if we could at least recover the bodies or survivors in whichever form possible. And that is what the defense teams as well as the NDRF teams are working on. Politics aside, the ones on ground want to ensure that they are keeping their priority in place, which is rescue and relief. Back to you.
Right. Also, Pratibha, give us a sense of, what are some of the, if you need to move yourself to safety, I think you should do that first. But give us a sense, Pratibha, of what are some of the worst hit areas still. What about those who are recovering in hospitals? we're given to understand that, you know, apart from the fact that there are rescue operations that are underway, there are also relief camps that have been set up in large numbers. And, you know, while we tend to focus on the human tragedy, you know, lives have been lost, but so have livelihoods. People have lost their belongings, people have lost their homes. So, you know, the rehabilitation of these families is also going to be one of the crucial aspects of this story.
Well, no doubt about that. It's not just about human loss that we are talking of. We are also talking about animals that have also been rescued. In fact, just a couple of minutes ago, I did see some of the doctors, the veterinarians from the animal husbandry department who were trying to make use of the bridge to access those areas, because they still believe that there will be cattle as well as other forms of animals that would still be stranded there and trapped, and they could also be rendered some form of help there. In terms of the relief camps, yes, there are 18 relief camps that have been set up in and around the Wayanad region. Thousands and thousands of them who are lodged in each of those camps, each of them trying to recount the horror, and each of them trying to stop their tears from rolling, because they have been talking about their families missing. They are talking about their livelihood that has been snatched away from them in the most brutal manner possible by nature. And they are also trying to talk about how they are living a life of uncertainty there, and they do not really have a home to go back to. And that feeling is something that is extremely inexplicable and unfathomable. And that's the kind of tales that we were hearing yesterday while we were at those relief camps there. But one big applause to all the volunteers here in terms of help that is being rendered. Every person in and around Wayanad is not sitting at his home. He is out there trying to see how he can render help. There are some people distributing food packets. There are some people trying to manage traffic. There are some people trying to offer free funeral service there. So a lot of resilience that is seen, while at the same time people are trying to see how they could actually overcome this tragedy. When will normalcy return is something that definitely has no answer at this point in time at Wayanad. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us with that update. You know, like we said, rescue efforts in order to try and, you know, get people who are still trapped out, or whether it is recovering bodies, that's one main area of focus. But also remember, rehabilitations of thousands of people who've lost their homes and their livelihoods remains a key concern. You can also join the NDTV initiative and donate for rehabilitation and rescue efforts in Kerala. The details of how you can join in the initiative are there on your screens. You can donate directly to the Hope Trust and in fact help in rebuilding what is lost. All right, well, let's shift our focus now. It's a problem of plenty now in Tamil Nadu after months of battle for Kaveri waters. The reservoirs on River Kaveri are filled to capacity, and Karnataka is releasing all its surplus waters following heavy rains in its catchment areas. 1.7 lakh cusecs is being discharged from the Mettur reservoir in Tamil Nadu's Salem district. Further down, the Mukombu reservoir in the Trichy district too is overflowing. Bulk of the discharge flows into the sea through the river Kolarun rechargeable groundwater table. However, farmers in Tamil Nadu's Delta region have already lost their short-term Kaveri crop and are working next on the Samba crop. But those are, of course, visuals that have come in of water that is in fact being released. The Tamil Nadu Kaveri reservoirs there filled to brim. Heavy rain has disrupted normal life in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand as well. At least 13 people have died in cloudburst-related incidents in Uttarakhand in just 24 hours. And while 5 people are dead in Himachal Pradesh, there are still over 50 people who are reportedly missing after cloudbursts in Mandi, Shimla and Kullu. Houses were washed away, rivers in full spate. The Met Department has predicted more rain spells for the states. Road connectivity has been snapped and people are forced to relocate to higher regions and safer locations. Relief and rescue operations are underway in the state as the centers assured that both the states have been given assurances that all help will be provided. Meanwhile, 450 pilgrims were rescued from the Kedarnath Yatra last night. Over 2,200 pilgrims have been rescued so far. Rescue operations still continue after key highways and routes connecting Kedarnath have been completely blocked off as a result of landslides and heavy rainfall.
भी हमारे प्रशासनिक अधिकारी और जो हमारे रेवेन्यू मिनिस्टर जगत नेगी जी है वो पूरी रात बचाव कार्य में लगे रहे और अभी मैं जहां सबसे ज़्यादा मिसिंग्स हुई है मैं उसमें अभी मैं जा रहा हूं और अगर धूप निकलेगी तो और प्रशासनिक जो बचाव कार्य है उसको हम और अधिक तेज़ी से करेंगे। निश्चित तौर पर नुकसान हुआ है, सड़कें, पुल और पानी की योजनाएं, सिंचाई की योजनाएं सब बह चुकी है, लेकिन इन सब से भी बढ़कर जो जीवन लीला जिन साथियों की जो समाप्त हुई है और हमें छोड़कर चले गए हैं उनकी डेड बॉडीज़ को निकालने का कार्य तभी किया जा सकता है जब धूप निकलती है और एनडीआरएफ की टीमें भी है, सेना की टीम भी लगी हुई है, पुलिस की टीम भी लगी हुई है।
हिमाचल प्रदेश में बुधवार देर रात जो बादल फटने की 6 घटनाएं हुई है उसमें अब तक 5 शव निकाले जा चुके हैं और 49 लोग अभी भी लापता है। अगर नुकसान की बात करें तो अभी तक जो है 3 नेशनल हाईवे बंद है, 450 के आसपास जो है सड़कें बंद है, 18 वाहन बह गए हैं, 7 पुल बह गए हैं, 1 बांध बह गया है। और इसके अलावा अगर मैं बात करूं तो हिमाचल प्रदेश में अभी भी जो है सर्च ऑपरेशन जारी है, अभी भी जो है कई जगह रेस्क्यू भी चल रहा है, लेकिन जो बारिश हुई है वो सामान्य से 305 मिलीमीटर ज़्यादा हिमाचल प्रदेश में बुधवार देर रात बारिश हुई है। अभी भी जो है लगातार संभावनाएं बनी हुई है क्योंकि हिमाचल में अभी भी जो है रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है हिमाचल सरकार की तरफ से, हिमाचल पुलिस की तरफ से भी निर्देश दिए गए हैं कि नदी नालों के आसपास ना जाए जिसके चलते कोई बड़ा नुकसान ना हो जाए। शिमला से वीडी शर्मा, एनडीटीवी इंडिया।
All right, we'll continue to keep a close watch on the relief and rescue operations both in Himachal Pradesh as well as in Uttarakhand. Let's shift our focus now. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul. All right, I beg your pardon. Kishore is also joining us live at the moment. We will go right across to Kishore for an update on what's happening in Uttarakhand. Kishore, if you can explain to our viewers, we're given to understand that 11 people have died, but there are several key areas in Uttarakhand that still continue to be cut off. Kedarnath, of course, being one of those areas where relief and rescue operations are continuing. Over 2,000 pilgrims have in fact been rescued so far.
बिल्कुल, अगर केदारनाथ की बात करें तो केदारनाथ में अगले 3 से 4 दिन यात्रा स्थगित रहेगी और बाकी 3 जो अन्य धाम हैं उनमें यात्रा लगातार चली रहेगी। वजह यह है कि केदारनाथ में जो यात्रा को इसलिए 3-4 दिन रोका गया है क्योंकि वहाँ पर तमाम जो पैदल मार्ग थे वो वॉश आउट हो चुके हैं। इसके अलावा जो सड़क मार्ग थे सोनप्रयाग से लेकर गौरीकुंड तक का उसमें भी काफ़ी जगह पे वॉश आउट हुआ है या फिर बहुत सारी जो बड़े बड़े पत्थर है या बोल्डर्स है वो सड़कों पर है। दूसरी तरफ केदारनाथ में रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में अब लगभग 1000 के करीब यात्री जो वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं उनको निकालने का काम चिनूक और MI-17 के अलावा जो सिविल एविएशन के हेलीकॉप्टर्स हैं वो काम कर रहे हैं। गौचर जो हेलीपैड है वहाँ पर उनको लाया गया। अभी 17 लोगों को वहाँ से निकाला गया है। मौसम में थोड़ी ख़राबी आई थी इसलिए चिनूक ने अभी वहाँ पर टेक ऑफ नहीं किया है, लेकिन जैसे मौसम साफ़ होगा दोबारा से वहाँ पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। लगभग अगर अभी ओवरऑल तक बात करें जिसमें मुख्यमंत्री और जो सेक्रेटरी डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट है उनके मुताबिक 5000 से ज़्यादा लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है। फिलहाल 1000 जो लोग हैं उनको जल्द ही रेस्क्यू कर लिया जाएगा और इसमें जो इंडियन एयरफोर्स का चिनूक और MI-17 हेलीकॉप्टर मदद कर रहे हैं। जी।
All right, thanks very much, Kishore, for joining us. The relief and rescue operations there, air rescue happening as far as Kedarnath pilgrims are concerned. We'll keep a close watch on those developments. Leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has now claimed that the Enforcement Directorate is planning to raid him following his Chakravyuh speech during a discussion on the Union budget in Parliament. The Congress leader has said that he will be waiting for the Central Probe Agency with open arms, as he said ED insiders told him that a raid is being planned. Rahul Gandhi claimed that there are 6 people, including Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, at the center of this Chakravyuh. He alleged that the political executive, central agency, and the idea of monopoly capital are allowing people to own the country's entire wealth. This is the allegation that Rahul Gandhi had made. Now, this, of course, comes in at a time when Rahul Gandhi attacked Prime Minister Modi while speaking on the Union Budget 2024 in the Lok Sabha. Now, the BJP has hit out at Rahul Gandhi, daring him to name the ED official who told them this. Congress, on the other hand, has now moved an adjournment motion on misuse of agencies in Parliament and is expected to raise the issue on the floor of the House.
As we all know that the BJP government of Mr. Modi in the first 10 years has misused the agencies, particularly ED, IT and CBI in a very big way, and to defame the opposition. After that speech, the government wants to attack Mr. Gandhi through these kind of actions, and we will not be afraid about these kind of things. And I'm today moving an adjournment motion in the Parliament to take the House, to take the attention of the House towards this kind of misuse of agencies.
देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि ऐसा लुच्चा झुट्ठा एलओपी हुआ है, सदन में आके बोलना चाहिए, वो बताएं कि कौन व्यक्ति उनको फोन किया है। ये झूठ की खेती करते हैं, इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य भारत का कुछ नहीं।
हम ऑनरेबल लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन लोकसभा के बारे में, उसका कमेंट्स के बारे में और ट्वीट के बारे में कुछ टिप्पणी नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन ये तो सच है कि बीजेपी हर एक चीज में पॉलिटिकल रिवेंज लेते हैं। जैसे बंगाल की पैसा भी रुका के रखा पॉलिटिकल रिवेंज के लिए, ईडी, सीबीआई, एनआईए, आईटी भेजते हैं पॉलिटिकल रिवेंज के लिए। ये तो सच है, सबको पता है।
टीएमसी भी क्लेम करती है कि कई इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट
कुछ क्लेम नहीं करते, सबको पता है, पीपल को पता है कि ये सब सेंट्रल एजेंसी को, गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी को पॉलिटिकल मुद्दे पे ये काम में लगाते हैं। बहुत बुरी बात है, लेकिन वो करते हैं, ये पीपल को पता है।
Alright, this of course is the big development that we're tracking from the Parliament. Let's go across to Vasudha Venugopal now joining us with the very latest. Vasudha, it's a bit of war of words outside Parliament with Rahul Gandhi alleging that an ED raid is impending and that he's got a tip-off from ED agencies. The BJP is dared to asked him to name the ED official. Now we're given to understand that Manikam Tagore has moved for an adjournment motion in Parliament as well.
Absolutely, Rishika. And, this post by Rahul Gandhi came in the early hours of today morning. And he basically, aligned with this whole Daromat narrative of his, he basically said that I am ready to welcome the AD with open arms, with chai and biscuit. And remember that Mr. Gandhi was already under scrutiny for the National Herald case. So this, of course, set the cat amongst the pigeons. And all the opposition parties have in some ways gotten together. And remember that this has also been a unifying factor amongst all the opposition leaders, because from Abhishek Banerjee in the TMC to Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren to Army Party Arvind Kejriwal to several others have been under scrutiny of investigating agencies. This is something that all opposition parties have been demanding. Of course, now Manikam Tagore has moved an adjournment motion seeking discussion on the alleged misuse of central agencies, but the Prime Minister and central BJP leaders have always maintained that agencies work on their own. And today, Giriraj Singh, Senior Minister, also retorted to this whole thing, saying that this was irresponsible of Rahul Gandhi to say something like this, and in fact, he should be raising it in the Parliament and not on social media. But of course, in the Parliament, they have, inside the Parliament, the question hour is going on Friday. It's expected to be a light day when it comes to affairs, Parliament proceedings, because it's known as a day for private members' bill. So, JP Nadda, the Health Minister in the Lok Sabha, is answering questions on health and, in fact, ICMR and Bharat Biotech, and most importantly, when is Ayushman Bharat going to be expanded? That is something that he is talking about. We are expecting a lot of fireworks on this particular issue in a short while from now. Other than that, of course, NEET, unemployment, and airfares are going to be discussed in both houses, which I think will be of far more consequence. But of course, the political narrative will be about this alleged misuse of central agencies, something that the opposition parties have been raising even before elections.
All right, Vasudha, also a showdown in Parliament over the new Parliament building. This after videos of the roof leaking were put out by leaders of the opposition, mainly questioning the durability of the new Parliament building and also the billions that were spent on erecting this building. Congress MP Manikam Tagore posted that video. It was widely shared across opposition handles on X, but the Lok Sabha Secretariat has now clarified that it was a minor leak that was detected timely and resolved. But of course, there is a huge political storm over that leak as well, Vasudha.
Rishika, from the lions as part of the national emblem on top of the parliament to the new inauguration of the new parliament itself, there are many controversies that have surrounded the new parliament, also the central visitor complex, with the opposition, especially the Congress party, raising this question, asking if this was actually necessary, and of course the BJP and the ruling party making it very clear that the number of MPs is increasing, and the demands of MPs are also for a greater complex, and that is why this building has always been a flashpoint. Now, of course, it's just a serious problem, and this Makar Dwar is also the gate from where all MPs enter, and we all saw the waterlogging, but of course Lok Sabha Secretariat has put out a statement that the waterlogging was cleared in just a few hours, because this was to do with the glass domes that are being constructed as part of green building and as part of sustainability, something that this new building is known for, and there was this problem with displacement of the adhesives, and that has been sorted. So that is something that the Lok Sabha Secretariat has said, and of course I'm in the parliament right now and I can tell you that there's no waterlogging, but of course this has become a political issue with MPs like Gaurav Gogoi demanding a comprehensive review of the new building, and talking about how really safe it is.
Right. Well, of course, the leak, not so much the waterlogging, but at least the leak of that roof has created a huge political storm, Vasudha. What the opposition is questioning is not really the leak itself, but mainly, of course, the billions that were spent in, creating this new parliament structure. There was a lot of taxpayers' money, your and my money, that was spent on this. The opposition there raising questions on whether it was spent, wisely in a certain sense. Let's listen into the political reactions.
Parliament, it was much more accessible to senior MPs. The old Parliament was much more accessible to you, madam, who are in the media. But now it is not the same. In the new Parliament, I therefore hope that we reflect the best of Indian parliamentary traditions. It should be a Parliament that belongs to the people of India and not to one party. And therefore, if we truly want to make it a people's parliament, a representative parliament, all political parties should be allowed to give their views on the design, construction and facilities within the parliament.
TMC is also in the view that the structure of the new parliament building should be reviewed.
वो तो हमने बहुत देर पहले बोल चुके थे, जब इनॉग्रेशन भी नहीं हुआ, कि ये अगर पुराना पार्लियामेंट हाउस इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जैसा है तो ये नई पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग बनिया की तरह है. ये है डिफरेंस.
With that, we're slipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
जहां बवंडर आता है वहां कमांडर आता है. That sums up Commander Karan Saxena for me, which is streaming on Disney Plus Hotstar, and joining us on NDTV is the star of this show, Gurmeet Chaudhary. A very warm welcome. Director Jatin Wagle, very warm welcome. Thank you. But this entire series is based on an R&AW officer, and we have someone who's been into the thick of the business. Of course, real life R&AW officer Amar Bhushan sir as well. A very warm welcome to NDTV.
Thank you.
So I think our aim should be to know about the real and the real side of it here. I'll start with sir. Sir, of course, there are so many perceptions, misconceptions about this profession that you've been into. What are some things that several people don't know or don't talk much about?
I would like to ask you a counter question.
Sure. I think it must be an interrogation style interview here. Go ahead.
What is your perception of RNAW?
They are shooting people left, right, and center. They are wearing fancy clothes. That's what my perception is.
RNAW officers are not issued a gun.
Wow.
RNAW officers are not police officers.
Right.
They are not army officers. They have no right to defend themselves against physical assault.
Gurmeet, of course, but you have glamorized it. It has to be. It's a very massy show. There are, of course, those heavy dialogues. And I'm sure, as someone, as I think, guess, you are very much into workout, actions. It must be a dream come true.
Oh yeah. I think it was my dream कि कुछ ऐसा action based series करने का मौका मिले. और सबसे अच्छी बात है कि रॉ एजेंट का करने का मौका मुझे लगता है बहुत कम लोगों को मिलता है. I feel बहुत lucky कि आज मैं सर के साथ यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ.
We saw you jumping off the roof as well. A recent BTS video that you put.
You know, मुझे किसी ने पूछा कि इसकी आपने तैयारी क्या की है, तो मैंने कहा कि यार मैं बहुत एक्चुअली देशभक्त हूँ. मुझे अपने भारत माँ के लिए बहुत प्यार है.
It's all real locations, Jatin?
It's all real locations. We shot all over Mumbai, and it's all real locations, as real as you can get.
And you guys shot in this year only?
Yes, we just shot a couple of months back.
Wow.
So we wanted to beat the monsoons to start with, and Mumbai's
But
got
how
a
did
very
you pull off
different
like
texture.
20 episodes?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Welcome back. Let's get you the other big story. We're tracking from the Supreme Court, where a plea to probe the electoral bonds issue is being heard. The Supreme Court has taken up the plea on electoral bonds, and the Supreme Court is, in fact, looking at whether or not the electoral bonds issue needs further investigation. The Chief Justice of India so far has said that under the normal course, they can't go ahead and investigate this. And therefore, the Chief Justice has said that let the normal course follow. The Chief Justice of India has said we ordered a disclosure. We can't have an open-ended investigation. Supreme Court's observations come at a time when a plea has been filed to probe the electoral bonds issue. The Chief Justice of India case. Petitioner, however, maintains that not much will be revealed by a regular probe. So the plea to discuss the electoral bonds issue is being taken up in the Supreme Court. The Chief Justice of India has said that they are under the normal course. They cannot go ahead and investigate this. An FIR needs to be filed in order for an investigation to be ordered. So there will be, for now, no probe in the electoral bonds case. This is what the Supreme Court has said. Chief Justice of India has said that somebody must lodge an FIR and then go ahead and investigate this case. However, the petitioners have said that investigating agencies are involved, governments and corporates are also involved, and therefore nothing will come out if a normal FIR is in fact filed. This is the allegation that has been levelled by Prashant Bhushan, who is arguing on behalf of the petitioners. He said that the court did his Colgate scam, etc. This is the most extraordinary. This is no Colgate scam. It is an extraordinary scam, is what has been said, and therefore calling this an extraordinary investigation, we're given to understand that the petitioner has argued for the Supreme Court to step in and investigate this. The Chief Justice of India, however, has said that the court will not step in to probe this further. All right, moving on now to the other big story that we're tracking. The BJP is gearing up for a massive Padyatra now in Karnataka. The Deputy Chief Minister has reacted to the BJP's Karnataka Padyatra, saying there's been no permit that's been given for the Yatra, at least in Bengaluru. Let's listen in to what he said.
How are you planning to counter the Padyatra of the NDA?
See, let them do Padyatra. There is a division. Again, they tell that it has been there. We'll expose whatever they have done in their tenure and let the answer to it. There is no issue to be done Padyatra. Let them do. We'll also, they are mismanaged. They have not helped Karnataka. They have not given us any funds. for the growth of Karnataka. They want only seeds of Karnataka. They doesn't want Karnataka to be given strength, financial strength.
But sir, will there be some action because permission has not been granted for the Padayatra?
No. Permission, Bangalore city we don't permit. In democracy we'll have to permit and we'll permit them.
Thank you very much. So DK Shivkumar Ji, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, who is saying that the permission for the Padayatra has not been granted for the city of Bangalore, but for outside there is no restriction. When DK Shivkumar and others had come out with Padayatra a couple of years back on Meghdhatu project, several cases were registered against them. So this time we have to see how this Padayatra goes on, and the Congress has come out with its own strategy. The Padayatra from Bengaluru to Mysore on alleged Muda scam is to start on Saturday, and it will culminate in Mysore on 10th of this month, whereas the Congress will be holding public meetings almost everywhere a day ahead of the destination where the Padayatra will reach the very next day. And what DK Shivkumar has said, that he and his team will be exposing the alleged scams done by the BJP and the JDS. With camera person Kumar Nihal Kidwai for NDTV.
All right, 3 newly freed Americans are back on US soil after a landmark prison exchange with Russia. Journalist Evan Gershkovich, corporate security executive Paul Whelan, and Alsu Kumarasheva, a journalist with dual US and Russia citizenship, arrived at the Joint Base Andrews in Maryland shortly before midnight on Thursday for a joyful reunion with their families. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris were also there to greet them. The 3 Americans were a part of the biggest US-Russian prisoner swap in post-Soviet history. Officials say the multinational deal officials has set 24 people free. The trade follows years of back-channel negotiations despite relations between Washington and Moscow being at the lowest point since the Cold War. And while Antarctica is experiencing its second most extreme heat wave in the last 3 years, this of course is a grim reminder of global warming and climate change and the impact that it's having globally. Take a look at this report.
A vast swath of Antarctica is experiencing a near-record winter heat wave, in a disturbing sign of the polar temperature spikes brought by a warming world. Ground temperatures in Antarctica have soared more than 28 degrees Celsius above normal in the second major heat wave to afflict the region in the past 2 years. This historic warm spell could persist for another 10 days and is an ominous example of the major temperature spikes this polar climate could experience more frequently in a warming world. Because the heat wave comes in the middle of the Antarctic winter, temperatures are still hovering around -20 degrees Celsius. Still, the Antarctic temperature anomaly is the largest on the globe according to weather models. While the South Pole Station will clinch its warmest July since 2002, about 6.3 degrees Celsius above average, the largest heat wave in Antarctica and anywhere in the world occurred in March 2022, when the eastern coast of Antarctica spiked at least 39 degrees Celsius above normal. Believe it or not, scientists on site wore shorts and removed their shirts while the area experienced intense melting. But what is causing the heat wave? Winter temperatures in Antarctica substantially fluctuate because of the lack of sunlight, but this heat wave is a much larger deviation from the norm than usual. It's too early to determine all of its causes, but scientists say it may be at least partially linked to processes occurring about 30 kilometers above the surface in the stratosphere. Atmospheric pressures over East Antarctica are also surging to absolute bonkers levels, tweeted Ben Knoll, a meteorologist and IMD scientist based in New Zealand. The weather in the southern hemisphere is a little wild at the moment, he wrote. Several other factors may be helping to intensify the heat wave. Antarctic sea ice cover is the second lowest on record for this time of the year. just barely above the record-breaking levels in 2023. As the globe warms, however, the poles are warming at an even faster rate. Recent ice core data and modelling show Antarctica is warming up twice as fast as the global average. This is the second extraordinary heat wave to hit the continent in the past 2 years, with the last causing the collapse of an ice shelf the size of Rome. Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV.
And with that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance सही सारे नहीं थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because
295 people have died in the Wayanad landslide tragedy so far. The death toll mounts on day 4 of the rescue operations, but over 200 people are still believed to be missing. The army has built a key 190-foot bridge in record time in order to ensure that aid and earth movers reach far-flung areas. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, where the army bridge was constructed in record time. This construction is expected to expedite rescue and relief operation. The army speaks to NDTV, says they are trying to access each and every village to rescue the stranded. Crucial hearing over electoral bonds is over in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court dismisses the petition for the SIT to probe the quid pro quo over electoral bonds. Chief Justice of India says, let the normal course follow. We can't have an open-ended investigation. No systemic breach in the NEET UG 2024 exams, says the Supreme Court. It says that the paper leak was restricted only to Hazaribagh and Patna. The entire exam was not compromised. The Supreme Court, however, has pulled up the National Testing Agency for flip-flops and demanded a review in its administration processes. Agency misuse showdown in Parliament. The Congress moves an adjournment motion over Rahul Gandhi's allegation that an Enforcement Directorate raid has been planned against him. He alleges he got a tip-off from an ED official. The BJP dares him to name the official. Freed Americans return home after historic prisoner swap. Wall Street Journal reporter Ivan Gershakovich freed, biggest prisoner swap in post-Soviet history after a multinational deal sets 24 people free. Welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barwa. It's a race against time in Kerala's Wayanad, where rescue teams, including the Indian Army, NDRF, along with local emergency response department and locals, are working against time under harsh conditions to search the survivors who are believed to be trapped within the debris after massive landslides struck the hill district. At least 295 people have lost their lives in this tragedy. Many are still in hospital. Search and rescue operations are continuing as over 220 people are still believed to be trapped. The efforts have been hindered by several challenges, including the treacherous terrain, destroyed roads and bridges, shortage of equipment, and of course the weather itself. Many villages and homes, remember, have been swept away completely. There are 40 rescue teams on the ground working tirelessly in order to save as many lives. The army has been credited for constructing a crucial bridge in record time and handing it over to the district administration there in order to ensure that aid and earth-moving equipment can move to the worst-hit area swiftly. Let's go right across to NDTV's Pratibha Raman reporting live from Ground Zero. Pratibha, there's a massive relief and rescue operation that is currently underway. This is day 4 of the rescue and relief operation, as over 200 people are still believed to be trapped. What more can you tell us about the situation on the ground?
Well, the bridge definitely happens to be one of the biggest achievements with respect to accessing the far-flung areas that are totally affected by the landslides. We are talking of regions where which form the epicenter of the Wayanad landslides there, and several of those villages and towns that have been buried in the depths. 1, they are trying to use thermal scanners. 2, earth-moving equipment. 3, also trying to use dog squads to sniff out the cadavers there. So a massive operation that is underway. And in fact, I'm right now lodged at the medical camp that has been set up at the site to provide immediate relief for all those who are injured. And this is not just offered for the survivors, but also for the NDRF as well as the defense teams. Remember, they have been working amidst the challenges that have been posed with respect to the weather conditions as well. Many of them coming with bruises and lacerations. At least around 140 to 150 people who have been treated at this medical camp in the last 3 days. And in the meantime, there are tractors, JCBs that are moving, trying to remove the silt in each of those areas. Flash floods and as well as slush not helping either. So, but despite that, there is hope that there would still be some survivors remaining, and they would try to retrieve them and bring them to safer locations there. And this is a good 30 kilometers from the actual town called Mepadi. And there are so many vehicles that go up and down in terms of carrying out the relief and rescue operations. And at the medical camp, it is Major Ashwin who has been heading the operations here with respect to providing all kinds of medical aid. Even at the rescue camps that have been, the relief camps that have been set up in different pockets of the safer locations called Kalpetta, where there are 18 relief camps that have been set up, medical aid being provided there as well, along with food and other relief materials there. This bridge is definitely going to be a big boon in terms of rescue operations, not just in terms of human lives, but also in terms of animal lives with the veterinary department there at the rescue site.
Thanks very much, Pratibha, for joining us with all that latest on the relief and rescue operation. A mammoth relief and rescue operation is underway. Multi-agencies coordinating this rescue and relief effort, bridges being built. And like Pratibha was saying last time around, that, even locals have abandoned whatever it is that they are doing and just joined forces in order to be able to help, as the search for 200 plus missing people continues in full force in Wayanad. Let's take a look at some of the other reports that Pratibha has sent us from Ground Zero.
We are here on the 190 feet lottery, and this has been constructed mainly to reach out to the far-flung areas where the epicenter of the landslides that we are talking of. I have with me General V.T. Matthews. So thank you so much for joining us. So with respect to this bridge, how far do you think it's going to help us reach out to those people who are trapped?
This bridge is going to be tremendous help in reaching across. You can see the number of vehicles that have crossed this morning. It has made transportation of relief material, movement of rescue equipment much easier. Since yesterday evening, we have thrown it open to the government to use, and it has been a major help in giving an impetus to the rescue operations.
Yes. Also, with respect to this bridge, what are the other kind of arrangements that are being done? Because is there still hope that people would have survived this tragedy?
Yes, there is hope. There is hope till the last day, because some people are scared of coming out of their houses. They would be there if at all somebody are there. We have gone to every place, but still there could be one odd house that is where people are staying inside, not able to contact outer areas. So we would be rescuing them. In addition to that, we are going to search for bodies, unfortunately.
Also, so far, what has been the death tolls? Any idea how many bodies that you covered?
Death toll will be given by the district administration. I won't be able to give the exact death toll, but I can only say that the Indian Army, along with joint teams, have taken out more than 120 dead bodies from this area, Kopa. But it is much more. It's much more than that. Actual toll is much more because we are not counting the other.
Right. Also, how deep do you think they would have been lying buried? Because, what is the kind of assessment that you have done?
It is very difficult to say, because the mud has gone up even 20 feet, 30 feet. It has even gone up to the second floor of houses. So it is very difficult to say how deep the bodies would be buried. They could be very deep underneath. So far, unless we have found them, we exit.
Are there any other strategies that are also being deployed, sir?
Yes, we are looking at deploying radar equipment. We are looking at, we already have our sniffer dogs here. They are helping us find. So all of this, and then of course the JCBs, etc. are being employed. We are continuously improvising and moving equipment to find.
I'm also told that there are thermal scanners that are being used. Do you think that is also going to be effective in nature?
Thermal scanners will be used. Of course, we cannot find a dead body with a thermal scanner because it doesn't emit heat. However, thermal scanners also would be used if it is available with the NDRF as of now. And there are some organizations which are getting their own equipment as well. Any equipment that helps us would be used.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was the Major General talking to us about the benefit that this bridge would offer in terms of reaching out to several of those people in the far-flung areas. Especially as we are speaking, you can see an ambulance that is making use of this bridge. In fact, this bridge is capable of carrying around 24 feet is what we are hearing. And it becomes extremely beneficial for the JCBs as well as other earth-moving equipment to pass through this bridge. In fact, you can see that there are TVs that work here outside to try and see if they could remove all the mud as well as the silt and recover, which will also help recovering bodies. And that is the message that the defense teams as well as the NDRF teams are giving to us at this point in time. So this is the rescue operation that is happening at this point in time. To give you a brief picture on the number of dead bodies that have already been recovered, the death toll now stands at around 295. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at Wayanad for NDTV. We've all the time been speaking about human loss, but what about animals? Well, there is a veterinary department team that is here that is taking care of the rescue operation of animals here. And I have with me one of the doctors. Ma'am, if you can introduce yourself and tell me how is the rescue operation of animals being done?
Here we are a group of veterinarians from Animal Husbandry Department, Kerala Wayanad, and we have our field officers and assistant field officers and some volunteers also for helping us. Actually, we have been from the day one, we have been here in the site, and here most of them are free-ranging animals. And we have a population of around nearly 130-140 animals, but at present we don't know the exact figure where how many animals have been, most of them would have died actually. Especially in Churalmala area, and we have rescued some around some 10 animals, and today also we have got some calves which have been abandoned here, and we have given the proper treatment. The main part is
where are they being taken to in terms of shelter? At least you have relief camps for humans.
We have arranged shelter. We have till now we didn't have any transportation facilities because of the bridge being done. Now it has been, the settlement is already done. We have been in tie-up with the societies. We are taking these animals through to Mepadi, which is the panchayat here, and Mepadi, from there we'll be sending these calves or cows to the farmers who are looking after them.
Thank you so much for this. Your name, ma'am?
Yeah, we are from Dr. Sharmada, Dr. Srishida, Dr. Amal, and we have our FOs, Raj and Sajesh. One more thing, the main thing is we have to go to the farm in Mundakai. There mostly 20 animals are being stranded there. So yet once the bridge is done, we have to go for the treatment. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Such noble work that you're doing. So thank you so much for that. So that was the Animal Husbandry Department talking about how they are trying to rescue animals as well, because their lives are also equally crucial when it comes to tragedies like this. And that's exactly what we are trying to track here in terms of relief and rescue measures at the epicenter of the landslide. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at Wayanad for NDTV.
All right, we will of course continue to track the latest from ground zero with Pratibha, but let's shift our focus now to the other hill states which are seeing unprecedented rains and landslides. Heavy rain has disrupted normal life in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. At least 13 people have died in cloudburst-related incidents in Uttarakhand, while at least 5 people have died in Himachal Pradesh and as many as 49 people are still missing. Now, rescuers are racing against time in these states as well, scrambling through uprooted trees and collapsed buildings to look for survivors. Teams of the NDRF, the State Disaster Response Force and local administration have been deployed in the affected areas of the states to retrieve bodies. Officials are also using drones to locate missing persons. There was a cloudburst in Mandi, Shimla and Kulu yesterday. There were several houses that were washed away, rivers in full spate, with the Met Department predicting more rains. Road connectivity has been severely disrupted. and people are being relocated to safer regions. There are several state and national highways that have been completely blocked as a result of landslides. The most popular Manali-Chandigarh National Highway has been damaged at several places due to landslides. Rescue and relief work is also underway, with over 450 pilgrims that were rescued from the Kedarnath route just last night. So far, the rescuers estimate that over 2,000 pilgrims have been rescued, several still stranded, and rescue operations continue.
पिछली रात भी हमारे प्रशासनिक अधिकारी और जो हमारे रेवेन्यू मिनिस्टर जगत नेगी जी है वो पूरी रात बचाव कार्य में लगे रहे और अभी मैं जहां सबसे ज़्यादा मिसिंग्स हुई है मैं उसमें अभी मैं जा रहा हूं और अगर धूप निकलेगी तो और प्रशासनिक जो बचाव कार्य है उसको हम और अधिक तेज़ी से करेंगे। निश्चित तौर पर नुकसान हुआ है, सड़कें, पुल और पानी की योजनाएं, सिंचाई की योजनाएं सब बह चुकी है, लेकिन इन सब से भी बढ़कर जो जीवन लीला जिन साथियों की जो समाप्त हुई है और हमें छोड़कर चले गए हैं उनकी डेड बॉडीज़ को निकालने का कार्य तभी किया जा सकता है जब धूप निकलती है और एनडीआरएफ की टीमें भी है, सेना की टीम भी लगी हुई है, पुलिस की टीम भी लगी हुई है।
And a huge hoarding collapse in Maharashtra's Thane, which has once again unfortunately caught people's attention. 2 people have been injured. This hoarding collapse tragedy comes close on the heels of the Ghatkopar hoarding collapse, remember, in which 17 people died. The hoarding collapsed allegedly due to strong winds that were witnessed in the area. This comes months after the hoarding collapse in Ghatkopar, like I said, and once again points to the fact that no lessons have been learned. Fortunately, from what we can see in the visuals, the hoarding appeared to be lightweight and therefore 2 people have sustained injuries. All right, people protesting there demanding justice after that hoarding collapse. Now, let's go across to the other big development we're tracking from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has heard a key electoral bonds case with a petition demanding an SIT probe into the quid pro quo that has come to light after the electoral bonds were made public. The petitioner in the case has said that this is a major financial scam and therefore there should be an SIT to probe it. The Chief Justice of India, however, has said that let the normal course of action be followed, and therefore open-ended investigation at this juncture not possible. Let's go right across to NDTV's Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, can you break down for the benefit of our viewers the context? What was the petition demanding and on what grounds, and what has the Chief Justice of India said?
Well, as we speak, the 3 judges of the Chief Justice of India's bench are conferring, looking at the various pros and cons, very powerful arguments being put forward by the same common causes, the petitioners, in this case led by Prashant Bhushan, saying very categorically that a lot of powerful people are involved. Governments are involved, be it central or state. Political parties are involved. Investigating agencies are involved, including CBI. Some officers will have to be investigated, as he alleged. And then more importantly, corporate houses. And it's in that context where he says that there has been a quid pro quo. There have been a number of searching questions asked by the Chief Justice of India, Justice Pardiwal, as well as Justice Mishra, about why they cannot have a roving investigation. What is the reason behind it? And Mr. Bhushan continuously arguing and saying that this is about quid pro quo. We are not getting into the fact that there have been some companies which have just come out in the last 3 years of incorporation and then funded. That can be done through the MCA, SEBI or various other parties, but no action has been taken. And even though the Chief Justice of India kept saying, why don't you file an FIR? He said the normal course, there will be nothing. And in his experience, they have seen very categorical no action taken by law enforcement agencies, in particular by the police, whenever you file an FIR. So we will have to wait and see. The Chief Justice of India and the Constitutional Court, which he headed, had made just ahead of elections, ruled that electoral bonds was unconstitutional. And at that stage, very categorical, even though the State Bank of India and the government attempted to try to ensure that the names did not come out before the elections. It was finally disclosed after the Constitutional Court came down very heavily on the State Bank of India as well as the central government at that stage, saying that you must disclose, and the rest, of course, is history. Now, of course, after investigation by various, like-minded parties, including some journalists, it has shown that there has been a big quid pro quo between state governments, between central governments, and how certain companies have benefited. For example, Mr. Bhushan alleged that a pharmaceutical company were given money, and then the drugs controller has stopped investigation. So all these things need to be investigated. As we've been pointing out, there's been a quid pro quo. The Chief Justice of India and the two judges not inclined, asking a number of questions about what this roving investigation will mean, where will it go forward. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. This definitely, if they do go ahead and allow an investigation, it will mean a lot in terms of probity and accountability in public life. There have been other petitioners also who have joined along with Mr. Bhushan, some saying that political parties who have accepted the money, and because there is a clear case and decided the Chief Justice of India's bench as well as the concurring judgment, saying that if there has been illegal means in terms of getting that funds, then immediately he or she should be immediately taken out in terms of things. So that's the entire process at this present juncture. We'll have to wait and see how things proceed.
All right. Well, Sunil, it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes forward, but do stay on with us because we'll also update our viewers on what's happening with the other big development in the Supreme Court. The court today, hearing the NEET case, said there was no systemic breach in the NEET undergraduate 2024 exam, and the leak was restricted only to Hazaribagh and Patna, which is why the Supreme Court had said that there will be no retest as far as the NEET undergraduate examination is concerned. The Supreme Court further has in fact extended the scope of the centre's NEET exam committee to also examine the testing agency's administrative processes, pulling up the NTA over several flip-flops. Sunil is with us. Sunil, many students had demanded that there should be a re-examination as far as NEET is concerned, saying that the entire exam was in fact compromised, but the Supreme Court believes that the dignity of the exam was not compromised. They believe that the leaks were contained to certain areas, and today have in fact given that detailed judgment on why they said no retest.
That's right. As we speak, in fact, even the Education Minister has tweeted and said that about what you're highlighting, the systemic brief. That's one part of the entire exercise. Yes, the Supreme Court has said there's no systemic brief and you can't say it's a widespread leak. The second important point that we need to give is, as you pointed out, the flip-flops, the increasing the ambit of the committee, expert committee, to look at various aspects of the way NEET, the NTA has conducted, not only the professional part, but also the administrative part, and to see that report comes by the 30th. The HRD ministry takes a call, and then they report back to the Supreme Court about the steps that they have taken in this regard. And then, of course, as we've been pointing out, that any student who has been alleging that there has been discrepancy, if he or she finds out that there has been a breach in terms of some students or whatever, they will have that option of moving the High Court to get that required relief. But as we've been explaining to our viewers right from the day when the order came, the decision primarily for the Supreme Court not to cancel the entire examination was, one, because of the academic schedule, and because they couldn't pinpoint and see that it was a systemic or a widespread leakage of the entire paper. Those who, of course, who have benefited have already been debarred.
All right. Thanks very much, Sunil, for joining us with all that information. Leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has now claimed that the Enforcement Directorate is planning to raid him following his Chakravyuh speech during the discussion on the union budget in Parliament. The Congress has also moved an adjournment motion on the misuse of central agencies in Parliament and are likely to raise the issue of misusing of CBI and ED. While Mr. Manikam Tagore has moved the adjournment motion, the BJP has also responded sharply to Rahul Gandhi and dared him to name the ED officer who gave him the tip-off. The BJP, of course, rejecting any claims of conspiracy being hatched against the opposition by using central agencies. This isn't the first time that the opposition has alleged that the ED and CBI are being misused. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal have all leveled similar allegations in the past as well. Let's listen in to the political reactions.
We all know that the BJP government of Mr. Modi in the first 10 years has misused the agencies, particularly ED, IT and CBI in a very big way, and to defame the opposition. After that speech, the government wants to attack Mr. Gandhi through these kind of actions, and we will not be afraid about these kind of things. And we are, I'm today moving an adjournment motion in the Parliament to take the House, to take the attention of the House towards this kind of misuse of agencies.
देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि ऐसा लुच्चा झूठा एलओपी हुआ है। सदन में आके बोलना चाहिए, वो बताएं कि कौन व्यक्ति उनको फोन किया है। ये झूठ की खेती करते हैं, इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य भारत का कुछ नहीं।
हम ऑनरेबल लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन लोकसभा के बारे में, उसका कमेंट्स के बारे में और ट्वीट के बारे में कुछ टिप्पणी नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन ये तो सच है कि बीजेपी हर एक चीज में पॉलिटिकल रिवेंज लेते हैं। जैसे बंगाल की पैसा भी रुका के रखा पॉलिटिकल रिवेंज के लिए, ईडी, सीबीआई, एनआईए, आईटी भेजते हैं पॉलिटिकल रिवेंज के लिए। ये तो सच है, सबको पता है।
टीएमसी भी क्लेम करती है कि कई इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट,
हम कुछ क्लेम नहीं करते, सबको पता है, पीपल को पता है कि ये सब सेंट्रल एजेंसी को, गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी को पॉलिटिकल मुद्दे पे ये काम में लगाते हैं। बहुत बुरी बात है, लेकिन वो करते हैं, ये पीपल को पता है।
All right, so this of course is the latest political war of words between the government and the opposition, with Rahul Gandhi alleging the misuse of central agencies. He put out a cryptic tweet in the early hours of the morning claiming that in fact there is going to be an ED raid against him. He's got a tip-off to the effect from an ED officer. BJP of course has reacted sharply to his tweet as well. They've come out and said that Rahul Gandhi has no proof, and if he does, then he should come out and name the ED officer who said so. The Congress party has used this as an opportunity to once again target the BJP. They've said that they will be moving an adjournment motion. In fact, they have moved an adjournment motion on the floor of the parliament in order to talk about the misuse of central agencies. Let's go right across to Vasudha Venugopal reporting live from Parliament. Vasudha, is there an update on when, if and when this discussion will come up?
Well, what is happening today is the Wayanad tragedy is basically, that's the one thing that's really prominently dominant over all the proceedings, because every issue that's happening in the parliament today has a shadow of the Wayanad tragedy. So while Rahul Gandhi has already talked about misuse of agencies and basically has said that, he's waiting with open arms and chai and biscuit for the agencies, here in the parliament, of course, the opposition leaders have come together seeking some sort of a discussion, seeking some sort of an action against the alleged misuse of agencies. But, the Wayanad tragedy seems largely, more prominent, which is why there is a group of MPs who are, including Shashi Tharoor, Benny Behan and Haibi Aden, who have actually gone and met JP Nadda, the health minister, seeking some changes with the NEET PG examination, specifically saying that the centers are really far flung, especially for the Kerala students. Kerala is known for the kind of doctors it produces. So, so what I mean to say is that the Wayanad tragedy is sort of really dominant here, which is why, these discussions are also in some ways taking a backseat. But of course, it remains the most prominent political story of today, because Fridays are seen as light days for the parliament. But of course, Rahul Gandhi's tweet in the early hours of the morning have made this very interesting, which is why several opposition MPs did come forward to speak about how not just the Congress party, but JMM, Aam Aadmi Party, TMC have also faced the wrath of investigating agencies, while the government has made it very clear that central agencies have worked on their own mandate. They're completely autonomous, with the central government really having no role to play in this. And of course, Giriraj Singh has also come forward to say that this was a very responsible statement by the leader of opposition. Remember, Rahul Gandhi is not just a Congress leader, now he's also leader of opposition. And the senior minister has said that, Rahul Gandhi should have talked about it in the parliament rather than tweet about it or post it on social media.
Right. Vasudha, do stay on with us, because the other big development that we're tracking from Parliament, of course, is the showdown over the new Parliament building that was found leaking day before yesterday in the midst of heavy rainfall and waterlogging in the national capital. The opposition has now raised questions on the durability of the new Parliament building, with Congress MP Manikam Tagore posting a video on social media platform X, alleging that there are paper leaks outside and roof leaks inside Parliament, taking a jibe there at the BJP. The Lok Sabha Secretariat has clarified that it was just a minor leak that was detected and resolved immediately. They put out a statement saying that there is nothing structurally wrong with the Parliament. However, the opposition continues to demand a review of the Parliament building. Let's listen in to the reactions.
Parliament, it was much more accessible to senior MPs. The old Parliament was much more accessible to you, madam, who are in the media. But now it is not the same. In the new Parliament, I therefore hope that we reflect the best of Indian parliamentary traditions. It should be a parliament that belongs to the people of India and not to one party. And therefore, if we truly want to make it a people's parliament, a representative parliament, all political parties should be allowed to give their views on the design, construction and facilities within the parliament.
All right, Vasudha, very interesting to see what Gaurav Gogoi has said, because he's, questioned the structure and in a certain sense the ethos of the new building. But having said that, like we've been reporting, the opposition has raised several questions over, the money that was spent, taxpayers' money that was spent in constructing the new building.
Absolutely, Rishika. And if you see the new Parliament complex, it's always been a point of contention between the opposition and the ruling party. It started with the inauguration itself in May last year, when clearly the opposition had basically boycotted that event, saying that it was an insult to Draupadi Murmu, the president of the country, because she comes from the tribal community. Then there were other controversies regarding, the emblem, the size of the lions that were presented. So clearly this has been a point of contention, with the opposition always asking what is the need for a Parliament complex like this, when there was actually an old 120-year-old building existing for this whole purpose. But of course, the government has been very steadfast in its defense that this building is needed because there is an increasing demand, with MPs, and the size of the Parliament has also been growing. So with respect to the rains that happened, of course, there was waterlogging in front of the Makar Dwar, which is where all MPs enter from. But of course, Lok Sabha Secretariat has responded to this strongly, saying that this was only a basic, simple problem, a minor problem with the adhesives, getting displaced, and this is with regard to the green domes that are also being built as part of the sustainability, of the complex, and it has been solved. It was solved within hours, is what the Lok Sabha Secretariat has officially said. But of course, Congress MPs, including Gaurav Gogoi, have continued to raise this issue, seeking a comprehensive review of the complex, and saying that the opposition's demand of this needs to be addressed.
All right, thanks very much for joining us with all that latest information from Parliament. We'll keep coming back to you, Vasudha, for more updates on that story. Meanwhile, a hoarding collapse in Maharashtra's Thane has once again brought back memories of the deadly Ghatkopar hoarding collapse, in which 17 people died. In this hoarding collapse that is being seen here in Thane, 2 people have been injured. The hoarding collapsed allegedly because of strong winds that were witnessed in the area following heavy rain in Thane. But given the fact that this is coming just months after the Ghatkopar tragedy, it once again raises questions on whether any lessons at all were learned. Fortunately, what one can see anecdotally from those visuals is that the hoarding was lightweight, and therefore only 2 people have been injured in this. But a protest has erupted at the hoarding site, with several people questioning administrative apathy. All right, let's go right across to NDTV's Radhika joining us with the very latest. Radhika, we're given to understand that there are protests now taking place at the site where this hoarding collapsed. What are protesters saying? That's right. Citizens and a few from multiple political parties are protesting next to where the hoarding collapse happened in Kalyan. Of course, they want the contractor as well as the owner of the advertising agency to be booked and also an inquiry to be conducted to understand whether all the rules were followed as far as the permission granted to this hoarding is concerned. Of course, this is a stark reminder of what happened in Ghatkopar, as a result of which 17 people lost their lives. Of course, negligence, administrative lapses and multiple irregularities were found as far as the erection of that particular, the setting up of that particular hoarding is concerned. Post which, of course, multiple people were booked and arrested, and of course, a departmental inquiry against the GRP commissioner also followed post that tragic incident. As far as today's incident is concerned, yes, unfortunate, but thankfully no casualties. 2 people injured, many vehicles damaged. This happened again as a result of rains and strong winds that led to the collapse and leading to injuries of people who were taking shade under that particular hoarding. So yes, there is a possibility that contractor and owner of the agency could be booked, and an inquiry will be initiated against them to understand under what circumstances this happened and what kind of permissions were sanctioned in order for this hoarding to be put up. So at this point, of course, FIR could be registered, people could be booked, but certainly this comes in the heels of Ghatkopar hoarding collapse, which led to loss of many lives. However, the fact remains that post that collapse, none of the people from BMC or government railway police have so far been arrested. It's the advertising agency owners, contractors and middlemen who have in fact been arrested as far as the Ghatkopar hoarding collapse is concerned. All right, well, thanks very much for joining us with all that latest information. Pratibha, we'll of course keep coming back to you for more updates. Meanwhile, the big story we're tracking from Karnataka, there's now a fresh BJP versus Congress face-off after a BJP Yatra in Karnataka. Padyatra rather was denied permission. TK Shivkumar has spoken to NDTV explaining why permission was denied.
See, let them do Padyatra, there is a division, again they tell that it has been there. We'll expose whatever they have done in their tenure and let the answer to it. There is no issue to be done Padyatra. Let them do. We'll also, they have mismanaged, they have not helped Karnataka, they have not given us any funds for the growth of Karnataka. They want only seeds of Karnataka. They doesn't want Karnataka to be given strength, financial strength.
But sir, will there be some action because permission has not been granted for the Padyatra?
No. Permission, Bangalore city we don't permit. In democracy we'll have to permit and we'll permit them.
Thank you very much. So DK Shivkumar ji, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, who is saying that the permission for the Padyatra has not been granted for the city of Bangalore, but for outside there is no restriction. When DK Shivkumar and others had come out with Padyatra a couple of years back on Meghdhatu project, several cases were registered against them. So this time we have to see how this Padyatra goes on, and the Congress has come out with its own strategy. The Padyatra from Bengaluru to Mysore on alleged Muda scam is to start on Saturday, and it will culminate in Mysore on 10th of this month, whereas the Congress will be holding public meetings almost everywhere a day ahead of the destination where the Padyatra will reach the very next day. And what DK Shivkumar has said, that he and his team will be exposing the alleged scams done by the BJP and the JDS. With camera person Kumar Nihal Kidwai for NDTV.
With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Up next, we'll get you all the latest news from Wayanad. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Wayanad, where it is a race against time, where rescue teams, including the Indian Army, the NDRF, along with local emergency response departments, are working against time under harsh conditions to search for survivors who are still believed to be trapped beneath the debris of those landslides. At least 295 people have been killed in this tragedy, while search and rescue operations continue in full force. The search and rescue has been hindered with several challenges, including a treacherous terrain, destroyed roads and bridges, and a shortage of heavy equipment, making it difficult for rescue teams to, in fact, clear the mud and, wade through those waters as well as uprooted trees. Many villages and homes have been swept away in the landslides that took place on the 30th of July. Despite heavy rains and the challenges, there are 40 rescue teams and locals who are working round the clock in order to ensure that people trapped in the debris are rescued and relief reaches the far-flung areas that have been cut off. The Indian Army, remember, has completed the construction of a bridge, a 190-foot Bailey Bridge, in just 31 hours This bridge has been crucial in connecting Churamala with Mundakai. These are the two hamlets that were ravaged in the Wayanad landslides. The bridge is now open to traffic. It's been handed over to the civil administration and has expedited rescue operations, relief operations, as well as earth movers moving to the worst hit tragedies. My colleague Pratibha Raman is reporting from Ground Zero. She sent us these reports.
We are here on the 190 feet lottery, and this is being constructed mainly to reach out to the